Chapter 298. They're all small paths. Book C Pavilion. Lu Chuanfeng didn't seem to realize it at all. Instead, he spoke proudly. He even glanced at Li Qingshan, and when he saw the latter's surprised expression, he became even more delighted. His goal was to lead Li Qingshan onto the path of no return to the school of novels. Li Qingshan was indeed sizing up the women. Their voluptuous breasts and buttocks indeed had the ability to attract the attention of every man. However, that wasn't all he was looking at. Although the women all had smiles on their faces, their eyes were dull and lifeless. They were like those computer-generated beauties on game posters from his previous life, or some sort of exquisite blow-up doll. Of course, this was much more realistic. They were probably like the characters in Lu Chuanfeng's erotic novels. Who knew, they might even perform well in bed. But what use was that? He might as well find a brothel and have a good time. At least it would be with a living person. Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of sorrow. No wonder the school of novels was looked down upon so much. He was always using the school of novels to do such lowly things. It was so despicable that even he, the first seat of the school of novels, wanted to give him a few punches, not to mention that little and was watching curiously from the side. Li Qingshan said in a low voice, "Lu Chuanfeng, you'd better stop before you go too far." Lu Chuanfeng was also annoyed. How dare he be so rude to him in front of an outsider? Did he really think that he was a fake clan head? However, when he met Li Qingshan's furious eyes, he immediately recalled the slap that was as sharp as a knife this morning. His puffed-up chest shrank back, and he said embarrassedly, "We're all scholars. Can't we just talk things out? Look at you. You've made Commander Hua laugh at you. Hurry up and eat." Li Qingshan was used to seeing people fall out with each other over the slightest disagreement, so when he saw Lu Chuanfeng acting like this, he felt very uncomfortable, as if he had done something wrong. He was a person who bullied the strong, not the weak. A 10th-layer Qi practitioner like Lu Chuanfeng was probably hard to find under the heavens. Hua Sengzan shook his head. It was rare for a dignified family head to end up like this. Coincidentally, Sun Fubai walked in from outside the door. When he saw the illusory women, he frowned. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Lu Chuanfeng opened his mouth. What nonsense. Hurry up and retract your spell." Sun Fubai's snow-white eyebrows were almost knitted together. This junior brother of his could be considered a talent in cultivation. It was already not easy for him to reach the 10th layer of the Qi practitioner when the school of novels was in such a decline. However, sometimes his brain was not very sharp, and he did not know how to pay attention to the situation when he spoke or did things. Lu Chuanfeng quickly dispersed the illusory women. With a clatter, the bowls and chopsticks in their hands fell to the ground. He quickly picked them up and conjured a stream of water to wash them clean. He placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table, frowning and pursing his lips like a wife who had been wronged. Hua Sengzan cupped his hands and said, "Elder son, long time no see." There was a hint of friendliness and sincerity in his tone. "What elder son? Just call me Uncle Fu." Sun Fubai grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. "Young man, we meet again. I didn't expect you to really come here. I didn't expect you to be from the school of novels either, Uncle Fu." Li Qingshan seemed to be implying something. This old man's plans were really deep. Sun Fubai said, "Sai, you've seen the situation. The school of novels is currently in a bit of a slump. You won't blame me for asking you to fill in these 3 words, right?" Li Qingshan said, "Of course not. If it weren't for you, Uncle Fu, I'm afraid I would have nowhere to go now. Although this place is a bit down, it's quiet and suitable for cultivation. Let's eat," Lu Chuanfeng said softly. Sun Fubai raised his hand and said, "Please." At the banquet, there was a round of toasting and toasting. Although Little and didn't say anything and Lu Chuanfeng couldn't say anything, Hua Sengzan and Sun Fubai were present, so there was no awkward silence. With the beautiful scenery of the bamboo forest in front of them, it could be said that both the host and the guest were enjoying themselves. In the afternoon, Li Qingshan followed Hua Sengzan to the shore of Dragon Snake Lake. There was a vast expanse of mist that stretched as far as the eye could see. Hua Sengzan organized his words and tactfully informed Li Qingshan. Wang Puxi's warning was so tactful that if Li Qingshan didn't listen carefully, he would think that Wang Puxi was encouraging him. Li Qingshan said, Even if he didn't say it, I wouldn't have wasted my time doing this. By the way, what's up with He Isher? Hua Sengzan explained the whole story, and how He Isher hinted that Li Qingshan was the murderer during his questioning. Li Qingshan was furious when he heard that. What a scoundrel! I've saved his life time and time again, but not only is he not grateful, he even dares to accuse me. No wonder he doesn't dare to talk to me just now. He wasn't a magnanimous person. It wasn't in his character to not take revenge. He had to find an opportunity to teach He Isher a lesson to vent his anger. Hua Sengzan reminded him, in the 100 schools of thought, you can't use weapons. If you kill someone here, no one can protect you. Li Qingshan said, just put a bag over his head and beat him up to vent your anger. Do it cleanly and don't leave any evidence, Hua Sengzan said with a smile. Li Qingshan smiled as well. That doesn't sound like something a disciple of legalism should say. Li Qingshan, as the Scarlet Wolf commander of the Clear River Prefecture. I'm informing you that you've been arrested. Prepare to be punished. Hua Sengzan became stern before suddenly breaking into a smile. Does that sound like it? His expression changed constantly, like when the ice on a lake cracked and the gentle spring water surged over. Before he knew it, the ice had melted and turned into gentle ripples. Li Qingshan could not help but think of a saying he had read in his past life. There are no girls in the world who can resist a smile from Jiang Feng. And there are no heroes who can resist a gentle strike from Yan Nantian. Hua Sengzan possessed the legendary bearing of Jiang Feng. Looking at himself, he could probably only develop towards someone with strength like Yan Nantian. TSK, there probably aren't a lot of women in the world who can resist your charm. It's no wonder that Sect Master Chiu is so infatuated with you. Hua Sengzan smiled. We're just friends. Li Qingshan said, it doesn't matter whether we're friends or not. If she's interested in me, I definitely won't turn her down. Hua Sengzan said, if there's no love between us, then even if we rely on each other, it'll only add to our loneliness. Li Qingshan said, I think you have nothing better to do. Hua Sengzan smiled. You can say that. There was nothing Li Qingshan could do about how unruffled he was. He thought of something and teased, though you're willing to offend your friends to help me. Don't tell me you have some sort of special hobby? Hua Sengzan said extremely seriously, you overestimate yourself. Li Qingshan sniggered and studied him. It's not like I can't make do. Hua Sengzan couldn't take it either. Someone asked me to take care of you. Li Qingshan said, you're finally telling the truth. It's Gu Yining, isn't it? Suddenly hearing someone directly refer to her by her name, Hua Qingzan was slightly taken aback. As a matter of fact, he even became rather annoyed. However, with his great self-restraint, he did not show it. He only asked, how did you know? Li Qingshan said, even though I'm not the smartest, I'm at least average smart. The person who asked you to take care of me is definitely not Boss Wang. He hates me more than enough. The commander hates me, but you want to take care of me. This means that the person's status is even higher. Even Boss Wang has to listen to him. I've only seen such an important person, Gu Yenying. Hua Sengzan said, a smart person. Your analysis isn't bad. Li Qingshan said excitedly, moreover, I dare say that you're interested in her. Oh, why is that? Li Qingshan said, to be able to remain unperturbed by a peerless beauty like Clan Master Chiu, and not be interested in men. It only means that you love someone else. I've only seen one woman who can surpass Clan Master Chiu in terms of charm. I believe that Commander Gu wouldn't treat me, Li Qingshan, as someone important. Asking you to take care of me was probably just a casual request. Just a casual request, and you're willing to offend your best friend to protect me. This isn't just loyalty to a superior. Hua Sengzan said, you're too humble. You're not just ordinarily smart, but extremely smart. Li Qingshan said, then you really shouldn't be taking care of me. Why? Li Qingshan grinned. Because we're rivals in love. Even Hua Sengzan was stunned for a while before bursting into laughter. He laughed so hard that he held his knees. You're good, Li Qingshan. I haven't laughed so freely in a long time. Rival in love. Ha ha ha. This is so interesting. Li Qingshan smiled at him. He was as firm as a rock that was dug out from a ravine. He was obviously not joking. Hua Sengzan also stopped smiling, but the smile on his face did not disappear. Then do you know what we look like? Like what? Like two ants fighting over a mountain. Hey, go away. This is my territory. I can't even move a stone. Li Qingshan said, even if you're an ant, as long as you climb hard, you'll reach the top of the mountain one day. Climb? Do you know? Mountains are constantly getting taller. You've only climbed a small step and it's 10 times taller. Wake up. Li Qingshan said confidently, you underestimate me. Hua Sengzan said, alright, then I'll definitely take care of you. Let's see how long you can climb. Li Qingshan was surprised. Of course I'll climb until I die. Don't tell me that you're going to pursue a woman as your whole life? He set a distant goal for himself and worked hard to achieve it. However, he did not regard these goals as the ultimate meaning of his life. It did not matter whether it was Guyenying or going to the ninth heaven. If he was killed halfway through his efforts, he could only shrug his shoulders and apologize to Brother Bull. This was the mark left behind in his previous life, and it was also a profound experience in this life. The hunger and cold in the cowshed made the cowherd boy only want to wear cotton clothes and eat meat. To this day, his goal was only equivalent to a bigger cotton shirt and a more delicious meat. He knew better than anyone else how precious these two things were. The warmth of cotton clothes could warm one's heart, and the taste of meat was better than all elixirs. However, they were not sacred, and they could be obtained with a pair of hands. I have nothing better to do, but you won't understand this feeling. Hua Sengzan smiled. Chapter 299. You'll regret it, Li Qingshan said seriously. Hua Sengzan stared at Li Qingshan. Gradually, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but laugh. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Are you done laughing? Hua Sengzan held Li Qingshan's shoulder. Sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. After laughing for a while, he said, I'm willing to take care of you not only because of her instructions. You're really too interesting. If you were a little more handsome, it wouldn't be impossible. Li Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine when he returned the words. Hua Sengzan laughed as he rode the wind and flew into the sky. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he muttered to himself, do you regret it? Li Qingshan turned around and returned to the courtyard. He saw Lu Chuanfeng holding the wine jar and pouring it into his mouth. Sun Fubai seemed to be trying to persuade him. Lu Chuanfeng didn't listen to him. He put down the wine jar and said, I paid for this table of food and wine out of my own pocket. When other masters come to 100 Flavors Tower to eat, the shopkeeper will welcome them with open arms. No matter what they eat, he won't charge a single spirit stone, but I have to pay the bill honestly. If I want to bargain, I have to be looked down upon. What's all this for? It's all to get you to acknowledge the school of novels and learn their methods. Sun Fubai said, Junior brother, just say a few words less. Little and let's go. As Li Qingshan spoke, he brushed past Lu Chuanfeng as if he didn't see him. Little and jumped up and followed him into the depths of the bamboo basket. Lu Chuanfeng was stunned, and he suddenly threw the wine jar on the ground. Go, all of you go. You're all the same anyway. You all look down on me. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and said without turning his head, Lu Chuanfeng, please behave yourself. Perhaps you can still get some respect from me, but if you only know how to drink and throw a fit, that was indeed not worthy of respect. The school of novels had fallen to such a state. You'd better think about the source of all this. Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. Well said. A man with a tall crown on his head slowly walked over. He was thin and unsophisticated, and was none other than the head of the Yinyang school, Ma Bai. Sun Fubai thought to himself, Cloud Wisp Island today. It was really bustling like never before. It was him. He had brought this vitality, but how long could he maintain it? Li Qingshan said, Li Qingshan greets master, I didn't know you were coming. What's the matter? As expected. Ma Bai's gaze fell on little Anne. His eyes filled with amazement and expectation. I'm here for little Anne. Have you heard of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? Li Qingshan shook his head, but Sun Fubai said in surprise, could it be the supreme secret technique of the Yinyang school, the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? After Sun Fubai's explanation, Li Qingshan learned that the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was an ancient cultivation technique passed down from ancient times. Its value was even higher than the Buddhist Vajra demon subduing technique, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only did one have to be extremely sensitive to the 5 elements, but they also had to be able to use them freely. Even in ancient times, there were very few people who could cultivate it. However, once it was cultivated, it would be incredibly powerful. As long as one was willing to learn it, they could use almost all of the 5 elements in yin and yang techniques. The most powerful aspect of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was not combat, but divination. It could predict the past and future, and predict the changes of fortune. Little N happens to be the perfect successor for this secret technique. Ma Bai's eyes lit up. He was eager to see the effects of Little N practicing this secret technique of the school of yin yang. Li Qingshan said, "Little N is a disciple of Buddhism after all. This probably isn't something we can decide." Ma Bai said, "I've already discussed it with the One Thought Master. He's agreed." "Don't the two clash?" Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought the One Thought Master would be so generous, willing to let his primary disciple spend time and effort on another cultivation technique. You have no idea. There are many differences between ancient cultivation techniques and modern cultivation techniques. In particular, they are completely different from Buddhist cultivation methods, so they don't clash with the Guardian King's demon subduing technique. But his cultivation speed will definitely slow down. Li Qingshan immediately saw the crux of the issue. This was also the reason why the One Thought Master agreed to Ma Bai's request. Little Ant's cultivation speed was just far too fast, which made him rather fearful for some reason. He obviously did not understand the great wishes made in the path of white bone and great beauty. This was just the instinct of a monk. "That's right, but I think it's worth it." As a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy, Little N might be able to progress smoothly as a Qi practitioner without any obstructions, but once he reaches foundation establishment, this advantage will no longer exist. Every single step further up becomes even more difficult, so his foundation will become especially important. Why don't he use this period of advantage to make his foundation even more stable? Li Qingshan found it reasonable. He asked Little N, "What do you think?" Little N lowered her head in thought for a while like an adult. She glanced at Li Qingshan and nodded in agreement. Seeing how Little N had agreed, Ma Bai smiled. He was a clever person. Looking at the situation, he thought, this Li Qingshan really is extremely important to her. Does she want to slow down her cultivation speed and wait for him? However, Little An's intentions were not what Ma Bai thought. It was different from what the One Thought Master and the other school leaders had predicted. As a matter of fact, it was the complete opposite. She was worried about being separated from him, but she was also afraid that she would be the one to fall behind. In the past, Oxen had once told her that his path would be extremely treacherous. She would have to do everything she could to keep up with his footsteps. If she felt like she couldn't persevere, then she should give up on the path of white bone and great beauty. How could she give up on it? Whether it was the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual or the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, they were like rocks to mountains compared to the path of white bone and great beauty. Her cultivation speed was actually not particularly fast. Compared to Li Qingshan, who had transformed into a demon, her cultivation still paled slightly in comparison. This was because the path of white bone and great beauty was just far too profound. Even with her talent for comprehension, every single step forward was extremely difficult for her. However, she used the path of white bone and great beauty as a foundation and assumed the appearance of a mortal, which was why she was able to achieve the miracle of reaching the 6th layer in a single day and night. This body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty might be an astonishing Heavenly Meridian's prodigy in other people's mouths, but to her, it was just an illusion, a reflection of the moon in the water. Compared to Li Qingshan, who practiced both the human and demon paths, she seemed like she had 2 faces, but she actually only had a single path, which was the path of white bone and great beauty. Obviously, she could cast aside this path. She only practiced the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. With the budding effects of this ability, she could cultivate it to foundation establishment. It wouldn't be difficult for him to go even higher. However, the requirements of the path of white bone and great beauty did not just lie in talent and comprehension, but also in willpower and mental fortitude. Once the pursuit of the appearance of vermilion. It would surpass the importance of the nature of white bone and the Buddhist Dharma. It would surpass the cultivation method itself. By then, if she wanted to turn back and practice this technique, the difficulty of her cultivation would increase greatly. At the very least, in this world, no one could overcome this obstacle. Even with little Anne's talent for comprehension, she would not be able to reopen this closed door. She still had to accompany Li Qingshan to go beyond the 9 heavens. How could she give up on a great mountain for a pebble? On the ice sword cliff, she had personally witnessed the instant oxen struck. The shock she felt was no less than Li Qingshan's. If oxen wished for the day when Li Qingshan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, then what right did she have to follow by his side? The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual? Or the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots? What a joke. The path of white bone and great beauty was her only choice. As a result, even without Ma Bai, she would still slow down her cultivation speed. This just happened to provide her with a decent excuse. Moreover, observing the pebble could aid her in comprehending the great mountain. She was rather interested in the divination techniques of ancient cultivators, because such a technique existed in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, her current cultivation was too low, so she could not come into contact with it. Right now, she could only start with the basics and understand it in advance so that she could make some preparations for the future. Ma Bai said, "This is not the place to pass on techniques. Come with me to Bogu Island." Little Anne glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Go. Cultivate well with Patriarch Ma. I happen to be meditating in the afternoon." After sending off Little Anne, Li Qingshan was just about to return to his room to take medicine and cultivate. However, Lu Chuanfeng suddenly stood up. "I have a good place for cultivation here." "Oh." Lu Chuanfeng took Li Qingshan into the depths of the courtyard. There was an empty space basically in the center of the huge courtyard. The surroundings were originally sealed off, so Li Qingshan had not discovered it in the morning. The formation engraved on the empty space was very similar to the spirit-gathering formation Li Qingshan had seen in the secluded cultivation room in the Hawkwolf Guard in the past, but it was much larger and more complicated. Moreover, the grooves on it had all been filled with spiritual stones, and they did not seem like regular inferior spiritual stones. As soon as Li Qingshan extended his hand, he was blocked by a great force. He was unable to take a single step closer to the formation. He could sense that even if he demonified, he would not be able to break through this force. Lu Chuanfeng took out his waist tablet as the leader of the School of Novels. The design of the waist tablet was different from that of regular disciples. It was extremely intricate. Half of it was a rising and falling cloud, while the cloud transformed into various figures, plants, birds, and beasts. Every single one of them was as thin as a mustard seed, yet they were also extremely detailed. Lu Chuanfeng raised the tablet, and the formation flashed slightly. With a hum, it seemed like some mechanism had been activated. Lu Chuanfeng indicated to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan walked towards the formation. This time there were no more obstructions. As soon as he entered the formation, Li Qingshan sensed an extremely pure and tremendous power. It was much more powerful than what he felt in the secluded cultivation room in the Hawkwolf Guard. And he could sense that the formation was not just for gathering the spiritual chi of the world. Instead, it was connected to an even larger and more complicated system. Li Qingshan had a good feeling about it. That was the massive formation that enveloped the entire 100 schools of thought. The formation on Cloudwisp Island was one of the crucial points of the formation. The Lake of Dragons and Snakes had always been a rare blessed land for it to be chosen as the base of the 100 schools of thought, and the paths chosen by the 10 schools of thought were blessed lands among blessed lands. The various islands were connected by underground spiritual veins, and the places they had chosen to construct formations were the crucial points of the spiritual veins. Through the gathering of the formations, the spiritual chi had reached an unbelievable density. It was a rare holy land for cultivation, but only the leaders of the schools had the right to cultivate here. Even primary disciples did not have that right. However, the School of Novels had already declined to such a state, so the various rules were basically useless. Lu Chuanfeng had also witnessed Li Qingshan's wealth, so he was unable to think of anything else that could interest him. Being in the formation, Li Qingshan increasingly felt the importance of the word, earth, in wealth, companionship, method, and location. Cultivating here, even if Qi practitioners could not absorb the spiritual Qi of the world, the effects would still be 10 times stronger than cultivating outside. Moreover, he could absorb the spiritual Qi of the world, and his Qi refinement would experience a qualitative improvement. Although he could not completely understand the value of the formation, he knew that according to the rules of the 100 schools of thought, using any facilities would require a fee of spirit stones. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Chuanfeng said, "Cultivate well." He turned around and left. He had wanted to use the drunkenness to reveal the truth and move Li Qingshan, but he did not expect it to have the opposite effect. Li Qingshan was disheartened and no longer had any hope. It was indeed a waste for such a person to cultivate the techniques of the school of novels. Looking at Lu Chuanfeng's somewhat lonely back, Li Qingshan said, "Wait." Lu Chuanfeng turned around, and Li Qingshan said sincerely, "Thank you." Lu Chuanfeng forced a smile and said, "You're welcome. You're the only disciple of the school of novels. But I'm sorry." Li Qingshan was clear about gratitude and grudges. He would definitely think of ways to repay them, but he could not waste his precious time to cultivate a technique with no future to repay them. Lu Chuanfeng said, "You don't need to say anything. I understand and I won't force you anymore." Li Qingshan said, "Why do you have to write that kind of book?" Lu Chuanfeng lowered his head and clenched his fists. "I don't want to write that kind of thing. I know that the novels I write are trash, but no one is willing to read them. But no one is willing to read the things that I write seriously. A novel that no one wants to read won't gather any power of faith. Then why don't you just give up on the techniques of the school of novels? With your cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, if you work hard, you have a high chance of reaching foundation establishment. If that's the case, I'll become an ordinary cultivator, and the path of the school of novels will really be severed." The previous head of the school of novels, who was also my master, held my hand before he died and asked me to pass down the path of the school of novels. Although you look down on me, regardless of whether you look up to me or not, I'm still a school of novels. After saying that, Lu Chuanfeng seemed to be relieved. He raised his head and muttered, "Master, I've tried my best." At that moment, Li Qingshan suddenly said, "It's not impossible to revitalize the school of novels." Lu Chuanfeng suddenly turned around. "You're willing to cultivate the techniques of my school of novels?" Li Qingshan said, "I didn't say that." "Then you? But I might be able to help you, but I have a condition. Take back and destroy those novels of yours." Lu Chuanfeng instinctively wanted to refuse. Those pieces of trash were the only treasures he had left. Chapter 300. Wuxia Pavilion. When Li Qingshan awoke from his meditative state, the moon was already high in the sky. Its silvery radiance was like a wash, illuminating the earth. Rows upon rows of bamboo buildings were cut by the moonlight into a crisscrossing scene of light and shadow. On the ground there was also a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. He suddenly realized that he was in this pillar of light. It was the spiritual light gathered by the formation. The true Qi in his sea of Qi became more and more abundant. Under the suppression of the spirit turtle and the purification of the Sumeru ring, it was like a boundless, pure lake without any ripples. However, as long as he needed to, he could also raise a monstrous wave and destroy everything in front of him. Li Qingshan smiles. With the help of this magic formation, the Lianqi stage will not be an obstacle for him. He steps out of the magic formation and walks along the long corridor of light and shadow to his residence, a bamboo house facing the lake. "I didn't even have time to tidy up after I made my choice this morning." He was going to stay in the 100 schools of thought for a long time, so he needed to tidy himself up. Light flickered in the bamboo basket, and faint voices could be heard. Li Qingshan smiled and pushed the door open. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai, who were sitting across from each other, turned their heads together. "Qingshan." Li Qingshan walked to the table, sat down cross-legged, and calmly asked, "Have you decided?" "I've decided." Lu Chuanfeng's eyes were red as if he had been crying. Agreeing to what Li Qingshan said was equivalent to denying all his past efforts. It also meant that the characters he had created would leave him forever, never to appear in this world again. Although they were fake and lifeless, they had accompanied him through countless days and nights. If it weren't for Sun Fubai's advice, he wouldn't have been able to make such a decision in such a short time. Sun Fubai said, "We'll wait for daybreak. I'll order my men to recall and destroy those novels." Li Qingshan said, "That's not necessary. Let them fade naturally." Huh. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes widened. Li Qingshan said, "All I need is determination. I hate people who are unwilling to sacrifice anything, and just want to sit still and wait for others to save them. Luckily, you're not one of them." Lu Chuanfeng felt as if he had been saved from death's door. She grabbed Li Qingshan's hand and thanked him profusely. When he calmed down, Li Qingshan said, "Then let's begin. How do we start?" Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai looked at each other. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Of course it's to teach me the techniques of the school of novels. You're willing to learn?" Lu Chuanfeng asked in disbelief. Li Qingshan's attitude was quite firm at the beginning. "Not necessarily. I have to understand it first, but I might learn it. I'm not a savior. I can't possibly not understand the school of novels. I'll save the school of novels," Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. His principle was to do it to the end. Lu Chuanfeng's face was full of excitement, but Sun Fubai's heart was filled with worry. Would it be possible to bring this decaying body back to life by injecting fresh and powerful blood into it? Or would it be a waste of this blood? But no matter what, the school of novels, which had stagnated for many years, began to move forward again. "Senior brother, tell me." Sun Fubai cleared his throat and began the lesson. The techniques of the school of novels weren't difficult to cultivate. They didn't even need to cultivate another technique. They only needed to use the Gue water condensation technique as the foundation. They only needed to condense a divine talisman in their body. Divine talismans were a type of spiritual talisman, but they were different from ordinary spiritual talismans. Spiritual talismans were documents of heaven and earth. Cultivators could use them to communicate with heaven and earth, but divine talismans could communicate with another special power. It was the power of faith that came from the hearts of living beings. Cultivators who possessed divine talismans would be able to live in the mortal world. Mortals believed that this was the characteristic of gods. The name of the divine talisman was the Talisman of Great Creation. In the distant past, an ancient cultivator had replicated the twisting form of the underground spirit vein. That was the embryonic form of the Talisman of Great Creation. The first step for a disciple of the school of novels was to condense this divine talisman. This wasn't difficult for Li Qingshan. He estimated that he would be able to do it in 10 days at most. The attribute of the water armor played a crucial role. But this was the simplest step for a disciple of the school of novels. Gathering the power of faith to strengthen this divine talisman was the most difficult step. It wasn't easy to write a novel that could become a legend. But in Li Qingshan's previous life, he had personally seen many people do it. He had personally witnessed the birth of many legendary characters. If the divine talisman of great creation existed in that world, they would definitely appear in this world alive. So what was he going to do now? Find one of the books and copy it? Seeing that Li Qingshan was willing to learn the methods of the school of novels and didn't need to destroy his own novel, Lu Chuanfeng regained his spirit and said proudly, "Although you look down on me, it's really not easy to write a novel. If you write it yourself, you might not even be able to compare to me." Li Qingshan agreed with him. He wasn't the type to sit down and write novels. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't remember so many words in his previous life, even if he could, would he be able to change everything? Those stories that were filled with modern tastes probably wouldn't fit the mindset of the people of this era. In the end, they would only be treated as the dreams of a madman. Even if he could really copy out a legendary novel, how many years would it take for it to accumulate? Even if he succeeded in the end, it would only be his problem. It wouldn't be considered as saving the school of novels. Sun Fubai had also thought of this problem. He sighed with some worry. "This isn't easy," Li Qingshan said confidently. "I think you guys are mistaken about the most important problem." "What?" "Whether it's novels or divine talismans, they're all just opportunities. The most important thing is the medium." "What do you mean by medium?" This new term left Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng rather confused. Li Qingshan explained slightly. "It's the so-called channel of dissemination. Even if you write a beautiful novel, it'll be pointless if no one reads it. Lu Chuanfeng said in disagreement. If you think that's the problem, then you're underestimating us a little too much. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that Sun Fubai had an extremely large business in the mortal world. In the Clear River Prefecture, all of the major bookstores were under his name. All of them were under his name. As long as Lu Chuanfeng wrote them, no matter how unbearable the content was, the Mo family's printing press would be able to print them out in large quantities and place them in bookstores all over the country. Every single copy of the book was cheap and could even be given away for free. It was all useless. Li Qingshan smiled. Is that all? What else? Lu Chuanfeng said. Li Qingshan said, I was born in a small mountain village. There wasn't a single bookstore there, and I haven't seen a single book in over a decade. You can count the number of literate people there with a single hand. So what? Lu Chuanfeng was at a loss. It was very normal for ignorant people from mountain villages to be illiterate. Those people looked down on even the scholars among the mortals, let alone the mighty Qi warriors. However, Sun Fubai seemed to understand something. Li Qingshan added, You mentioned earlier that the officials of the school of Confucianism who watch over a region will condense a divine talisman in their bodies, right? Yeah. The divine talisman is called the Talisman of Great Virtue. It's actually the original talisman of virtue of the school of Taoism. Virtue was an extremely important term to ancient cultivators. The difficulty of cultivation was great, and demons and monsters posed a great threat. It forced them to use all the power they could. The two types of divine talismans used two completely different powers in people's hearts. One was faith and the other was gratitude. After ancient cultivators did good deeds, there would often be commoners willing to erect a longevity tablet and worship their benefactor day and night. Although the talisman of virtue couldn't turn fake into real like the talisman of great creation, it could turn illusion into reality. However, it had the effect of turning misfortune into fortune. In that chaotic era where demons roamed, luck was even more important than power. Cultivators often ran into a dog around a corner. You can tell it's a demon general at a glance. In such a predicament, it didn't matter what kind of genius you were. You could only end up as a snack. What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Did you think a demon commander wouldn't come out for a walk? There were also powerful mutants and terrifying demonic cultivators. The power of an individual was truly too insignificant. Even if one cultivated in seclusion for the rest of their lives, it was inevitable that disaster would come from the heavens just by sitting at home. Thus, learning divination and accumulating merit became essential subjects for cultivators. Being able to predict such a situation, or even having a bit more luck to avoid such a situation, became crucial. However, in this era there was no need to worry about such situations. Although cultivators still fought fiercely against each other, compared to demons, ghosts, mutants and demonic cultivators, they appeared extremely gentle and adorable. Spending effort on accumulating merit became somewhat of a loss. In the Confucian school, only the unworthy disciples would walk the path of an official. This caused many cultivators to sigh at the collapse of morality and the decline of human hearts. Sun Fubai said, Qingshan, what do you mean? Li Qingshan said, What I mean is that you've all been mistaken about your own identities from the very beginning. What novelists pay attention to is not how to make up stories, but to be like the officials of the Confucian school, managing this 3,000 li of land and trying to make as many people as possible the disseminators of stories. You might think that those people are very foolish, but when have we ever needed wise people? Isn't it precisely because a bunch of fools came to believe in that monster that the monster became real? To tell the truth, I don't have any prejudice against the things you've written. I just don't like them, but what I don't like doesn't mean that everyone else doesn't like them. I believe that they don't have that high of a requirement for a story. In fact, compared to the poems and songs written by those great scholars, they'll even prefer the novels you've written. The audience of a scholarly novel will never be able to compare to that of a commoner. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes lit up. If he really reached that step, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the foundation establishment realm. But then he said in distress, But they can't read. Book C Pavilion. He couldn't possibly spend a few years teaching an old farmer how to read, could he? This is just the most long-term plan and strategy. If we can't teach old farmers how to read, why can't we teach children? We don't lack money, so we can set up hundreds or thousands of private schools and teach children to read for free. Sooner or later, they'll become the cornerstone of novelists. Sun Fubai was also stunned by Li Qingshan's plan. This kind of vision had completely exceeded their imagination. Even the Confucian school, which emphasized education without discrimination and blessings, wouldn't think of setting up a private school. It would be best if they didn't know how to read for the rest of their lives and live peacefully as ordinary people. But this plan seemed so reasonable. They had always been thinking about how to write moving novels, but they didn't think about how to cultivate readers, especially from these lowliest and ignorant children of farmers. Perhaps it was because he came from a mountain village that he could think of this. The idea of a private school was simply too good. They could even use novels as initiation reading material. Of course, they couldn't use the kind like Lu Chuanfeng's. So this was the reason why he was determined to have Lu Chuanfeng destroy those books. It was like a beacon of light had been lit up before them, and as they thought about it, the beacon of light became the sun very soon. Li Qingshan gave them time to digest it before continuing. If you look closer, it's not just words that can spread stories. In his era, there were still not a lot of people who were willing to sit down and read, but through various mediums more gods had been created in the past 20 years than in the past 2,000 years. Sun Fubai's train of thought had already been cleared up. You mean, we need storytellers, singers, actors, and everyone who can spread stories for us. Afterwards, we'll unite them and establish an association. We'll call it the Cloud Wisp Association. Li Qingshan extended his right hand and suddenly clenched it before swinging it. We'll have them travel to every corner of the Clear River Prefecture and tell the stories we've written. In this world, these people were truly inferior. They were looked down upon everywhere. Their status was even lower than farmers. Who knew how many worlds separated Qi practitioners from these people? Yet he said he wanted to use their power now. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai had never even considered it before, but after careful consideration, they found it to be very reasonable. Originally, when Li Qingshan said he could save the school of novels, they did not completely believe it. They only wanted to give it a try. But now they all believed it would work. If they continued with Li Qingshan's plan, the school of novels would have a future. Stop writing at your desk. Go out and establish all of this. It might take some time, but as long as we succeed, many people will believe us even if we say the end of the world is coming next year. By then, what kind of power will we be able to use? The power of the end of the world? Li Qingshan smiled. Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng were so excited that they could barely contain themselves. There was only a single thought in their heads. The school of novels could be saved. Uncle Fu, this matter will be very troublesome. You'll need to use the power you have in the mortal world to find as many helpers as you can to complete it bit by bit. Sun Fubai waved his hand with a smile. It's not troublesome at all. At his age, his cultivation had stopped advancing a long time ago. There was not much point in persisting with cultivation anymore. However, if he really could succeed with this, it was not impossible for his cultivation to advance to a whole new level, reaching a realm that he would have never imagined in the past. The power gathered by the divine talismans had always been a power that surpassed the conventions of cultivation. Whether it was for the school of novels or himself, he would definitely do everything he could. The reason for the rise of the school of novels was laid on this night with the bright moon. To be continued. The Book C Pavilion. Chapter 301. In the tea house, an old man wearing an old robe stood in front of a table on a high platform. He was telling the story of Emperor Shangzu defeated the Western barbarians. Although it was an old story that everyone knew about, when it came out of his mouth, the customers in the tea house were mesmerized by it and forgot to eat the fruits on their plates. Sun Shuping was originally a scholar, but like most of his peers, he didn't make a name for himself. As the saying goes, 100 useless scholars are useless. Once there is no hope of becoming an official, those who do well will become an advisor to others. Those who don't do well will open a private school and become a teacher. Of course, there were those who ended up on the streets and became beggars. His life was neither good nor bad. Because of his ability to speak, he became the disciple of an old storyteller and became a storyteller. Because he was literate and well-read, his accomplishments in this field were even higher than his master's. Unknowingly, decades had passed and he could be considered to have made a name for himself. A string of ear-piercing bird cries rang out. Sun Shuping's mouth did not stop moving as he looked over with a frown. He saw a fat man covered in silk, carrying a birdcage as he walked into the courtyard. He casually squeezed his way to the front of the stage and sat down. The bird seemed to be frightened and its calls became even more shrill, causing everyone to glare angrily at it. However, they seemed to be afraid of the fat man's power and dared not say anything. Sun Shuping had no choice but to stop and smiled. "Sir, birds are not allowed in the tea house. May I trouble you to hang it outside?" The fat man rolled his eyes. "Hang it outside? Do you know how much my bird is worth? If I lose it, you'll pay for it. You tell your story and it calls its own. You guys compete and see who is better. Don't worry, I won't give you a single copper coin. I'll give you more than these poor people." Sun Shuping's frown deepened. He slammed the gavel and said, "So what if you foresee the future? Listen to the next chapter." He ended the book with an old saying that would not change for 1,000 years. He flicked his sleeves and left. In the tea house, cheers rang out, not only for the story, but also for the integrity of the storyteller. Many copper coins were thrown onto the stage. His disciple Little Shirtu rushed onto the stage and picked up the coins while bowing to everyone like a little monkey, causing laughter. "Ouch!" Little Shirtu cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Blood flowed down from his forehead and a blood-stained silver horn fell onto the stage. Sun Shuping hurried over to help his disciple up. He pointed at the fatty and said angrily, "You, tell me more. I have plenty of money." The fat man sneered and tossed a piece of silver in his hand. If I support you, you're a character. If I don't support you, you're just a stupid storyteller. You dare to throw a tantrum with me? Do you know who I am? I'll smash you to death with money, you old thing." Wuxia Pavilion Net. A streak of golden light flew down from the upper floor and struck the fat man's head. It bounced off and landed on the stage. It was an ingot of gold. When he looked at the fatty again, he saw that his face was already covered in blood and he had directly fainted. "Mr. Sun, our shopkeeper invites you in." A strong man somehow flashed and appeared in front of Sun Shuping. When Little Shirtu saw the gold, he hurriedly covered his head and picked up the gold. He took a bite and exclaimed in surprise, "Master, it's really gold. It's such a big piece." His head immediately stopped hurting. He had never touched gold in his entire life. A child who grew up in a tile-roofed shop wasn't as precious as gold. Sun Shuping felt a bit sad. Storytelling was a lowly profession and anyone could scold it. He had experienced this many times, but he didn't want this child to suffer for the rest of his life. He decided to change his profession. As his mind ran wild, he followed the man to a private room on the second floor. He lifted the bamboo curtain and saw an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion sitting there. His clothes weren't particularly luxurious, but it was obvious that they were made of the best and most comfortable material. He didn't exude any arrogance, but just sat there quietly, giving off an aura of a crane among a flock of chickens. Based on his many years of experience, he felt that this noble person in front of him didn't seem like someone who would come to this kind of place to listen to storytelling. It was more likely that he was a cultivator, so he didn't dare to slight him. He respectfully bowed and said, "This junior is Sun Shuping. Thank you for your help." Sun Fubai looked up and down at this famous storyteller within a radius of 100 li. He nodded slightly in satisfaction and once again confirmed Li Qingshan's thoughts. If this storyteller spoke, even the most ordinary story would become much more vivid and interesting. "Brother, have you heard of Cloud Wisp Society?" "No." "Now you've heard of it. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Sun Fubai stood up and walked out the door. Little Shirtu was holding his head with one hand and holding the gold in the other as he stuck his head out of the door. "But I only know how to tell stories." Sun Shuping was taken aback. He struggled to imagine why a noble person who could casually toss around gold, a legendary cultivator, would look for a storyteller like him. "Then that's enough." Sun Fubai rubbed Little Shirtu's head. "There's plenty of gold." Little Shirtu immediately felt like his head no longer hurt, and his blood stopped flowing. After Sun Fubai left the 100 schools of thought, He immediately gathered the managers of the major bookstores and made an announcement to the various cities and districts of the Clear River Prefecture, recruiting people. At the same time, he personally visited the most famous storytellers and singers within the Clear River Prefecture. According to Li Qingshan's plan, these people's greatest use was not storytelling and singing, but as mentors who would pass on their experiences and become the core of the Cloud Wisp Society. At the same time, he found an estate in a corner of the prefectural city to serve as the headquarters of the Cloud Wisp Society. Under the impetus of absolute power and wealth, the Cloud Wisp Society that Li Qingshan envisioned was rapidly established. However, he still had no idea when it would be able to unleash its power and how much power it would be able to unleash. As Sun Fubai ran around, Li Qingshan arrived on the Divine Mechanism Island of the School of Moism, preparing to attend his first lesson after coming to the 100 Schools of Thought. Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing waited there under the iconic, huge arched door of Divine Mechanism Island. The island was filled with various strange machines and tall structures. A group of wooden horse puppets galloped past, filled with a strange sense of vitality. They entered a grand building shaped like a conch shell. It looked like shit to Li Qingshan. It also spiraled upwards, stopping at around the second or third floor before entering the room at the center of the spiral. The circular room seemed like a conch shell had been turned upside down. It was shaped like a staircase. Many people were already seated there, waiting, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Apart from the disciples of Moism in their ink-green uniforms, there were also many disciples from other schools in uniforms of other colors and styles. Although Li Qingshan's set of green, bamboo-colored robes was the only one of its kind, it did not stand out among the crowd. However, all Qi practitioners had sharp ears and eyes. Glancing over, the topic of discussion would change silently. Chapter 302. A mocking voice came from the crowd. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked back to see who dared to provoke him. Was it the Taoist disciple of that sloppy old Taoist? Or was it a Buddhist disciple who was dissatisfied with little Anne? All he saw was a young man in white dressed like a Confucian scholar with 2 beautiful girls beside him. A Confucian disciple. Who are you? Tell me your name. Chu Tian snorted. Don't pretend you don't know me. I am Chu Tian. Li Qingshan found him vaguely familiar. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the genius who had the 5 elements constitution during the attribute test? However, they had never interacted with each other before, so no matter how he looked at him, he was completely unaware that he had caused Chu Tian to lose 1,000 spirit stones. Even if he had known, he would have scolded him and said that he deserved it. Seeing that the other party had come with ill intentions, Chu Tian did not bother to be polite and said, I've always been too lazy to remember the names of small fries. Chu Tian's eyes widened in anger. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this since he was young. All right, Li Qingshan. This young master has come to humiliate you a little. If you just accept it obediently, then so be it. Making this young master happy is your blessing. Yet you're still bold enough to jump up and talk back. You have no idea what kind of trouble you've caused. I see that you're a talent. Now, admit your mistake and call me boss and we'll be brothers. Li Qingshan was dumbfounded by what he heard. He never thought there would actually be such a weirdo in the world. Even his anger vanished. He frowned at Chu Tian before turning to Hao Pingyang. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing were also shocked. They did not expect Chu Tian, one of the top 3 geniuses of the entrance exam, to have something wrong with his head. Li Qingshan was the chief disciple of the School of Novels. Although he had attracted a lot of disdain and hostility, those who came here were all new disciples. Who would make enemies just for a moment of fun? That would be stupid. But this genius Chu Tian did not have such considerations. He said something that shocked even the onlookers. The young girl beside Chu Tian pouted coquettishly. How dare you say that about our big brother Tian? Do you know that our big brother Tian is? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qingshan had already pulled Hao Pingyang away like he was hiding from a madman, which immediately made her face bright red. Chu Tian angrily said, Li Qingshan, stop right there. Are you afraid of this young master? If you're scared, then call me boss. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Li Qingshan said, there is only one person in my life who deserves me to call him Lauda. It looked like shit. Stay away from me. Don't think that I won't dare to step on you just because you're shit. The quarrel between the two had already attracted many onlookers. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd roared with laughter. Hao Pingyang laughed. What a wonderful metaphor. Hua Qinglu and Yu Zijian stood to one side as well. They had received guidance from a senior as well. Out of the various introductory courses for forging artifacts, this professor from the School of Moism taught them the best. Hua Qinglu smiled. Li Qingshan was still the same as when she first met him. He was extremely arrogant. Chu Tian never thought he would become a laughingstock instead. He was utterly furious. Just when he was about to lose his temper, someone called out, "The professor is here." The disciples all returned to their seats. Although Chu Tian was filled with hatred, he was not bold enough to start a fight in front of the professor. The 100 schools of thought seemed open and free, but they were not without rules. As for those rules, they were upheld by the school of legalism, known for their strict laws. Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing used this opportunity to bid farewell. They could be regarded as senior disciples of the school of Moism, so they obviously could not waste their time. Then, he came to listen to these basic lessons, saying that he would pick him up after class and bring him around the Divine Machine Island. Li Qingshan did not even glance at Chu Tian again. He found a seat towards the back and sat down. The entire lecture hall was shaped like a huge whirlpool. He sat at the edge of the whirlpool. This habit came from his distant past life, which made him sigh slightly. However, as soon as he sat down, an empty space immediately appeared beside him. In particular, a female disciple of the school of Confucianism was filled with disgust. She hid 7 or 8 steps away. Li Qingshan smiled and did not mind at all. Suddenly he heard Chu Tian's voice. "Now you know who's the shit." Li Qingshan frowned. There was a gust of fragrance beside him, and Qian Rongji sat down beside him. She smiled. "Nice clothes." Chu Tian was surprised. Qian Rongji was the woman he had taken a fancy to. He immediately felt like he had been betrayed, so he turned his head away furiously. "What is it?" Li Qingshan did not look away. A skinny gray-haired old man walked in with a few boxes in his arms. He stood at the center of the whirlpool on the circular lectern. Afterwards, he began to drink tea by himself. Everyone was surprised, but none of them dared to whisper to one another. They conversed with their true chi. Qian Rongji asked, "Where's little Anne? Why isn't she with you?" "We don't seem to be on good terms yet. We can talk about her." Qian Rongji revealed a sorrowful expression. Li Qingshan could not tell if it was real or fake. "She's learning the cloud bookcase 7 lots from Ma Bai in the school of Yinyang. If you have something to say it quickly." Li Qingshan could disdain Chu Tian's so-called genius provocation and immediately scold him back. However, when he spoke to her, he had to raise his guard. He did not want to become enemies with her over such a small matter. Moreover, he felt that her concern for little Anne was not fake. Even if Chu Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred, he did not care. However, if there came a day when he felt her hostility, then he could only kill her. "Thank you. Wei Zhongen, do you have time?" "So urgent." Qian Rongji supported her cheek with one hand. "Revenge should be taken early. I'm not asking you to kill him right now. I still need to plan." "Revenge? Yours or mine?" "Of course it's mine." Qian Rongji touched her smooth cheek. That slap, she wanted to return it 10 times, 100 times over. She said leisurely, "I can't wait to tell Vice Sect Leader Wei in detail how I tortured Wei Yingjie to death bit by bit. Then I used the same method on him again. There is nothing more fun in life than this." Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to curse. What a motherfucking pervert. Qian Rongji seemed to be enjoying Li Qingshan's expression very happily. It was as if the voice in her heart had finally found someone to listen to, and that person had no choice but to listen. "In return, I can help you investigate that Chu Tian's background. He won't let this matter rest. There's also that female instructor who intends to harm little Anne. We'll talk about it when the time comes." That old man is starting to speak. Li Qingshan said casually. He didn't agree nor reject. In any case, Wei Zhongyuan had to die. As for that female instructor, he would just kill her if he met her. It would also be a little fun for him. However, he didn't know that this kind of thinking was no different from a pervert in the eyes of ordinary people. On the podium, the professor finally stopped drinking his tea. He revealed a satisfied expression and coughed twice. Fellow Taoists, this old man is Meng Shiqi. The two of them stopped talking and focused on the lecture. That professor named Meng Shiqi didn't say anything, but once he did, it was like a river bursting its banks. From the origin of refining to the development of refining, his voice reverberated in this whirlpool-like lecture hall, clearly entering everyone's ears. Some people say that refining and alchemy are all external paths. That's true, but it's precisely these external paths that allow you all to sit here in peace and not worry about the invasion of fiendish demons. As for those fiendish demons that only cultivate internal paths, they can only retreat and hide in the depths of the mountains. This was Li Qingshan's first time coming into contact with the Tao of refining, so he listened especially attentively. This Meng Shiqi was indeed as Zhang Lanqing said. His lecture was excellent, full of wit and captivating. Although his cultivation was only at Qi refinement level 8, he could be considered an expert in the field of refining. After roughly explaining the history and meaning of refining, Meng Shiqi began to teach the true Tao of refining. Li Qingshan was fascinated by the lecture. Only then did he realize that the Tao of refining was actually so profound. From the initial modification and fusion of materials to the insertion of spirit talismans and the inscription of spirit formations, every step was extremely difficult. What's more, he didn't expect these external paths to be so closely related. The spirit talismans of refining and the talismans of the Tao of talismans were not the same, but they were essentially the same. Talismans were a type of text that was used to communicate with heaven and earth. There were close to 1,000 common talismans and the effects they could produce were countless. In the process of refining weapons, the insertion of spirit talismans was an indispensable step. Therefore, it was necessary to have some understanding of the Tao of talismans. Above spirit weapons were dharmic weapons. Spirit formations had to be inscribed in order to produce more powerful and complicated effects. Qi practitioners naturally didn't have that ability. However, if one wanted to become a true master of refining weapons, it was necessary to have some basic understanding of spirit formations. Li Qingshan knew that he had to revise his lecture. However, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart, as though he had found a direction in the darkness. After lecturing for 2 hours, Meng Shiqi returned to the most basic of refining weapons, changing the state of materials. A good blacksmith has to go through many steps to refine a sword. The basics are forging, hammering and quenching. They require a furnace, a huge hammer, a small hammer, a bellows, a water tank, a grindstone and many other tools. However, for us a weapon tripod is enough. In fact, we don't even need a tripod. After the lecture, he picked up the wooden box that he had brought. There were many small square wooden blocks placed neatly in it. He let the disciples in the front row pass them to the back. Meng Shiqi asked them to turn it into a ball without destroying the wood grain as much as possible. The material of the wooden block was pine wood. It was relatively soft and easy to change its shape. If one wanted to learn refining weapons, he had to be able to use his own strength to change the shape of the material. Li Qingshan also got a pine wood block and immediately began to practice. He slowly injected his true qi into it, and followed the method that Meng Shiqi taught him to let his true qi gradually fuse with the wooden block. With the extremely pure true qi and the gentle and easy to manipulate nature of the Gui water true qi, he succeeded in this step on the first time. When he began to change his true qi, the shape of the wooden block also twisted and changed a little. It was as though it was no longer wood. It also became water with the Gui water true qi. Chapter 303. Li Qingshan's confidence was boosted. After trying for a long time, he finally removed the 8 sharp corners of the pine wood block, but the wood grain was broken inch by inch. It was a complete mess. In a moment of panic, he couldn't help but inject more true qi into it, and the wood block immediately shattered with a bang. He then looked at Qian Rongji, who was beside him. She wasn't any better than him. Qian Rongji casually crushed the pine wood block and smiled. Looks like none of us are geniuses, but it wasn't too bad. Li Qingshan believed that as long as he was a little more stable, the entire ball wouldn't be a problem. However, He still had to carefully experience how to maintain the pine wood grain. There were also many qi practitioners who tried for a long time, but couldn't even achieve the first step of merging qi and objects. Naturally, they couldn't change the shape of the pine wood in the slightest. If they were too anxious, they would inevitably break the wood block. Meng Shiqi mocked, "If you can't even do this, it proves that you don't have talent in smithing. You don't have to listen anymore. Save yourself some time." Some qi practitioners were proud and arrogant. Moreover, this Professor Meng was only in the qi refinement realm. Some of them stood up and walked out. Then, Meng Shiqi smiled and said, "Actually, I also failed in my first smithing." Everyone was stunned. Meng Shiqi said, "Arrogance is the biggest obstacle to learning. If you don't even have this bit of patience, you really don't need to learn smithing. Don't forget, hard work makes up for your shortcomings. Alright, raise your results for me to see." Many pine wood balls were raised. Of course, if they were too inferior, they would be too embarrassed to take them out. Meng Shiqi's gaze fell on Chu Tian's hand. The wood ball in his hand was perfectly round with clear grain. There was no break at all, as if it was carved from the wood block. "Fellow Taoist, please stand up. What's your name?" "Chu Tian." "Well done." Chu Tian proudly enjoyed everyone's admiring gazes. He thought, "Of course I'm a genius. Hard work makes up for my shortcomings." He didn't forget to look at Li Qingshan. Qian Rongji transmitted her voice, "I'll say it. Nowadays it's rare to see such an innocent and cute enemy." Li Qingshan smiled, but he didn't know if she understood. There was no break in between. Meng Shiqi only stopped speaking when the 4-hour lecture ended. He rubbed the back of his neck and stretched. He said, "We're already here today. I'm getting old. I feel tired after standing for a while." He twisted his neck and with a sudden crack, his head fell off his shoulder and rolled off the podium. Scarlet blood gushed out like a small fountain. This warm classroom suddenly turned into a terrifying murder scene. The lecture hall was filled with cries of surprise. The female Confucian disciple who had a look of disgust on her face towards Li Qingshan shrieked. Chu Tian's expression changed. He didn't expect to witness a murder on his first day at the 100 Schools of Thought. Furthermore, with his cultivation, no one saw who did it. How did he do it? He instinctively released his protective Jinqi. In the lecture hall, everyone was in danger. Meng Shiqi's body was still standing straight. The head on the ground said, "Aya, I used too much strength." The headless body walked down from the podium. The headless body walked off the podium, picked up the head, and put it back on his shoulder. The lecture hall was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan sniggered. He never thought this professor from the school of Moism would have such a twisted sense of humor. If he used a puppet to teach, then so be it. Not only did he use a puppet to teach, he even used this trick in the end. He had long since noticed that the person teaching on the podium was not a living person at all. It was not a living person at all, but a puppet. Although it looked exactly like a human and gave off the aura of a qi practitioner, the smell it gave off was extremely strange. Drinking tea and coughing were all to create a false impression. It could fool most people, but it couldn't fool his 6 senses. The blood it spat out in the end was not human blood at all. However, it was really amazing that the school of Mo's puppet skills were so exquisite. This lesson must have left a deep impression on the new disciples of the school of Mo. Looking at Qian Rongji again, she looked normal. Although she didn't have 6 senses as sharp as his, he would be surprised if she couldn't see through it. For Chu Tian to be praised like this by a puppet, it was really hard for people to look up to him. Puppet Meng Shiqi said, "Sharp and meticulous observation and calm and rational thinking are more important to the path of forging than turning a wooden block into a round one. The latter can be achieved by anyone with more practice. However, if one lacks the former, it will be hard for him to become a forging master." The atmosphere in the lecture hall relaxed, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Although they knew they were fooled, Meng Shiqi, who was hiding somewhere, had won everyone's admiration. However, many female cultivators' faces were still pale. Chu Tian retracted his protective Jinqi. His face was red. He felt that Meng Shiqi's words were pointing at him on purpose. Puppet Meng Shiqi used his hand to point out the disciples who had not shown any surprise just now. He asked them how they could tell he was a puppet. Li Qingshan did not believe the puppet possessed the ability to think, but it did possess the ability to judge, such as which ball was rounder and which people's expressions changed less. All of this should have followed some sort of procedure. Compared to battle, this was nothing difficult. The pair of eyes that were no different from a real person should have been the key. When it was Li Qingshan's turn, Li Qingshan stood up. His mouth moved a few times, but he did not produce any sound. Afterwards he sat down. The puppet professor said extremely sincerely, "Thank you." Li Qingshan smiled. As it seemed he was right. There was a roar of laughter. Hua Qinglu cheered inside. Just now she had finally gotten her revenge for being fooled. Apart from being bold, this guy really was smart. She could not help but think of that rainy night in Lakeside City, Grandma Shimon's roar, and how he clasped his hands in an extremely graceful manner in a dark alley in his straw cape. This blurry memory suddenly became clear. Even if a man like him had a bad luck in life and accidentally joined the school of novels, he would still be able to achieve something. After asking everyone, Puppet Meng Shichi bowed deeply. "Thank you for your suggestions." He pointed at his head. "I've already stored it here. I'll continue improving it when I get back. Just now, I'll give each disciple a box of pine wood as a reward." The disciples who saw through the puppet walked up to the platform one by one and received their boxes. "Practice more." Puppet Meng Shichi repeated this sentence. When it was Li Qingshan's turn, he wanted to accept the box, but the puppet professor grabbed it firmly. "I might be a puppet, but you can't fool me." Li Qingshan knew that the person talking to him was no longer the puppet before him. He smiled. "Yes, Professor." Puppet Meng Shichi released his hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I've heard about you from Pingyang. Come often in the future." Li Qingshan put away his notebook and walked out of the tall conch-like building. It was already dusk. Before he knew it, an afternoon had passed. Holding the small wooden box, he felt extremely fulfilled. This was his first lesson, and he had finally taken another step forward. How Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing were waiting under a street lamp on the opposite side of the road. Yes, it was a street lamp. The long pole lit up a dim yellow light that illuminated a large part of the road. There were already small insects lingering under the light. "Li Qingshan, stop right there." Li Qingshan was about to walk over when a shout came from behind him, attracting many people's attention. "I almost forgot about this person." Li Qingshan turned around and said to Chu Tian, "Boy, what do you want?" The Academy of the 100 Schools strictly forbade personal fights. The person who struck first would be punished even more severely, and it would not be enough if they just suffered some physical pain. They would still be able to play the hero in front of others. The punishment was actual spiritual stones. Li Qingshan had originally hoped for a stable environment like this, but now he was a bit unhappy. If they were in the wilderness, he would go up and pinch this boy to death. He wanted to see what other trump cards he had other than the 5 elements body and whether they were stronger than him. Chu Tian said, "I want to challenge you to a bet. Do you dare to accept?" Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. "There's such a good thing?" Chu Tian was startled by Li Qingshan's expression. His heart was beating like a drum, but he quickly calmed down. Li Qingshan was only in the 6th layer of qi training. Even if he knew the body refining technique, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Do you accept or not?" "Okay, what do you want to bet? Tell me." "Martial arts, of course. Or do you want to see who's more of a good-for-nothing?" "In that case, I can't compare to you, haha." Chu Tian laughed a few times, but when he realized that no one responded, he stopped. Li Qingshan said, "Okay, no problem. Time, place, and wager." Chu Tian said, "The place will naturally be the School of Military's Great War Island's Great Martial Arts Field. The wager will be 1,000 spiritual stones, no 2,000 spiritual stones. The time will be 3 months from now." He wanted nothing more than to teach Li Qingshan a lesson right now, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. That was why he pushed it to 3 months from now. After he came to the Confucian school, he received the 5 elements palm personally taught by Lu Chongqing, which allowed him to cultivate 5 kinds of true qi at the same time. 3 months was enough for him to achieve small success. At that time, not to mention the 6th layer of qi training, even the 9th or 10th layer would be no problem. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's progress in the School of Novels would definitely be slow. With this, there was no need for him to use something like that to have an absolute chance of victory. He could not help but feel slightly complacent over his intelligence, But he was also worried that Li Qingshan would not accept it. All right, then 3 months from now. Li Qingshan agreed immediately. What he lacked the most right now was time. In 3 months, he would basically be able to digest all the pills he had accumulated in his 100 treasures pouch. It would be enough for him to increase his strength as a demon and a human cultivator. Chu Tian's words were exactly what he wanted. With just a few words they agreed on the wager. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Hey Li Qingshan. Hua Qinglu rushed over and grumbled, "Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? So much for going through thick and thin together back then." Yu Zijian said, "Big brother Li." Chu Tian saw 2 more beautiful women approach Li Qingshan, and his jealousy burned even brighter. Hua Qinglu said secretly, "You can't fight him. You definitely won't be able to win." Why? Chapter 304. This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of this term. He spread his hands and said, "Since I've already agreed, who cares what it is? Sure, it's not that easy to fight in the 100 schools of thought." Hua Qinglu raised her index finger to her lips. Seeing that many people were paying attention to them, Li Qingshan whispered, "It's not a good place to talk. My friend asked me to go to the Baiwei building. I'd better go. I heard it from my brother. The legalists have a gathering tonight, so I won't be going. Anyway, be careful." Hao Pingyang said, "Is that Commander Hua's sister? I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the Hua family." "They're all good people." Zhang Lanqing worriedly said, "Do you really want to fight Chu Tian? Haha, that kid is courting death." Hao Pingyang was full of confidence in Li Qingshan. Back then, when he was only in the 2nd layer of Qi training, he was already very powerful. Now that he was in the 6th layer of Qi training, why would he be afraid of a kid at the same level as him? Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Come on, let's go eat." Although the words reincarnation of a celestial being made him somewhat concerned. In the 100 Flavors Tower, Xiao Chan gazed at the dragon snake lake under the setting sun. He drank until he was tipsy. The sky had already darkened, and he returned to Cloud Wisp Island. While Lu Chuanfeng was biting his pen, deep in thought, a lone lamp on the table shone brightly, illuminating the entire room. "You want to duel with someone?" Li Qingshan took off his shoes in the corridor and sat down on the table. "Yes, let me see. How is it going?" Lu Chuanfeng was preparing for his new novel. Of course, there wouldn't be any erotic parts, so it could be spread through various channels. "It's just the beginning." "Sai, what's so good about a duel? It's better to stay at home and write novels." Lu Chuanfeng quickly took back the manuscript. "If I win, I'll get 2,000 spirit stones." "Kill him. By the way, do you know what the reincarnation of a deva is?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "Why do you ask?" "That Chu Tian seems to be the reincarnation of a celestial being." Li Qingshan took out a piece of pine wood, injected it with true qi, and continued his refining. "What? Don't agree." "Reason. You know that there's always a sky beyond the sky, right? The so-called celestial beings are those who are beyond the heavens. Because of various reasons they meet their end, but their spirits do not vanish, and they reincarnate into this world. They are born with a strange appearance, and their bones are clear, and their fate is deep. Moreover, once they are enlightened, they become even more powerful." The reincarnation of a deva. No wonder. Li Qingshan pondered. He had seen his fair share of Qi practitioners, be they friends or foes, but this was the first time he had met someone like Chu Tian. With Chu Tian's temperament and intelligence, it was truly inconceivable that he could reach the 6th layer of Qi training at such a young age. It turned out that he was a transmigrator just like him. The world was so vast, and there were countless people who had fortuitous encounters and opportunities. He wasn't the only one, and the world beyond the heavens didn't belong to him alone. Lu Chuanfeng said, "You don't have to be afraid of losing face. A duel between the disciples of 2 families requires the consent of the heads of both families. It's fine as long as I insist on not agreeing." "No, you have to agree." Li Qingshan crushed the pine wood in his hand. "You don't worry, I'll win." Li Qingshan took out another pine wood. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a stupid bird, no matter who he was reincarnated from. However, he wouldn't be careless. Raising his Qi training level was naturally the most important thing, and he still had a trump card. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't dissuade him, so he could only agree. After a few more words, Li Qingshan borrowed Lu Chuanfeng's waist tablet and went to the cultivation formation. A faint spiritual light illuminated his entire body. He took out the supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, from his 100 treasures pouch. This was the strongest trump card he could use in his human form. Even before he had formed his Sea of Qi, the power of this supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy was already terrifying. It was enough to threaten 9th-layer Qi practitioners. Now that he had condensed his Sea of Qi, it was an extremely crucial qualitative change for Qi practitioners. The true Qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. If he could truly refine it, he believed that no Qi practitioner would be able to withstand a light strike from him. At that time, no matter what trump card Chu Tian had, he only needed to use the cursive sword calligraphy to teach him a lesson. Originally, the supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy definitely couldn't be shown to others. It was like a child holding gold and walking through a busy market. But now, as his strength increased and the environment of the 100 schools of thought became more stable, the various family heads wouldn't likely come to snatch it from him. Even if they had such thoughts, they had to consider the consequences. After all, he was now the head disciple, and Little N was a peerless genius recognized by the various family heads and the head disciple of the school of Buddhism. It was like a child had finally grown into a teenager, walking from a busy market to a school. His safety had greatly increased, and he had some confidence to show off to others. Li Qingshan unfurled the cursive sword calligraphy and gazed at the crisscrossing sword slashes. He brought the fingers of his right hand together like a sword and subconsciously followed the movements of the sword, dancing around a few times. Although he could not comprehend the sword intent within immediately like Shaoan, he gradually felt like he had gained something. Compared to when he had first obtained the cursive sword calligraphy in the mountain bandit's lair, his insight and experience had increased more than tenfold. He could gradually understand many things that he couldn't understand. Li Qingshan gestured for a while and decided to get down to business first. He held the two sides of the scroll with both hands, and the Gue water true Qi in his Sea of Qi immediately surged, rushing toward his two arms and pouring into the cursive sword calligraphy. The strokes of the cursive sword calligraphy lit up one by one. They were more numerous and brighter than they had ever been in the past. Refining a spirit artifact was a privilege that only Qi practitioners who had condensed a Sea of Qi could have. They had to use their own true Qi to leave their own imprint on the spirit artifact, causing the Sea of Qi in their dantian to resonate with the spirit artifact itself. If it was a flying sword or a flying knife, they could control it. However, refining a supreme-grade spirit artifact seemed a bit difficult for Li Qingshan, who was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After more than half of the strokes on the cursive sword calligraphy lit up, they stopped, their true Qi running out. A blue light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He had naturally chosen to refine the spirit artifact in this formation because he had a plan in mind. Specks of light that could be seen with the naked eye flashed in the formation and merged into his body. His nearly depleted Dantian Sea of Qi was once again filled up and rushed into the cursive sword calligraphy. The brilliance dyed the strokes, illuminating the joy on Li Qingshan's face. Just as he was about to succeed, the smile on Li Qingshan's face froze. The process of refining the spirit artifact stopped once again, but it wasn't because he didn't have enough true Qi. Every stroke of the cursive sword calligraphy was twisting and trembling, its brilliance flickering. Li Qingshan thought, oh no. With a flip of his hands, he directed the cursive sword calligraphy outwards. At the same time, the cursive sword calligraphy shone with dazzling light. Sharp, terrifying sword Qi surged out. The sword Qi was disorderly and the sword intent was aimless. However, Li Qingshan felt a bone-chilling coldness as he held the cursive sword calligraphy. The power that a supreme-grade spirit artifact had erupted with was far too terrifying. If it had been directed at him, even heavy injuries would be considered light unless he transformed beforehand and unleashed the spirit turtle's profound shell. There was a flash of light, and the sword Qi and sword intent seemed to have never existed in the first place. Time seemed to stop for a moment. With a crack, the pillars of the bamboo building suddenly split apart. Afterwards, as if some sort of mechanism had been triggered, the exquisite lofty bamboo building shattered into thousands of pieces. It did not collapse but scattered. Li Qingshan felt his field of vision widen. A fan-shaped empty space appeared before him. The formation was originally located in the very center of the courtyard. Now he could see the bamboo forest outside the courtyard. Heavens, what are you doing? Lu Chuanfeng heard the disturbance and rushed over. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. I'm refining a spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan answered honestly. He even showed the cursive sword calligraphy in his hand. He had already made up his mind. If he needed to, he would show the cursive sword calligraphy to others, so there was no need for him to hide it from Lu Chuanfeng. The two of them were in the same boat anyway. That's a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. You're actually refining a supreme-grade spiritual artifact? Lu Chuanfeng had already known that this primary disciple of his was not as poor as regular qi practitioners. However, he was still greatly surprised when he took out a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan said, "What, can't I? My true qi is very pure." Lu Chuanfeng said, "Do you have any common sense? Forget the 6th layer, even if you were at the 10th layer, you still wouldn't be able to refine a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. It's not a matter of whether your true qi is pure or not. It's something that surpasses the abilities of qi practitioners. It's something that only foundation establishment cultivators can do." Li Qingshan was surprised. "But little and can use the Vajra pearl once he obtains it," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Using it is one thing, refining it is another. Do you know what the 100 schools of thought say about little Anne?" "What do they say?" "Evildoer, monster. Mediocre opinion," Li Qingshan said disdainfully. However, he also understood that, as someone who cultivated the Gui water condensation method, he could temporarily forget about breaking through this norm of cultivation. "No wonder you dared to duel with Chu Tian." Lu Chuanfeng glanced at the nearly half-destroyed bamboo tower again with lingering fear. Although he was in the 10th layer, if he fought, the one who would die would definitely not be Li Qingshan. Even if he couldn't refine it, as long as he could use it, how many qi practitioners could resist? Li Qingshan said, "Of course I wouldn't fight a battle unprepared. He has a trump card, but it's not like I don't have one either. Sai, I have to issue another mission for Maha's disciples to repair it. The spirit stones allocated by the higher-ups aren't even enough for me to go to the tower for some sightseeing." Lu Chuanfeng sighed, then winked at Li Qingshan. "Hey, beloved disciple, when you win 2,000 spirit stones, do you want to invite me to have some fun?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. "Who's your beloved disciple? Let me tell you, don't go to that kind of place in the future. I don't get along with the sect. Who knows when they'll kidnap you to deal with me? When that time comes, I'll tell them to kill you." Chapter 305. Chapter 41, Refining Cursive Sword Writing, Part 2. Li Qingshan said, "Can you block Begonia's charm technique?" "Then, of course I can't." "Alright, I'll listen to you. You're the boss, okay? Then we'll be brothers from now on." As Li Qingshan spoke, he recalled what Chu Tian had said to him. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, and the slight gloominess from failing to refine the cursive sword calligraphy was swept away. "Impudent." Lu Chuanfeng blew his beard and glared at him. He also laughed. In Li Qingshan's eyes, although Lu Chuanfeng was full of flaws, there was one good thing about him, and that was that he did not put on airs. Perhaps it was because he was used to being beaten up by others that he did not have the arrogant and domineering attitude of ordinary qi practitioners. Li Qingshan asked, "How many spirit stones does the School of Novels get every month?" Lu Chuanfeng squatted down outside the array and said, "Now I get more than 20 pills every month." "Oh right, you're the first disciple, so you can also get 10 pills every month from now on. Together with the disciples you manage, you can get about 40 pills every month." How pitiful. Li Qingshan shook his head. However, when he thought about it, he could earn more than 20 spirit stones by doing nothing all day and occupy such a precious place for cultivation. It was no wonder that the 100 schools of thought wanted to kick him out. Lu Chuanfeng retorted, "Qi refining realm patriarchs all earn this much. The main reason is that they have too few disciples." Li Qingshan said, "Then how do we calculate it specifically?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "That's complicated. It's mainly dependent on the number of disciples and their cultivation, which is converted into a numerical value. Also, doing more missions and winning in various competitions can also increase the numerical value. On the other hand, if a disciple violates the rules and makes mistakes, the numerical value will be reduced. In short, the better a family develops, the higher the income of the family head, and the more resources he can allocate. So, if you can reach the level of Buddhism and Taoism, I will also give you a top-grade spiritual weapon. I remember these words. Let's do our best. Li Qingshan had a new understanding of the School of Novels situation. Although it was very low, it also meant that they had a bright future ahead of them. Most importantly, although this piece of cake was small, they did not need to share it with so many fellow students. The number of people who could have a bite might not be any less than the disciples of those great clans. However, the premise of all this was to make this cake bigger. Li Qingshan was full of confidence in this. Lu Chuanfeng said excitedly, "Don't worry, I'll break through to the foundation establishment realm very soon. At that time, just the salary of the clan head alone will increase tenfold. Furthermore, the true strength of the School of Novels can only be displayed after reaching the foundation establishment realm." Although the School of Novels could turn illusions into reality, they were restricted by two factors. One was the power of faith and the other was the cultivator themselves. The former was like electricity while the latter was like a transformer. No matter how strong the electricity was, if the transformer was not powerful enough, it would not be able to convert it into usable electricity. Go write your novel. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. Since he was already a disciple of the School of Novels, it was only right for him to do his part for the school as long as it did not affect his cultivation. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Li Qingshan put away the cursive sword calligraphy with slight regret. Then, he took out another scroll of the cursive sword calligraphy. There were 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy in his hands. One was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, one was a high-grade spiritual artifact, and one was a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Right now, he was holding the high-grade spiritual artifact, the cursive sword calligraphy, which he had obtained from the black-clothed man. He had already refined a high-grade spiritual artifact, the clear stream sword, and was very confident about this. 15 minutes later, several dozen strands of sword qi shot into the night sky. Li Qingshan had failed once again. He began to find it rather difficult to accept, as he had clearly succeeded once already. However, he understood the reason behind it after some thought. Although he had refined the high-grade spiritual artifact, the clear stream sword, that was because the clear stream sword was of the water element, while he cultivated Gui water true qi. The spirit turtle's method of sea suppression had granted him extraordinary senses for the water element, which was why he could refine it so easily. Even after these various advantages were taken into account, refining a high-grade spiritual artifact would not actually be that easy for a 6th-layer qi practitioner. He would usually use a middle-grade spiritual artifact as well. However, Li Qingshan did not become dejected. In the next moment, he took out the weakest cursive sword calligraphy. Its original name was the sword qi calligraphy, and it had come from the auction of the School of Miscellany. It was only a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps he should have started with the weakest cursive sword calligraphy right from the beginning. He had been a little too eager for success. As he channeled his true qi into it, the cursive sword calligraphy glowed. Before he could even celebrate, the light suddenly began to tremble, on the verge of collapse again. Although it was only a medium-grade spirit artifact, its explosiveness was far beyond that of an ordinary medium-grade spirit artifact. However, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. He stared straight at the cursive sword calligraphy, and the light stabilized once again. Not only did it stop radiating outwards, but it even retracted bit by bit. Suddenly, Li Qingshan saw the twisted strokes suddenly move. No, it was not the strokes that moved, but countless swords swinging about. The strokes were the trajectories they left behind, like the footprints left behind by a traveler in the desert. However, compared to the traveler, the deep footprints were so brief and insignificant. Li Qingshan did not know who he was, but he felt a sense of admiration from the bottom of his heart. When Oxen praised the author of the cursive sword calligraphy, he still did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. Just how capable was this person to gain Brother Ox's recognition? Now, however, he began to understand a little. Perhaps this sword style should not have appeared in this world. As he sighed, Li Qingshan finally finished refining the cursive sword calligraphy. However, before he could even let out a sigh of relief, something happened. Several dozen strands of sword qi suddenly swept back, flowing through his meridians and rushing into his sea of qi. As soon as the sword qi entered, his sea of qi immediately began to churn. He felt waves of piercing pain. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out. The spirit turtle's demon core appeared, and the several dozen strands of sword qi were firmly suppressed, immobilized. However, they refused to shatter under such pressure. They condensed into something tangible, swimming about in his sea of qi. Li Qingshan was still shaken. He felt a layer of cold sweat appear on his back. If his original body were not a great demon with a tough body, his tendons and vessels would have been severed already. If he did not know the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he would not have been able to avoid the fate of his core being destroyed either. He hadn't expected the cursive sword calligraphy to have such a vicious trap. Right now, he was incomparably glad that he hadn't refined the supreme-grade cursive sword calligraphy. He didn't even want to think about what would have happened if the violent sword qi that had destroyed more than 10 bamboo buildings had erupted in his body. He had basically witnessed the dangers of the cultivation community once again. He could imagine how the people who had obtained the cursive sword calligraphy before him would refine it happily, only to be killed the next moment. Suddenly, he felt like something had appeared in his head. Chapter 306. There was an additional sword. The countless swords that had danced in his eyes had now merged into one in his heart. It was as black as ink, and he swung it to his heart's content. Li Qingshan seemed to sense something and left the formation. He came to the bamboo forest and took out a sword from his 100 treasures pouch. His arm hung down naturally, and the tip of the sword pointed towards the ground. Suddenly, like a willow in the wind, it rose high and pointed towards the sky. Not far away, an old bamboo was cut open from bottom to top. Li Qingshan did not have the time to be shocked. In his mind, the black sword suddenly fell down. Li Qingshan moved with the sword, turning around and slashing horizontally. The sword qi was like an illusion, and a patch of bamboo fell with a crash. At this moment, it was not the person controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the person. Li Qingshan followed the sword move in his mind and jumped around like a spirit ape. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and only the sword light around him flickered. Wherever it went, it destroyed everything. The sword move and sword intent were extremely sharp. All the sword lights suddenly retracted. Li Qingshan held the sword in front of him with one hand and stroked the spine of the sword with the other. The cold blue light shone on his determined face. So that was how it was. The greatest use of the cursive sword calligraphy was not to defeat the enemy, but to record and pass down the path of the sword of that cultivator. As for the sword qi that went against the flow, it was not a sinister trap, but a way for future generations to experience the sword intent within. Could also be considered a kind of test. If one had talent like Little and could comprehend the sword intent to such a degree just by looking at it, they would be able to control it even if the sword qi went against the flow. But if it was a mediocre person, they would not be qualified to receive this kind of inheritance. But Li Qingshan could not help but think that that cultivator would not have guessed that his cursive sword calligraphy would be split into so many pieces. But if it was the complete cursive sword calligraphy, then just how terrifying would this test be? The black sword in his mind would not be as simple as dancing around a few times. Just the terrifying sword intent it gave off would be enough to instantly destroy the mind of a normal cultivator. He had really obtained something incredible. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled and threw the sword away, stabbing it into a rock. He leapt up and used a few soft bamboo branches as leverage. In a few steps, he arrived at the eastern side of the island, where there was a small hill covered with jagged rocks. He leaped out of the bamboo forest. While he was in midair, he gathered his qi in his dantian and spread his arms wide. The dozens of crisscrossing sword qi suppressed in his dantian shot out and silently sank into the mountain. Only some of the mountain rocks could not withstand the gravity and cracked. Apart from that, there was not much sound. A cricket was originally fluttering its wings on a mountain rock, chirping loudly. At this moment it had completely stopped and fell from the rock. There was not a trace of injury on its body. Originally, the entire slope was filled with the cries of insects, but now it had all returned to silence, killed by the scattered sword intent. So this was the correct way to use the cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan understood. He poured his true qi into the cursive sword calligraphy, causing it to flow back and hide in his dantian. Just how shocking would its power be when it suddenly exploded in battle? Of course, since he could comprehend the path of the sword within the cursive sword calligraphy, he obviously would not be harmed by the cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan instead used a brutal method to forcefully suppress the sword qi. But he believed that while he was not a genius, he was not an idiot either. He had already refined it. As long as he spent some time, he would naturally be able to comprehend the sword Tao of the cursive sword calligraphy. Of course, he would only be able to comprehend the sword Tao of the cursive sword calligraphy. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the cursive sword calligraphy had been split into so many parts. He also understood how to fuse them together. It was precisely because he could not pass the test of the complete cursive sword calligraphy that he had split it up. He did not need to be proficient in the art of refining tools. As long as he refined the cursive sword calligraphy and fused the sword qi in his dantian, he would be able to achieve the effect of fusing them. Li Qingshan took out the high-grade cursive sword calligraphy. As long as he could refine these two cursive sword calligraphy, he would be confident of winning against any qi practitioner, let alone Chu Tian. But first, he had to completely comprehend the sword Tao of the cursive sword calligraphy. It was a pity that Little N was not here, or she would definitely be able to help him. Perhaps she had sensed his call, but when Li Qingshan looked back, Shaoan arrived on the ripples, arriving before him with a smile. In the school of Yin Yang, Ma Bai placed his tall hat to the side, a slightly dazed expression on his face. Based on the complexity of the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, he was already prepared to spend several months teaching her. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was divided into 7 main parts. The profoundness and complexity of each part was several times greater than the Gue water condensing qi method, a 5-elemental formula. The difficulty of completely mastering the 7 parts would increase exponentially. Ma Bai explained the first part in great detail, and was about to explain its wonders in detail. Little N said, "Please continue." Ma Bai frowned, but when he thought about how the person sitting in front of him was a rare genius, perhaps it would be easier for him to teach her if she completely understood the entire part. Thus, he taught her the entire cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Before he could say anything, Little N asked, "Anything else?" Ma Bai said, "No. Thank you." Little N stood up and bowed before turning around and leaving. She was in a hurry to see Li Qingshan. Ever since she came to the 100 schools of thought, she seemed to spend a lot more time apart from him. She disliked it very much. Ma Bai asked, "Where are you going? Isn't that all?" Ma Bai said, "Do you understand?" Little N said, "I understand a little." Ma Bai immediately asked her a few questions. She answered them fluently without even thinking. She did indeed understand a little. Of course, this did not mean she had completely grasped the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. However, the more profound parts could only be slowly comprehended through cultivation. It was not something that could be explained in a few sentences. As a result, she answered very accurately with a little. However, in order to reach this level of understanding a little in the past, Ma Bai had spent years under his master's careful guidance. Now, he could finally understand what the one-thought master felt a little. Having a disciple like that could basically make a master experience a wondrous sense of defeat. He said reluctantly, "Just talking about it doesn't count as understanding. You need to practice it." As a result, all Little N could do was sit down. Because it was not the Buddhist Dharma, she was unable to progress as quickly as the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. After spending an entire day and night, she reached a rudimentary level with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Ma Bai waved his hand in confusion. "You can go. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Little N bowed again before turning around and leaving. She stood on the waves as her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She arrived on Cloud Wisp Island and found Li Qingshan with a single glance. She smiled sweetly. Li Qingshan immediately asked Little N about the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. Sure enough, although Little N had never refined a single scroll, Her comprehension of the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy surpassed Li Qingshan's. When Li Qingshan heard her words, he immediately felt that he had benefited a lot. Furthermore, Little Anne also gained much inspiration from Li Qingshan's experiences, improving her sword technique. However, comprehension was the most complicated feeling. Sometimes Little Anne did not know how to explain it to Li Qingshan. So, she picked up her sword and sparred with Li Qingshan using the sword techniques in the cursive sword calligraphy. Day and night, two figures, one large and one small, chased each other in the sea of green bamboo. Their swords clashed, producing clanging sounds as large swathes of the bamboo forest fell. Lu Chuanfeng's heart ached as he watched. The bamboo building had just spent a lot of spirit stones to issue the mission. If this continued, the quiet Cloud Wisp Island would probably be shaved bald by the two of them. Although it was said to be two people, it was actually just Li Qingshan alone. Little Anne's sword chi was like a rainbow, but it was extremely condensed, not harming even a single branch or leaf. But after a few days, the number of green bamboos falling greatly decreased. Only then did Lu Chuanfeng feel relieved. After more than 10 days, a spring rain fell, and the bamboo shoots broke through the soil. The spring wind danced, the sea of bamboo rose and fell, and the sky was filled with a fine drizzle. Li Qingshan and Little Anne stood among them. The lake and mountain scenery in the distance were all blurred in the rain, as if they were in an ink painting. Holding bamboo swords, they sometimes approached and sometimes distanced themselves. The swords in their hands rarely clashed. Every movement they made seemed to have a tacit understanding. It did not seem like they were sparring with swords but more like they were dancing. At first, Li Qingshan had used a low-grade spirit artifact sword. Later, he changed it to a low-grade spirit artifact, and then to an ordinary sword until the bamboo sword he was using today. He had personally forged it using artifact refining techniques from the bamboo forest under his feet. Of course, this was not to show off. The higher one's control over sword chi, the lower the requirements for materials. If it were the original Li Qingshan, even a metal sword would have been reduced to smithereens. At this moment, it also proved that he could finally comprehend and control the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. However, when it came time to truly face an enemy, the stronger the weapon, the better. If he wanted to play the sword in hand but sword in heart against a truly powerful opponent, he would be looking to die. Li Qingshan was relieved. He had finally completely mastered the path of the sword in the first volume of the cursive sword calligraphy. He no longer needed the spirit turtle to suppress it. The sword chi swam freely in his sea of chi like fish. He suddenly called out, "Little Anne, use your full strength." The bamboo swords vanished, turning into a swath of sword chi. Some were heavy, some were light, some were slow, some were fast, some were straight, and some were twisted. This was the first time Li Qingshan had comprehended the intricate changes. He no longer unleashed all of his sword chi at once. Little Anne smiled as well. Golden light erupted from his body. He wielded the Vajra sword and stabbed it downwards. Steady. Clang. 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 Like the chime of a bell, only a few strands of sword chi left behind a few shallow marks on the Vajra avatar. The rest was completely unscathed. Buddhist cultivation methods sure are shameless. Li Qingshan grinned. It was obviously no problem for the sword chi to pierce his protective true chi, but it was impossible for it to pierce Little Anne's golden avatar. Chapter 307. Li Qingshan took out another scroll of the cursive sword calligraphy. With this low-grade cursive sword calligraphy as a foundation, he was confident that he had the ability to refine it. However, after hesitating for a long time, he finally put it away. The counterattack of sword chi was fine, but the sword intent entering his brain was far too dangerous. The brain was known as the spirit platform in the cultivation world, and it was even more important than the Dantian Sea of Qi. Furthermore, it was extremely fragile. If his meridians were torn and his Dantian was destroyed, there was still hope for him to recover. However, if his brain was damaged, it would be best if he went crazy. He wasn't in any life-threatening danger right now, so there was no need for him to take this risk. At this moment, the bug pouch at his waist trembled. Li Qingshan opened it and let Millipede out. Milliped's body seemed to have grown a bit longer. As soon as he came out, He twisted his body and crawled around the bamboo forest like a gust of wind. I'm suffocating. Spring and summer were when insects were the most active. Being trapped in the bug pouch, he naturally felt very uncomfortable. Li Qingshan felt a bit ashamed. Ever since he entered the 100 schools of thought, he hadn't had a single day of leisure. During this time, he had been completely focused on the path of the sword and hadn't had time to care about his friend Millipede. After letting Millipede move around for a while, he opened the bug pouch. Bear with it for now. I'll take you to eat some good food later. When they returned to the bamboo courtyard, Lu Chuanfeng said, You're finally out. Give me 2,000 spirit stones. Li Qingshan said, What 2,000 spirit stones? Lu Chuanfeng laughed. Of course it's the duel with Chu Tian. Lu Chongqing has already agreed. You have to thank me this time. Li Qingshan counted out 2,000 spirit stones and gave them to him. He asked curiously, Why should I thank you? It turned out that when word of Chu Tian's duel with Li Qingshan had reached the Confucian school, Lu Chongqing had originally disagreed. As the prefect of a prefecture, he could be considered a gentleman, and this matter concerned Chu Tian's safety. The two geniuses of the 100 schools of thought didn't want to have an internal dispute. Then Lu Chuanfeng gave full play to his talent for ridicule, proclaiming everywhere that Li Qingshan would win and Chu Tian would lose. How could Lu Chongqing bear to see him succeed? In a fit of anger, he agreed and set a date. Naturally, the bet had to be submitted to the 100 schools of thought in advance. Moreover, this matter also involved another clan within the 100 clans. When Li Qingshan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the duel didn't work out, then it would be fine if they didn't fight. He didn't have any deep hatred with Chu Tian. In this aspect, Lu Chuanfeng was really powerful. During this time, Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing also came to visit. Twice, she asked him why he didn't attend the lecture. However, seeing that Zhang Xian was cultivating his swordsmanship, Zhang Xian didn't disturb him and left. They also knew about the bet between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. Right now, increasing their own strength was the most important thing, so they could only temporarily put artifact forging aside. Li Qingshan said, Uncle Fu hasn't returned yet? Lu Chuanfeng said, Senior brother sent a message back. The framework has basically been set up. The Cloud Wisp Society is about to open for business. When the time comes, we'll be invited to participate. Li Qingshan admired Sun Fubai's ability. In such a large area and with so many resources, to be able to reach this step in 20 days was truly not simple. If he were to do this, he probably wouldn't be able to do it even in half a year. This wasn't a lack of intelligence, but a gap in experience and connections. It really was like having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Very good, but at the opening ceremony, I'm afraid I don't have time to attend it. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a period of time. Seclusion. Lu Chuanfeng immediately understood that this was for the battle with Chu Tian. Li Qingshan had more to consider. Millipede was his friend, not a mount. He couldn't let his friend stay in the bug sack all day. However, Chu Tian's wager was also one of the reasons. His original plan was to slowly take medicinal pills while learning alchemy, accumulating more knowledge and resources to ensure that he could continuously refine medicinal pills. Now, however, he changed his mind. A lion should use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Li Qingshan asked, I heard you say that there's a cave abode for seclusion on the island, right? There were many facilities on the island that chief disciples could use for free, and the cave abode for seclusion was one of them. Lu Chuanfeng said, Can't you just go into seclusion here? The spiritual qi there isn't even as good as here. I have my own plans. Li Qingshan brought him to Contention Island and found the instructor in charge of managing the cave abode. Seeing that it was two chief disciples who wanted to choose a place for seclusion, Li Qingshan was one thing, but Anne's name shook the 100 clans. How could the instructor dare to slight her? Fellow Taoists, are you going into seclusion separately, or together? Together. Both of you, please follow me. The instructor didn't waste time and brought the two to a large hall. The floor shook and quickly sank. A huge hollow had been dug under Contention Island, separated into more than 10 levels. Each level had many cave abodes for seclusion for the disciples of various clans to cultivate. Each cave abode was tightly shut and separated by layers of formations. No aura could be sensed from inside. Li Qingshan sensed that the closer they got to the bottom, the denser the spiritual qi became. The surging spiritual qi blew upwards like the wind. It directly descended to the lowest level of the hollow, and just now it stopped steadily. The instructor handed a disc-shaped object to Li Qingshan. This is the key. This is the lowest level, and there's only one cave abode for seclusion. The spiritual qi formations are the best, and it's very spacious. 2 people can cultivate inside without disturbing each other. If an ordinary disciple wanted to use it, it would cost a dozen or so spiritual stones every day. Li Qingshan said, I wonder if we can peek inside from the outside. The instructor said, that's impossible. Not only are there layers of formations here, there's also spiritual interference. Even family leader Lu's water mirror disc can't penetrate it. Not only can't we see through it, but people from the outside can't even enter. Once the cave abode is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. It can't be opened from the outside? That's not entirely true. There are ways to open it, but it's under very special circumstances. For example, the 100 schools of thought were attacked by external enemies, or you didn't pay the school fees you should have paid. Li Qingshan smiled and clasped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Both of you are people with great futures. It's my honor to be able to help you. Please prepare your own food and water. If there's nothing else, I won't hold you up. Li Qingshan and entered the cave abode and activated the key again. The stone door closed with a bang, and several formations began to operate. Although the spiritual qi here couldn't compare to the formation on Cloud Wisp Island, it wasn't much worse. Moreover, it was safer and more secretive. Li Qingshan released Millipede and took out all kinds of food he bought from the 100 Flavors building as compensation. Tongan looked at each other and pinched the tip of her nose. Watch me defeat you with my sword qi after I come out of seclusion. Chapter 308. The news of the battle between the primary disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan, and the genius with the 5 elements constitution, Chu Tian, had only just spread through the entire 100 schools of thought. The news of Li Qingshan and Little and entering secluded cultivation kicked up another wave. Hua Qinglu clenched her fist. What an idiot! Yu Zijian complained, what's wrong with me? I wasn't talking about you. Many disciples sat on cushions in the surroundings, and they all looked over. Please be quiet, the 2 of you, reminded the professor who was currently teaching alchemy in front of the Taoist palace. Hua Qinglu stuck out her tongue. Just what was wrong with Li Qingshan? She really had warned him for nothing. However, upon further thought, that man's stubbornness had always been extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he have given up on the opportunity to curry favor with the Hua family and left so decisively? After the lesson, Yu Zijian wandered around Wuwei Island with Hua Qinglu. Yu Zijian said, that big brother Li might not necessarily lose. Isn't he in secluded cultivation? Back then, when she saw how overbearing Chu Tian was, she could not help but stand on Li Qingshan's side. Hua Qinglu said, what do you know? How can his cultivation speed compare to? She suppressed her voice, the reincarnated celestial Chu Tian? Only that wretched demon Little And has a chance. Even if they were not heavenly meridians prodigies, reincarnated celestials' cultivation speed would still surpass regular cultivators. It was said that this was because the remnant comprehension of cultivation from their past lives remained in their hearts. As a result, they could often deal with bottlenecks that regular cultivators encountered with a flash of inspiration. This brat is going to lose face this time. If he chooses to fight Chu Tian immediately, he might even have a chance at victory. Secluded cultivation? Wang Puxi sneered. Hua Sengzan said. He can't be judged by normal standards. Since he's bold enough to agree to it, he's confident in victory. Since when did you think so highly of him? Wang Puxi was surprised. Hua Sengzan said, Old Wang, you're just biased, which is why you can't see his merits. Think about it. He went from the pine tree outside Qingyang City to the 100 schools of thought. How long did it take him? How many difficulties did he face? Has he ever lost? Wang Puxi was silent. All right, when the time comes, I'll bet on him. On Ansrava Island, The One Thought Master had gone into secluded cultivation without even informing his primary disciple. He could only smile bitterly and let her be. Seclusion, if seclusion is useful, then what's the point of having geniuses? Chu Tian laughed heartily and said to the two girls beside him, Brother Tian is the best, he won't lose to that barbarian. More than 2 months later, there were still 2 hours before the duel in the military school's grand martial arena. Many cultivators stopped what they were doing. They had come to watch the battle. There were even a few family heads hiding in the VIP rooms. Naturally, Lu Chongqing and Lu Chuanfeng would be there. The slovenly Taoist was so angry that he wanted to see how Li Qingshan would make a fool of himself. In Wang Puxi's eyes, Li Qingshan was still a member of the Hawkwolf Guard at the end of the day. The other school leaders who had nothing to do with this also wanted to see just how much Chu Tian, who was said to be a reincarnated celestial, had grown. Li Qingshan obviously only played the role of a touchstone. However, from beginning to end, Li Qingshan did not appear. The door to the secluded dwelling on Contention Island did not open either. In the end, Han Anjuan declared Chu Tian to be the victor and handed him 4,000 spiritual stones. Chu Tian raised his head and laughed. He's smart. Otherwise, it'd be even uglier. I'll definitely take back what I've lost. Brother Tian is so powerful. You've subdued the enemy without even fighting. Lu Chongqing glanced at the pale-faced Lu Chuanfeng and sneered. Wang Puxi cursed aloud. All he knew was that he was out of his mind, which was why he would bet on Li Qingshan. If it was not the secluded dwelling, there was no special reason. He was tempted to go over and drag Li Qingshan out. He wasn't afraid of losing. It was just some inferior spiritual stones, but he couldn't lose like this. Hua Sengzan frowned. Qingshan is at a crucial point in his cultivation. He can't stop. Why can't he stop cultivating his fart qi? I think he's clearly scared. Scared? The great martial arts field was in an uproar. Those who lost spiritual stones cursed aloud, while those who won couldn't help but mock them. The so-called novelists had once again become the laughingstock of the 100 schools of thought. The slovenly Taoist priest rubbed his chin. That kid didn't look like someone who would avoid a fight. Could he have been infected by that coward Lu Chuanfeng? In the underground dwelling on Contention Island, Li Qingshan had indeed forgotten about the duel. Although little and remembered, he didn't remind him. Even if he did, Li Qingshan definitely wouldn't come out of seclusion right now. The progress of his cultivation had completely exceeded Li Qingshan's initial expectations. Originally, he planned on digesting most of the pills in his 100 treasures pouch before pushing the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression a step further. However, this step was not a small one. It took him to the edge of the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. He was only a step away from success. At this moment, the virtue accumulation pill he had won from Begonia and the pills little and had obtained from the One Thought Master played a decisive role. By now, Li Qingshan had already ingested all the pills he could use for cultivation in his 100 treasures pouch. Only the virtue accumulation pill remained, which he swallowed before refining bit by bit. At a time like this, whether it was the 2,000 spiritual stones on the line or his personal glory, none of them could distract him at all. To him, these three abilities were like the path of white bone and great beauty to little Anne. They were his foundation, while the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression was the foundation of his foundation. It was very likely for the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression to be the key to opening the gates to Demon General. Once he took that step, Li Qingshan would be completely different. The world would be completely different. Time passed by slowly. Who knew how long it had been? Suddenly resplendent, azure light rose up from Li Qingshan's body. The light actually vaguely formed the shape of a spirit turtle, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was lifelike. Only when it filled the entire dwelling did it suddenly begin to shrink, shrinking into Li Qingshan's body, shrinking into the tiny spirit turtle's demon core. It was small, but it had grown larger than before. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Light flowed through them. He felt like his heart was as still as water, extremely calm. He had finally reached the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. However, he was unable to understand how to break through to Demon General. However, this was within his expectations. Otherwise, Undergoing the heavenly tribulation and becoming a demon general in the 100 schools of thought would basically be insane. No matter how well the underground dwelling was sealed, it would not be able to conceal this aura. By then, he would be surrounded and beaten up by the various school leaders. However, the great door had already opened for him. He could vaguely see the endless scenery inside, and he placed a foot on the threshold. Right now, all he needed to do was pull his other foot back and step in. This process was not as easy as it sounded. Who knew how many cultivators had stagnated at the 10th layer, unable to take that step even after a decade? Who knew how many demons had lost their lives to the heavenly tribulation either? He needed to be as cautious as possible and accumulate even more resources to complete this crucial step in his life, his demon life. Even without experimenting, Li Qingshan could sense that even Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to break through his spirit turtle's profound shell, as long as they did not possess a wondrous treasure like Fu Qingjin or had a cultivation as high as the slovenly Taoist priest. Most importantly, he could continue practicing the two abilities of the ox demon and tiger demon that had stagnated. If he could reach the 3rd layer for both of them, it would probably be very difficult for the spirit turtle at the 2nd layer to suppress it. However, if he could only reach the 3rd layer for the ox demon, there would be no problem. As for the ox demon's fist of great strength, its power would become more and more startling as he cultivated it. A tough body would be the most important bargaining chip against the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Little and reminded Li Qingshan about the duel. Only then did Li Qingshan come to a realization. Looking at the time, it should already be summer outside. He gained a deeper understanding of the concept of time as a cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that there was no sun or moon in the mountains. Although he felt that it was a slight pity, he did not take it to heart. If he missed it, then he missed it. He would let the kid gloat for now. Was he afraid that he would not be able to make up for it in the future? It was not like he had missed it, so there was no hurry. Then I won't continue. Li Qingshan glanced at the corner. Millipede had also curled up into a ball, absorbing the spiritual qi in the dwelling. He seemed to be even more focused on cultivation than him. This place was obviously more suited for his cultivation and recovery than the bug pouch. Millipede had once been the person with the highest cultivation here, so his understanding of the no time in the mountains was even deeper than Li Qingshan's. Little and nodded as well. Recently, her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty had reached a whole new level through her cultivation of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. As for the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, she needed to spend even more time peering and cultivating it bit by bit. Li Qingshan took out the high-quality cursive sword calligraphy once again. Although he had been focusing on his demonic cultivation, his chi practitioner cultivation was still at the 6th layer. However, this time he was completely confident. With his previous experience of refining the cursive sword calligraphy and his comprehension of the way of the sword, he did not spend too much effort refining it this time. He succeeded on his first try. Then it was the most dangerous moment. The countercurrent sword chi was 10 times fiercer than before. At the same time, a sword that was as black as ink appeared in his mind once again. It danced like last time, but the terrifying sword intent it released was like countless needles as thin as a cow's hair, shooting out randomly. The release of sword intent last time only gave Li Qingshan some comprehension, giving him the urge to wield his sword. However, this time, Li Qingshan felt a stabbing pain in his head. He could not even focus. It went without saying that basically no chi practitioner could survive under these circumstances, with their minds in a mess and the countercurrent sword chi attacking them from all sides. However, Li Qingshan bellowed out. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas did not suppress the sea of chi first, but the sea of consciousness. In Li Qingshan's head, he visualized a boundless spirit turtle, pressing down on the pitch-black sword. The terrifying sword intent immediately came to a halt. The power of the spirit turtle dominated everything. This was the greatest reason why Li Qingshan was bold enough to refine the cursive sword calligraphy. Chapter 309. Li Qingshan's mind cleared up. At the same time, the spirit turtle in his sea of qi suppressed all of the sword qi that flowed in reverse. Even with that being the case, several of his meridians showed signs of being ripped apart. He throbbed with pain. If he were a regular qi practitioner, these injuries would be extremely severe. He would need to seek treatment from the School of Medicine. However, Li Qingshan transformed slightly and unleashed his demon qi to wash away the remaining sword qi. Before long, these wounds gradually healed. As a great demon that was infinitely close to Demon General, his regenerative abilities were extremely great. As long as he had time, he could basically heal from any wounds. After healing, Li Qingshan immediately began to comprehend the path of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy. Under the spirit turtle's control, he released the sword intent and force bit by bit. He slowly sensed and comprehended them. However, clearly the difficulty had increased by quite a lot this time. Li Qingshan said, "Little N, teach me the sword style." Little N immediately stopped cultivating and studied it with him. Time flew by. No one cared. This time it took much longer than last time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Li Qingshan held the 2 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy at the same time and channeled his true qi into them. When the true qi turned into sharp sword qi and flowed back, it had already concealed its sharpness, could no longer harm him. He had finally fully comprehended the sword Tao contained in the 2nd volume of the cursive sword calligraphy. At this moment, he wanted to merge the 2 volumes of the cursive sword calligraphy in his Dantian Sea of Qi. The 2 strands of sword qi, one strong and one weak, converged in his Sea of Qi and began fighting. They did not seem to originate from the same source but mortal enemies. Li Qingshan did not use the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression to forcefully suppress it. Instead, he used his willpower to control it. Gradually, the powerful strand of sword qi gained the upper hand, devouring the weak strand of sword qi. The 2 completely merged together, turning into 100 strands of extremely sharp sword qi. Because it was completely refined, the might of this strand of sword qi wasn't inferior to the top-grade cursive sword scripture. Moreover, it was like controlling one's arm, and it was even more miraculous. It was obvious that if one were to suddenly execute this move in a battle with another, then it would be completely useless. How many people would be able to withstand it? A ray of golden light appeared behind Li Qingshan. The huge Vajra sword slashed down from above. Li Qingshan put his fingers together like a sword and held them horizontally above his head. The Vajra sword and the sword qi clashed fiercely, creating a series of metallic clangs. As the Vajra sword pressed down bit by bit, Li Qingshan deflected it. "You're sneaking up on me again." In order to improve her control over the sword qi, Li Qingshan had asked Little N to launch sneak attacks on her at any time, so that the sword qi would be triggered when she sensed danger. This method was not bad for Li Qingshan, who was good at actual combat, but she seemed to be addicted to it. "Didn't you want to defeat me with sword qi?" Little N giggled. He became one with his sword, and the Vajra sword transformed into a streak of golden light. It whizzed away. "Don't look down on me." Li Qingshan took out a low-grade spirit artifact longsword and swung it. The tips of the swords clashed. Li Qingshan roared, and the sword qi from his dantian poured endlessly into the sword. The Vajra sword shattered inch by inch. At the same time the long sword shattered, the Vajra golden body collapsed, revealing her petite body. He hugged her. He pinched her cheeks and tickled her. "Who asked you to be so naughty?" Little N let out a bell-like laugh. Li Qingshan sat on the ground and placed her on his lap. "You didn't go easy, did you?" Little N leaned into his embrace. She raised her head to look at him, her eyes shining like stars. She shook her head hard, her seaweed-like hair shaking like waves. Li Qingshan said, "Really?" Little N smiled and nodded. "Really?" Although the Vajra demon subduing technique was a profound Buddhist technique, the first level of cultivation was indeed not enough to withstand the fierce sword qi that was almost as powerful as a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. "I told you I would use sword qi to defeat you, but you're still so stubborn. You're the best, all right." Little N pouted. However, the Vajra demon subduing technique required a heart of anger. To defeat the enemy with the way of the sword, one must have the intent to kill. When she faced Li Qingshan, she naturally could not have such intentions. Whether it was the Buddha-turned demonic Vajra god or the supreme way of the sword in the cursive sword calligraphy, she did not even unleash half of their power. "It's about time. Let's get ready to come out of seclusion," Li Qingshan said. The duration of this seclusion had exceeded his initial expectations. I still want to cultivate for a while, can I? Little An bit her lower lip, her big eyes full of anticipation. Who could turn down a gaze like that? Li Qingshan lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. All right, I'll listen to you. It's not like I have any pills, so it's not bad to practice qi here. Little An smiled. To her, it did not matter where she cultivated. However, being able to enter secluded cultivation with him was still the thing that made her the happiest. They were not disturbed by anything else. In this sealed dwelling they were together day and night, without a single moment of separation. It was like a tiny shelter, avoiding all the storms of the outside world. Deep underground, Li Qingshan raised his head. Even through the layers of formations and the thick earth, he could still clearly sense the unusual pulses of the spiritual qi of the world. This was what the spirit turtle's demon core had told him as a demon. Little An gently tapped her thumb against the knuckle of her middle finger, and calculated a few times before saying confidently, "It's snowing." Li Qingshan said, "Let's go have a snowball fight?" Little An said, "All right." As a result, the door to the underground dwelling opened loudly. On Cloudwisp Island, in a courtyard within a bamboo forest. The courtyard was covered in snow with no one to clean it up. This situation probably only existed in the school of novels, but it was also maintained in the purest, untainted snow. The bamboo was like a gentleman, remaining as crisp as ever. However, some of them bent over from the weight of the snow, as if they were trying to pick up a snowflake. The door opened, and the chilly wind carried snowflakes onto the bamboo floor. The light from the snow also dyed the darkness. It was like the most beautiful landscape painting was embedded there. Of course, only cultivators could ignore the cold and appreciate it so leisurely. Lu Chuanfeng wore a set of green robes, currently bent over the table and writing away. Whether it was the bitter cold or the scenery, nothing seemed to faze him at all. The Cloudwisp Association had already begun to display startling effects. His heart for writing novels seemed to be ignited once more, crafting stories with great care. Of course, these stories no longer had any substance, but they were not elegant either. Li Qingshan's words had given him great inspiration. He now understood very well that what he wanted to conquer were not elegant people who could write poems. Without anyone's guidance, classic plots such as a young man falling off a cliff and finding a rare treasure, or a young lady eloping with a poor scholar, were all clearly written. After being embellished by storytellers and singers, they reached the ears of millions of commoners. The speed at which the power of faith gathered abruptly increased. Of course, this process was not a smooth one. There were many hesitations and struggles. In order to increase efficiency, he wrote many beginnings, then listened to the feedback from the Cloudwisp Association. If he received approval, he would continue writing. If not, he would immediately change it, all for the benefit of the readers. Now, he was writing a novel that was halfway through its development. Among his many novels, this one had received the most recognition and support. The forewords "Master of Moonbreeze" had also started to gain some fame. He had not been to the building for a long time. It was not because of Li Qingshan's reminder, but because he had no time at all. He was about to hand in the manuscript, and he had to give the storytellers time to familiarize themselves with the story. He wanted to write with all his might. If possible, he wanted to continue this story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was not fighting alone. He was not fighting for himself. The entire school of novels was reviving in his hands. Thud, thud, thud. Is anyone home? Lu Chuanfeng suddenly raised his head. Because his mind was still immersed in the story, his eyes were blank and somewhat wooden. However, he gradually saw the person standing in the corridor, blocking the light from the snow. It was the chief disciple he had been thinking about day and night, Li Qingshan. Beloved disciple, you're finally out. Lu Chuanfeng pounced on him. Li Qingshan pushed him away with a wave of his hand, and called out to the snow, "Little An, you're here. Why did you go into seclusion for so long? Don't tell me you're really afraid of him? If you were afraid, you should have said so earlier. You caused me to lose so many spirit stones, you know? He's already in the 7th level of Qi practitioner, and I heard that he's going to break through soon. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others." Lu Chuanfeng poured tea and chattered on. Suddenly, he stopped and widened his eyes. You're in the 7th level of Qi practitioner. He finally sensed the aura emanating from Li Qingshan. Shockingly, he was in the 8th level of Qi practitioner. Indeed. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and placed the teacup in little Anne's hand. When I was practicing Qi, I had a small accident, so it took me some time. Lu Chuanfeng's face was filled with disbelief. What kind of accident could allow a Qi practitioner who had just reached the 6th level to reach the 7th level of Qi practitioner in just a few months? On the path of cultivation, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. After condensing the Sea of Qi, the remaining 3 meridians, the conception, governing, and Chong meridians, could be cultivated in 10 years, which would be considered fast. Then, it would take another 10 years to open all 12 meridians and reach the peak of Qi practitioners, the 10th level of Qi practitioner. After that, there would be another 20 to 30 years to slowly comprehend the final step, or rather, the first step, foundation establishment. Reaching the 10th level of Qi practitioner before the age of 50 could be considered an elite, before the age of 40 a hero, and before the age of 30 a genius. This was the path that most talented Qi practitioners, and even many foundation establishment cultivators, walked. There was no shortage of geniuses like Hua Sengzan, but they were all famous geniuses. And Li Qingshan was only 17 years old. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he could easily join the ranks of geniuses. If he knew the real time that Li Qingshan had spent, he would probably be so shocked that his eyeballs would pop out. It had only been 3 months, not the 9 months that Lu Chuanfeng had thought. Although he could continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Qi practitioner didn't just need spiritual energy. Originally, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th level of Qi practitioner so quickly until he discovered another use of the sword Qi in his dantian. Chapter 310. After reaching the 6th level of Qi refining, converting spiritual energy into true Qi to attack his acupoints wasn't as easy as it had been in the beginning. At this moment, the sword Qi in his dantian gave Li Qingshan a huge inspiration. He tried to merge the sword Qi into his true Qi to forcefully open his meridians and attack his acupoints. He never imagined that he would actually succeed. His own true Qi was extremely pure, and with the help of the sword Qi in his dantian, he no longer faced any bottlenecks on the path of Qi refining. As expected, the cursive sword tome was extraordinary. Lu Chuanfeng watched as Li Qingshan took a step out of the corridor, the cloud rapidly gathering beneath his feet. The speed at which he executed his magical technique was astonishing. Where are you going? To find Chu Tian, of course. It's best if I take back those spirit stones. Li Qingshan waved his hand without even turning his head. Little and leapt onto the cloud. I'll let you have 3 moves. With a whoosh, the cloud left a long tail behind it as it sped away. On the Confucian island of virtuous virtue, the Buddhists had a forest of pagodas, while the Confucians had a forest of steels. On the Confucian island of virtuous virtue, the Buddhists had a forest of pagodas, while the Confucians had a forest of steels. Chu Tian and a group of Confucian disciples sat in front of a large stele, impatiently listening to the professor recount the past. What dogs hit virtuous virtue? How could he compare to a celestial? Chu Tian watched as the professor suddenly stopped talking and looked behind him. When he turned his head, his eyes went wide. He saw Li Qingshan leaning against a stone stele, smiling at him. He didn't seem depressed or resentful because of his defeat. In fact, he even waved his hand as if he were greeting an old friend. Furthermore, he was also in the 7th level of Qi refining. Just like him. This greatly disappointed Chu Tian, who had hoped to see Li Qingshan look like a defeated dog. Ignoring the fact that he was in the middle of a lecture, he suddenly stood up. Li Qingshan. It's about time. Let's call it a day. The professor looked up at the sky. He didn't want to offend a genius like Chu Tian, who was currently in the limelight. In any case, not many people were willing to listen. The Confucian disciples gathered around Chu Tian and gazed at Li Qingshan nearby. Their gazes were filled with contempt and disdain. Chapter 46. I'll let you have 3 moves. Chu Tian said, You still dare to come? Li Qingshan said, Why wouldn't I dare? What do you want? Could it be that you're here to admit defeat? That's more like a man calling me boss. From now on Have you ever beaten me? Li Qingshan's interruption enraged Chu Tian. He pointed at Li Qingshan. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're acting like a shameless dog. Li Qingshan said, how about it? Do you want me to give you a chance and let you win? So it's like that. Alright, I agree. I'm just afraid that you'll run away with your tail between your legs again. Chu Tian sneered. The Confucian disciples roared with laughter. Li Qingshan stretched out 4 fingers and said, this time, let's bet this number. 4,000 spiritual stones. The laughter stopped. The Confucian disciples who came to listen to this lecture were all new disciples. In their entire lives they had never seen so many spirit stones. They couldn't help but be frightened by this number. Chu Tian was also stunned. Li Qingshan said, what? Don't you have that many spirit stones? Do you want me to lend them to you? Alright. Since you want to give me spirit stones, how could I not agree? Chu Tian sneered. His heart was filled with wild joy. He was filled with absolute confidence. He had already comprehended the 5 elements grand palm to an extremely deep level. Because he cultivated 5 types of true qi, the 5 elements supported each other. His true qi was more than 10 times that of an ordinary 7th layer qi practitioner. How could he lose? The same place and time. Let's set it to 3 days from now. Otherwise we'll run into some trouble and let a villain get carried away. This time, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, Chu Tian said fiercely. Not only did he want to win, he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Li Qingshan. He wanted him to understand the difference between a mortal and a genius. 3 days later, on the great martial arts field of the school of the military. This was Li Qingshan's first time coming to War Island. The great martial arts field was like a giant wrestling ring. However, there weren't any densely packed seats. Instead, there were tall platforms of different heights erected in the surroundings. These were the places to watch the martial arts. From afar, the levels were distinct and rather rhythmic. There wasn't the slightest bit of disorder. It was clearly the work of the school of Moism's architects. Chu Tian stood with his hands behind his back. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he was filled with a powerful aura in the eyes of the bystanders. The surrounding tall platforms were filled with people. Such a grand bet had already attracted the attention of the entire 100 schools of thought. Figures could also be vaguely seen standing on the few VIP seats at the highest point. Wang Puxi looked up at the sun. The time was almost here. However, Li Qingshan hadn't arrived yet. The other spectator stands were in a heated discussion. On one of the tall platforms, a group of legalist disciples were either sitting or standing. Among them, there was no lack of familiar faces that Li Qingshan recognized. Why isn't that guy here yet? Don't tell me he's scared again. He's giving away several thousand spiritual stones in a single go. Why haven't I encountered a good opponent like him before? Stop talking. He's the primary disciple of the School of Novels. You can't afford to offend him. Wu Jin said extremely seriously. It led to a series of laughter. Wu Jin smiled too. He thought he was complacent. Rongji, how much did you bet this time? Qian Rongji said. The same as last time. The same? You won't? Last time Qian Rongji had bet on Li Qingshan and lost quite a lot of spiritual stones. So Wu Jin had mocked Li Qingshan greatly. He never thought she would bet like that again this time, which left Wu Jin rather annoyed. Right now, she had quite a few pursuers in the 100 schools of thought. She even seemed to have a rather ambiguous relationship with the genius Chu Tian, but she remained distant from him the entire time. Wang Puxi lowered his head and asked Hua Sengzan beside him, how much did you bet this time? Hua Sengzan sat on the edge of the stands and extended 2 fingers without even looking back. 2,000. I have to make up for what I lost last time. Wang Puxi said, you trust him that much? Hua Sengzan smiled. I lost this time, but I'll bet 4,000 next time. He's coming. He's coming. There were calls from below and everyone raised their heads. A cloud with a long tail flew over, sweeping past a tall tower. Little and leapt off and landed beside the One Thought Master. The One Thought Master looked at his primary disciple he had not seen in quite some time with a bitter smile, but he had no idea whether to criticize or praise him. At least there was someone beside him now. It was an unwritten rule among the 100 schools of thought that only the primary disciple could stand beside the school leader. Although the highest platform was very empty, there could not be more than 2 people on it at most. Wasungzan said, "Old Wang, were you this fast in the past? My talent in the water element is only at the B level." Wang Pushi could use the ice hell, so he was obviously familiar with the most practical water element technique. However, even he had not been this fast when he was at the 10th layer. "This speed doesn't seem like it's just high, Wasungzan said in thought. The formations for testing elemental attributes only targeted Qi practitioners. High was already an extremely rare talent, so there was no point in setting it any higher. After reaching the 2nd layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, Li Qingshan's senses for the water element had increased drastically, which was why he could sense the snow falling outside from his dwelling in seclusion. Just like the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression gradually changed his constitution. Using a human formation to test the water element of a spirit turtle was just a joke, wasn't it? The spirit turtle was water itself. No, it was the ruler of water. After letting go of little and the cloud stabbed down. It did not slow down at all, rushing straight towards the ground. With a boom, the cloud dispersed and dust rose into the air. Yu Zijian felt her right hand tighten. She saw that Hua Qinglu was extremely nervous. "Are you worried about him?" Yu Zijian asked softly. "Idiot, I bet a lot of spiritual stones." Hua Qinglu stared into the dust and could vaguely make out a figure standing upright. Only then did she stop worrying. When the dust dispersed, Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He smiled faintly, and his bronze face radiated with great confidence. His green robes, which were supposed to be very elegant, gave off a strong aura when he wore them. At this moment the timing was perfect. The host of the duel, the military spider, Han Anjuan, said, "During the duel, no pills, talismans, puppets, or spiritual stones are allowed. Once you break the rules, you'll be judged as having lost immediately." This was the rule of the duels of the academy. The duelists mostly competed in terms of martial arts and skill, increasing the intensity of the competition. It was not a battle to the death. Once they used external objects, it would become a pointless battle of attrition, wasting tremendous resources for nothing. This was not something the academy approved of. The reason why the school leader, Han Anjuan, had been chosen as the referee was to ensure that the duel could be stopped at crucial moments and avoid casualties. After a simple explanation of the rules, Han Anjuan cut right to the chase. "Do you have any objections?" No. Begin." The giant lumberman, Wood Kuei, wielded a huge hammer and struck the gong that was even taller than him. A thunderous sound rang through the entire island, startling the birds. The duel began. Chu Tian said, "And I thought you were going to avoid the battle again? Humph, in consideration of how many spiritual stones you've given me, let's begin. I'll give you 3 moves." Swish, swish, swish. Without another word, Li Qingshan shot out 3 water arrows, but they did not even penetrate Chu Tian's protective true qi. Water techniques were not known for their offensive power, and he did not even use his full strength. Courtesy demands reciprocity. "I'll give you 3 moves as well. Make your move." Chu Tian was furious. He had never thought he would still dare to play tricks on him. Sharp golden light lit up in his hand, and like a blade he slashed out. He bellowed, "Golden crescent slash." An extremely sharp half-moon-shaped golden light whizzed through the air. 1 move. Li Qingshan took half a step back and naturally moved his body to the side. The golden crescent slash brushed past him, but he was completely unharmed. Before he could even turn around, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Single log. Chu Tian's voice rang out just now. His right foot flickered with green light as he stomped on the ground. A huge log broke out of the ground with a boom, rushing into the air. 2 moves. Li Qingshan leapt up gently and stomped down. The huge log shattered with a boom. Waves of heat rushed over, and the flames dyed Li Qingshan's face red. Chapter 311. The stands fell silent. Chu Tian's strength. Everyone was shocked. Not only did the 3 moves contain metal, wood and fire elemental techniques, and they were startlingly powerful. If it was them, they would probably be killed in the first move. Being in such a flame, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Against an opponent like that, how could they win? And they even pretended to let him take 3 moves. They were basically digging their own graves. Yu Zijian felt her hand ache from the grip. Hua Qinglu panicked. Are you worried about your spiritual stones? I'm worried about him. Hua Qinglu suddenly understood. Her face reddened. Oh my, you're still in the mood to joke around. Don't worry, Qinglu. He doesn't seem like someone who will be defeated by a move like that. Yu Zijian patted Hua Qinglu's hand. On Li Qing Mountain. That person's shadow seemed to appear. It was an unyielding will. Lu Chongqing smiled. Chu Tian's temperament was still a little lacking, but his strength was unquestionable. Not only was his true qi 10 times that of regular people, he also used the principle of mutual generation of the 5 elements. The power of his techniques was extremely great too. Li Qingshan wanted to fight him without knowing his limits. But he was asking for trouble. If he used this move, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. He couldn't fight anymore, right? Chu Tian laughed aloud. Just like the last duel. Just you. Are you worthy of letting me take 3 moves? General Han. In this battle, I've won, haven't I? Han Anjuan stood on a high platform not far away. He stood like a stone statue, as if he didn't hear what Chu Tian said. Suddenly he raised his hand. He pointed at the raging fire. Chu Tian frowned. His pupils constricted. Li Qingshan stood unscathed in the sea of fire. He didn't even change his posture. His entire body. It was shrouded in an oval light blue screen. No matter how much the raging flames attacked, none of them moved an inch. Li Qingshan said, 3 moves. Water curtain. This was one of the many water spells. He was one of the more famous ones. It was a defensive spell. It could neutralize power and counteract attacks. However, the water screen art of a 7th layer qi practitioner was nothing. How could it resist Chu Tian's raging flame bird? Not just Chu Tian. Even Lu Zhongqing could not figure it out. Li Qingshan laughed and said, what do you think? Do you want me to let you have another 3 moves? Since you're the one who doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Tian was enraged. His hands formed a seal. It was extremely fast. It was as if a few pairs of hands had appeared out of thin air. Li Qingshan did not take the opportunity to attack. He just crossed his arms and watched. It was as if he had really made up his mind. He was going to let him have another 3 moves. Even the heads of the various families felt that he was being too arrogant. But in his heart, he had other plans. Chu Tian withdrew his hands. All the illusions disappeared. And in front of his chest, he suddenly slapped the ground. An incredible loud roar. The onlookers felt that the high platform under their feet seemed to be trembling slightly. It was as if there was an earthquake. A crack instantly appeared between Chu Tian's hands. It spread to the feet of Li Qingshan. A giant earthy yellow palm stretched out from the ground. It grabbed at Li Qingshan. 5 thick fingers. It was as if a stone pillar was clamping over. Li Qingshan jumped up. He rode on the clouds. He flew around the field. He looked down. The entire martial arts field was covered in cracks. The earthy yellow arm stretched out from the ground. It reached into the sky. Then it was pressed to the ground. A vague human figure borrowed the force to stand up. It was like a giant that had slept for 1,000 years. It was awakened by the battle outside. Earth and rocks flowed down from its body. A complete humanoid figure appeared. It was 100 feet tall. It cast a huge shadow. It even covered many of the high platforms. Everyone on the viewing platform was shocked. What spell is this? Earth Strongman. Earth Elder Huang's eyes narrowed into a line. What? This is the Earth Strongman? Beside Earth Elder Huang stood a tanned and simple young man. He cried out in surprise. Because he also knew this spell. And he was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Earth Strongman. It was an earth element spell. As long as one cultivated earth true Qi, they could use it. But if it was used by an ordinary little Qi refinement cultivator, it was only the size of a human. A high-level Qi refinement cultivator They might be able to summon one that was 20 to 30 feet tall. But such a tall earth strongman. It had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary chi refinement cultivators. They couldn't figure out what spell this was. The power of the spell. It was basically determined by 3 factors. Innate attributes, the amount of true chi, as well as the study and understanding of the spell itself. Chu Tian was in these 3 factors. They were undoubtedly the best, especially in the last point, with the advantage of being a reincarnated deva. Regarding the use of spells, it was almost self-taught. He was born with knowledge. Even the head disciple of the agricultural school couldn't compare to him. After all, this was an era of peace. Ordinary chi refinement cultivators wouldn't spend too much effort on spells. Chu Tian stood on the shoulder of the earth strongman. He gazed at Li Qingshan from above. You want to admit defeat now? It's too late. I'm going to kill you. No one can save you. Extremely arrogant words. But no one felt that he was boasting. Such a huge creature. It carried thousands of kilograms of earth and stone. It punched down. Protective true chi and defensive spells were all useless. He was instantly smashed into meat paste. It was too late for others to save him. This battle had unknowingly happened. It had already turned into a life and death battle. Han Anjuan's eyelashes trembled. The head disciple of the military school, Han Tie, said, General. Han Anjuan said, let him kill. Chu Tian laughed wildly. He controlled the earth strongman. He stretched out his huge hand to grab Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan rode a cloud. It was extremely thrilling. He flew out from between the giant fingers. His vision darkened. The other hand was already smashing down. The cloud quickly fell. Only then did he avoid the punch. There was a loud bang. The earth strongman's fist heavily hit the ground. A visible shockwave. It spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, thousands of tons of earth and stone jumped. Some of the chi refinement cultivators on the platform. They were so scared that they almost ran away. A screen of light appeared. Hundreds of stone pillars on the platform. It formed a semicircular screen of light. It covered the entire great martial arts stage. The shockwave dissipated. A huge crater was left on the ground. Its power made everyone speechless. Was this really a spell cast by a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator? The earth strongman raised its arm. It could almost grab every corner of the great martial arts stage. And there was no vital point to speak of. Li Qingshan rode a cloud. Just like a flying insect. He weaved in and out of the way. He narrowly avoided the grabs of the earthen strongman again and again. Chu Tian laughed loudly. What? You only know how to run? Or do you want to consume my true chi? I might as well tell you. I am the earth strongman. Once it was born. It uses the earth as its foundation. Its power is endless. 12 moves. Chu Tian was startled. What did you say? Li Qingshan laughed. Going easy on you. The sloppy Taoist laughed. He drank a mouthful of wine. This kid is still so arrogant. I like it. What a pity. Fuck you. Chu Tian was furious. The earth strongman opened its huge mouth. It let out a soundless roar. It moved its feet like an earthquake. It opened its arms. It pounced towards Li Qingshan. A huge shadow covered him. Li Qingshan felt like a mountain was falling towards him. The smile on his face didn't change. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Boom. The 2 huge palms clapped together heavily. The clouds dissipated. Hua Qinglu cried out in shock. This time, wasn't Li Qingshan dead for sure? Why didn't the referee Han Anjuan do anything? Was he really going to watch Li Qingshan die? Chu Tian said, I told you. I want to kill you. No one. The earth strongman opened its hands. There was nothing inside. There was only a pool of water. Water incarnation technique. Water condensation technique. Could confuse the real from the fake. In the field, sounds of surprise rose. A shadow covered Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't care. At this height, the only thing that could block the light was the clouds. Chu Tian saw many chi practitioners pointing behind them in surprise. He suddenly turned around. He saw the cloud. A cloud giant even taller than the earth strongman. His left hand grabbed the earth strongman's shoulder. His right hand clenched into a fist. It fiercely hit the earth strongman's face. The earth strongman staggered backwards, fell heavily to the ground. It hit the light screen that covered the martial arts field. A large part of the earth strongman's face caved in, revealing the soil and rocks inside. It poured down. This punch was supposed to hit Chu Tian on the earth strongman's shoulder. But his reaction wasn't slow. He dodged it. Li Qingshan sat on the cloud giant's shoulder. He said, "What a coincidence. I also know similar spells." During the time he was in seclusion, Li Qingshan didn't just practice qi. He also tried to practice the spells that came with the Gui water condensing qi method. And once he practiced, he felt different. These spells that originally required him to spend a lot of time to understand and master. Suddenly, he didn't have any difficulties. As long as he learned a little, he could use them, and the effect was excellent. He didn't become a genius overnight. This had nothing to do with comprehension. It was instinct, like how fish can swim, birds can fly, controlling all the water spirits in the world. This was the instinct of the spirit turtle. The change that the spirit turtle's sea suppression method brought to him, almost the essence. So he stayed in the underground cave. He learned all the dozen or so water spells. 3 days before the duel, Li Qingshan didn't stay idle. He asked Lu Chuanfeng to find some more powerful spells, water spells that were suitable for duels. Lu Chuanfeng wasn't doing well, but he was still the head of a family. Senior and junior brothers sold these things. He immediately found a few powerful water spells for him. The Cloud Ridge Giant was one of them. To learn the Cloud Ridge Giant, first he had to learn how to ride the clouds. The Cloud Ridge Giant was formed from the clouds. It was huge. That was why it was called the Giant. It wasn't stronger than Chu Tian's earthen strongman, but it seemed like it had the upper hand. "How dare you? How dare you?" Chu Tian roared. The punch seemed to have landed on his face. It was a burning pain. He wanted to use the duel to gain an advantage, to kill Li Qingshan in a second. But the reality was out of his expectations again and again. The earthen strongman stood up again. The injury on its face recovered quickly. 2 gigantic creatures. They stood on the great martial arts field. It was as if they had returned to the ancient battlefield. All the qi practitioners were dumbfounded. They were all confused. Was this really a duel between 2 qi practitioners? And a 7th layer qi practitioner at that? To be continued. Chapter 313. If it was Chu Tian, then so be it. He had always been known as a genius, but Li Qingshan was a school disciple they had mocked for a very long time. He was a clown that satisfied their sense of superiority. Perhaps it was because of the 3 of them, but no one treated him as a genius. At this moment, reality told them that Li Qingshan was a true genius. A genius that could rival Chu Tian. Their mahis mockery was so foolish. Their sense of superiority immediately collapsed. On the platform where the mahis disciples stood, Hao Pingyang patted Zhang Lanqing's shoulder. "I knew this kid had other tricks up his sleeve." Zhang Lanqing smiled at ease as well. He had been worried for a very long time in the past 3 days. He Isher stood in a corner of the platform and gazed at Li Qingshan on the Cloud Ridge Giant. All he felt was fear. Yu Zijian praised, "So powerful." Watching Lu said, "This guy really is something else. I knew it. With my insight, how could I be wrong?" Wu Zhen asked himself, could he, an 8th layer qi practitioner, be the opponent of either one of them? He glanced at Qian Rongji. She had been smiling the entire time. She was neither worried nor surprised, as if she had predicted everything. This only added to her strange charm. He had once believed himself to be a conqueror, but only now did he suddenly discover that he had been attracted by her strength. There was no confusion, no hesitation, and no laziness in her strength. Perhaps it was time for him to cast everything aside and focus on cultivation. Perhaps he needed to be like Li Qingshan and enter secluded cultivation for a while. "Old Wang, what do you think?" Hua Sengzan looked back and smiled. "Interesting, but it's still nowhere near enough. Then let's see how it goes." Chu Tian and Li Qingshan's gazes clashed in the air above the main martial arts stadium. "So I've been watching you the entire time," Chu Tian said in some disbelief. "Likewise. I'm very surprised that you can say that," Li Qingshan said calmly. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you're far too naive. What Cloud Ridge Giant? It's just a facade. Watch as my earthen strongman shatters it. Dong 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 dong. The earthen divine strongman charged toward the Cloud Ridge Giant with heavy footsteps, like the beating of war drums. Although the grand martial arts practice field had the word big in it, it was only relative to the size of a human. For these two enormous creatures it was like a narrow arena, with no way to escape or dodge. The giant fist was like 10,000 tons of earth and rocks pouring down from the top of the mountain. It smashed towards the Cloud Ridge Giant's head, or more accurately Li Qingshan, who was next to the giant's head. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Li Qingshan smiled. He had noticed this a long time ago. Chu Tian did not know any fighting techniques. Just now, if he was the one controlling the Earth Strongman, he would have already grabbed the cloud and wouldn't have been hit by the fist. When he punched out now, there was no pattern to it. It was purely the fighting style of an ordinary person. Chu Tian could kill the vast majority of Qi practitioners with his spells. There was no need for him to train his muscles and bones or learn any combat techniques. With the size of the earthen strongman, this kind of fighting style was enough. But today was not enough. The Cloud Ridge Giant tilted its head, and the earthen strongman's punch missed. A cloud pillar soared into the sky, and a vicious uppercut smashed the earthen strongman's jaw. The Cloud Ridge Giant was too huge, and it only had a blurry humanoid shape. Its eyes and mouth were only 3 sunken nests, and no legs at all. It was just a long tail of clouds. It was also impossible for Li Qingshan to use all of his martial arts, but as long as he recognized the form, he would be able to use it. After making a good judgment, boxing was enough to bully a layman like Chu Tian. Taking advantage of the earthen strongman's loss of balance, the Cloud Ridge Giant floated forward and punched the earthen strongman's face. With a boom, the earthen strongman's nose was shattered. If it was a human, this would have been painful, but the earthen strongman was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not know pain or dizziness. Under Chu Tian's control, it threw a punch at the Cloud Ridge Giant's chest. With such a huge body, it was impossible for it to dodge. Li Qingshan did not have any intentions of dodging. The Cloud Ridge Giant welcomed the punch and continued to charge forward, sending the earthen strongman flying. The earthen strongman's punch pierced through the Cloud Ridge Giant, creating a hole in it. Chu Tian laughed. Die for me. What responded to him was a combination of punches. A left jab, a right hook, all in one go, forcing the earthen strongman back. Its face was already completely blurry. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Idiot." Inheriting the water element's weakness in fighting, the Cloud Ridge Giant was not good at fighting. Its destructive power could not compare to the earthen strongman's. Even in terms of defense, it was different from the earthen strongman's defense. It was better at absorbing and dispersing damage. Clouds surged over and filled up the hole in the blink of an eye. The weak Cloud Ridge Giant happened to counter the earthen strongman that won through brute force. On the stands, everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Li Qingshan would gain the upper hand as soon as he did. He would be fine until now. He was not being arrogant by letting you attack 3 times. Was he really a disciple of his family? Hit him. Hit him. Hua Chenglu called out. Boom. 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 The Cloud Ridge Giant forced the earthen strongman to the edge of the stadium and swung its fists to its heart's content. The earthen strongman retaliated desperately, but it was unable to break free from its predicament. Instead, it seemed weak and powerless. The slovenly Taoist priest laughed aloud. Juchenzi, this is what they call using softness to overcome hardness. Interesting, interesting. What a pity, what a pity. Li Qingshan, you've truly angered me. You will pay the price. Chu Tian's hands flashed as he formed seals again. With a caw, a huge bird of fire unfurled its wings and rushed into the air, lunging towards the Cloud Ridge Giant. It was even larger than the one just now. Chu Tian rode on the bird's back. The flames dyed him scarlet red as tongues of fire revolved around him. At that moment, no one cared about his lack of handsomeness. He seemed like a god that could control fire. Lu Chongqing stroked his beard and smiled. Just this move was enough to vaporize the Cloud Ridge Giant completely. At this moment, a dragon's roar drowned out the caw. A water dragon stabbed over and bit the bird's neck. The dragon's horns, scales, claws, and teeth were all formed from flowing water. Waterfall dragon. This was the most destructive technique Li Qingshan had grasped so far. The water dragon bit the fire bird and rushed into the sky, slamming heavily against the screen of light. The screen seemed to shake. Chu Tian looked down in shock and saw Li Qingshan standing between the dragon's horns. The azure water swirled around his robe, but he wasn't wet at all. He wore a faint smile on his face, as if he were laughing at his powerlessness. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "How dare you laugh at me? How dare you, a mere mortal, laugh at me? I'm a celestial." Flames rose from the firebird's body as it pecked the dragon's head, breaking its horns. Its two claws tore through the dragon's scales. The water that contained the water dragon's life force poured down, but was evaporated before it could reach the ground. The waterfall dragon coiled around the firebird and pierced its claws deep into its body. Feathers fell from the sky and turned to ashes. With a sizzling sound, a large cloud of steam spread out. On the ground, the Cloud Ridge Giant and the Earthen Strongman were still waving their fists. Many of the Qi practitioners on the spectator stands had their mouths wide open, as if they had been struck dumb. It was as if they were on a primordial battlefield. In the sky, divine beasts rode on water and fire, while on the ground, giants fought endlessly with spears in their hands. There were also many people who clenched their fists and made up their minds to focus on cultivation. Qi practitioners of this era rarely got to see battles between cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. This kind of battle was a huge blow to their minds. Lu Chongqing looked around the spectator stands and saw everyone's expressions. No matter who won or lost, this battle was a good thing for the 100 schools of thought. It would allow the disciples who were used to peace to see what a real battle of magical power was like. It seemed that he needed to hold more duels like this in the future. Based on the information he had recently received, he could vaguely smell the scent of war. The outcome of this battle had been obvious from the beginning. It all depended on when Chu Tian would give up on his meaningless arrogance. As the dragon and the bird fought, Li Qingshan and Chu Tian were closer than ever. They could clearly see the anger and smiles on each other's faces. Li Qingshan! Chu Tian roared as he charged toward Li Qingshan on the back of the bird. Five-colored true energy appeared around him, forming a giant five-colored hand that slammed down toward Li Qingshan. Palm of the five elements. Li Qingshan stood on the dragon's head and rushed into the air. The true energy in his sea of qi surged, fusing it all into the punch. Like a tsunami he punched out. Lu Chongqing said, "The outcome has been determined." The fist and palm collided, and the water dispersed. At this moment, the water dragon that was locked in a stalemate with the firebird dispersed as well, evaporating into surging steam. Although the Cloud Ridge Giant had gained the upper hand in close combat with the Earthen Strongman, dispersing most of the Earthen Strongman, its body had been greatly depleted. Both of them were only around 10 or 20 feet tall. They could no longer attract attention, much less decide the outcome of the battle. All everyone saw was Li Qingshan rapidly fall down, plunging into the mist and vanishing. Li Qingshan had lost. His full-powered punch could not stop Chu Tian's cultivation method, the palm of the five elements. Hua Qinglu suddenly felt sad. Indeed, no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could never defeat a genius, let alone a reincarnated celestial like Chu Tian. Many Qi practitioners on the other platforms felt gloomy as well. They had originally come to watch Li Qingshan make a fool of himself, but when Li Qingshan truly demonstrated the strength to take on Chu Tian, they subconsciously leaned towards Li Qingshan. This was because Li Qingshan was a weakling. Compared to Chu Tian, he was a mortal like them. They wanted to see a mortal defeat a genius, just like how ordinary people always looked forward to miracles. Chu Tian descended from the sky and used the five-element palm seal to shatter the Cloud Ridge Giant. He looked around and gave a cold laugh in his heart. Truly an idiot daring to scold me. Facing my five-element palm seal head-on, you're probably half dead by now. You've actually reduced me to such a horrible state. Watch as I take your life with a single palm strike. Hua Qinglu stood up and arrived on the platform where Han Anjuan stood. Uncle Han, please decide the outcome. However, Han Anjuan, who had always been unsmiling and as cold as a rock, curled his lips slightly. The outcome has been determined. Chapter 314. Qingshan. Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing both paled in fright when they saw Li Qingshan fall from the sky. He Isha relaxed instead. He looked at Han Anjuan on the platform in the distance. As long as he did not interfere, it would be best if Chu Tian could kill Li Qingshan and prevent any future problems. Yeah, the outcome has already been determined. Why don't you hurry up and separate them? Chu Tian wants to kill Li Qingshan, Hua Qinglu said in a hurry and grabbed Han Anjuan's sleeve. The Han family and the Hua family had been friends for generations, and they did not follow the teachings of Confucianism, so they did not have much etiquette. Han Anjuan said, "Let him kill him." Hua Qinglu turned to Han Tie and said, "Te." However, Han Tie seemed to be carved from the same mold as Han Anjuan. Even the words he spoke were exactly the same, which made Hua Qinglu so angry that she stomped her foot. She arrived on the platform where Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan stood, only to see Wang Puxi staring straight at the center of the ring as if he was stunned. Just when she was about to speak, Hua Sengzan pointed. "Look, what are you looking at?" Hua Qinglu looked over with a frown. All she saw was that the barrier of light had already dispersed, and the rolling mist gradually drifted away. Cold light flowed on the 3-foot-long sword, extending along the straight ridge to the two ends. One end disappeared into the black dragon's mouth. It was the blade. The dragon's body coiled into the hilt, held in a powerful hand. Li Qingshan leaned forward as if he had poured all of his strength into the sword. He murmured, "If I want to kill you, I only need a single strike." The other end had completely sunk into Chu Tian's back. Chu Tian's face twisted from pain and fear. He did his best to turn around. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wanted to say something, but blood gushed out first. The sword chi was currently destroying his organs. As long as Li Qingshan twisted the sword gently or swung it horizontally, Chu Tian would be a dead man. No matter how great a genius he was, he would not be able to escape the fate of death. However, Li Qingshan's hand didn't move at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he never showed mercy when it came to killing. Her other hand was white as snow. He pinched the blade with 3 fingers and cut off the killing intent. Lu Zhangqing stood between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. His brows were firmly furrowed, still filled with shock. He had never imagined that Chu Tian would actually lose, and lose so quickly that he was almost unable to rescue him in time and died in the Grand Martial practice grounds. Li Qingshan really wanted to try it on his own. Could he break free from the shackles of these 3 fingers? He killed Chu Tian with his sword. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he let go of the sword hilt and cupped his hands towards Lu Chongqing. "Patriarch Lu. Long time no see." Outside the Grand Martial Arts arena, the absolute silence turned into an uproar. What was going on? That moment. What the hell happened? The pervading clouds didn't affect Chu Tian's keen senses, and he immediately found Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly injured. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words to humiliate Li Qingshan, but he thought that Han Anjuan might intervene. He swallowed his words and went straight up. With a ruthless face, he slapped down with his palm. With a puff, Li Qingshan was smashed into pieces by the 5 elements palm print, turning into a pool of water. A deathbed struggle. Chu Tian was mildly surprised, but he did not mind it too much. After using so many techniques, Li Qingshan's true chi had definitely been depleted much more than his. Now that he had taken a palm strike from him, Li Qingshan was like a toothless tiger. He posed no threat at all. This thought was cut off by an extremely terrifying sword intent. Behind Chu Tian as the clouds churned, a tall figure could be seen approaching at high speed. Murderous intent soared into the sky, light and shadow twisted, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. His body was like a tiger, and his gaze was like a dragon. 5 elements protection. It was too late to turn around. The 5-colored palm returned to Chu Tian's body, turning into an oval 5-colored light shield. 5 colors floated and fluctuated, and 5 kinds of power twisted and blended. It contained the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other. Water came with earth, wood came with metal. Its defensive ability was far better than ordinary protective spells. This was what Qian Rongji told Li Qingshan. In the silent night bamboo forest, mottled light and shadow, Qian Rongji's red lips opened slightly, and she explained the power of the 5 elements palm print. If you can't break through his 5 elements protection, you definitely won't be able to defeat him. I will win. Li Qingshan simply stated this fact, although he was not confident that he could pierce through the 5-colored light shield. The path of fighting and killing had never been about the amount of true qi or the strength of magical arts. Therefore, his provocation, his ridicule, his dominance, and his defeat were all in preparation for this moment. After a fierce battle, Chu Tian also consumed a lot of true qi, and his mood was extremely relaxed. So Li Qingshan used the glaze invisibility mirror, and instantly hid all his aura, and used the water transformation incarnation as bait. It was all for this sword. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan integrated the 100-sword qi in his dantian into this sword. The 100-sword qi collided with the 5-colored light shield, and there was a sound like glass shattering. The tip of the sword tasted blood, and the sword qi crazily rushed into Chu Tian's body. Victory or defeat was in the blink of an eye. Lu Chongqing took a deep look at Li Qingshan and patted Chu Tian's chest. An unstoppable righteousness rushed into Chu Tian's body and forced the sword out. The sword shattered in the air. Li Qingshan rubbed his chest. Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements truly was impressive. Even now his arm and chest still ached slightly. If it were not for his inhumanly tough body, it really would have been difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Lu Zhongqing's frown deepened. He had intended to force out all of the sword qi, but the sharpness of the sword qi had far surpassed his initial expectations. It was difficult for it to remain under his righteous aura. Chu Tian's cultivation would probably be greatly damaged after suffering such a serious injury. Lu Chongqing looked up at Han Anjuan, questioning why the judge did not stop the situation midway. As the leader of the military school, his reaction speed was definitely much faster than his, and he would not let Chu Tian suffer such a serious injury. I've already said it. With a swish, Han Anjuan vanished from the platform and appeared before Li Qingshan, proving that he possessed this ability. Hua Qinglu suddenly understood what Han Anjuan meant. Let him kill him was not for Chu Tian to kill Li Qingshan, but for Li Qingshan to kill Chu Tian. He would not interfere at all. Lu Chongqing let out a long sigh. Chu Tian was far too good at offending people. Han Anjuan's original responsibility was to prevent any injuries or deaths from the duel. Chu Tian's shout, "If I want to kill you, no one can stop me," was basically a slap to the face. Han Anjuan handed the 8,000 spiritual stones to Li Qingshan and even patted him on the shoulder. He said, "You've done well, but your battle is still lacking. You can come to my school of the military in the future to take a look." This made all the spectating military disciples widen their eyes. They had never heard their school leader praise a person like this, let alone speak so much in one go. This was basically a supreme honor. He had already gained the acknowledgement of the school of the military. Han Anjuan had fought for many years, so he possessed a sharp sense for all battles. When Chu Tian made a ruckus about killing Li Qingshan, he had already guessed the outcome. This was all because of the difference in their states. One was arrogant and conceited, eager to destroy his opponent. The other was extremely calm and carried out his actions in an orderly manner. There were far too many examples like this in the countless battles where the weak triumphed over the strong. Since the calm was bold enough to take the initiative to challenge the strong, they definitely had a certain level of confidence. Those who calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too much. Those who fail to calculate victory before the battle have to calculate too little. Those who fail to calculate too much will win, and those who fail to calculate too little will lose, let alone those who fail to calculate at all. Afterwards, Han Anjuan seemed to be admiring a classic battle. Li Qingshan's army was nowhere near his opponents. First, he harassed the enemy from the flank, then faced them head-on and provoked them. In the end, he feigned defeat to lure the enemy into a hopeless situation. 300 sacrificial soldiers whistled out, charging straight into the main tent and beheading their general. He couldn't say anything to praise the precision of his calculations. Li Qingshan respectfully said, "Yes, General." Although Han Anjuan's cultivation was not the highest among the various school heads, he believed that if there really was a chaotic battle, this person in front of him would definitely be the last one to survive. Han Anjuan loudly announced, "This battle is over. Li Qingshan is victorious." Clang! The giant lumberman with Kuei struck the gong, announcing the end of the duel. Cheers rang out from the stands, loudly shouting the name Li Qingshan. Even quite a few Confucian disciples joined in. This was not just Li Qingshan's contribution. Chu Tian had spent the past few months in the 100 schools of thought, flirting with female cultivators and bossing around male cultivators. The moment he opened his mouth, he would say that he was a genius, and the next he would say that he was a genius. He was truly ridiculing them, but they couldn't do anything to him, so they took this opportunity to explode out. Hao Pingyang raised his arms and shouted the loudest. Zhang Lanqing clenched his fists excitedly. In a corner, He Yisher's face was ashen. The two girls who were following Chu Tian staggered over and wept beside Chu Tian. "Brother Tian, what's wrong, Brother Tian? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. You despicable bastard, I didn't lose. I didn't lose." Chu Tian suddenly returned to his senses. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Li Qingshan, as if he still wanted to fight him. He was extremely reluctant to accept this. He had not used that item yet. He still had a powerful trump card that he had not taken out. As long as he took it out, Li Qingshan definitely would not be his opponent. Firstly, he did not want to expose that item, and secondly, he was confident that he could deal with Li Qingshan with techniques. Who would have thought that the tables would turn so violently and so quickly? He was like a general who had been killed by a sacrificial soldier. He was still talking about the army of 100,000 that he had yet to mobilize, yet his head had already flown into the air, dying with his eyes wide open. "Yes, Brother Tian. You haven't lost." "No, you've lost." Qian Rongji interrupted. "Rongji?" Chu Tian was stunned. In the past few days, he had expressed his goodwill to Qian Rongji plenty of times. Qian Rongji was not like other female cultivators, who disliked him for having so many women around him. He thought they were already friends. "Qian Rongji, you bitch." A young girl cursed. However, Qian Rongji did not look at them. She crouched down and held Chu Tian's hand. Her eyes were filled with motherly pity, as if she felt sorry for him from the bottom of her heart. She said softly, "Little Tian, everyone loses. It's fine if you lose once as long as you can stand up again. Get some sleep first." Chu Tian felt a surge of warmth from the bottom of his heart. Her gaze was so gentle, as if it could soothe all pain in his heart. There was no mockery, no disdain, only pity. Right now, she was the most beautiful woman in his heart. Chapter 315. Lu Chongqing frowned. How could this legalist disciple know about bewitching techniques? However, seeing that she was Chu Tian's friend and had indeed calmed his mind, he didn't stop her. I and Qian Rongji used the opportunity when Chu Tian's mind was in a mess to imprint her image deeply into his heart. Of course, this wasn't something like a thought seed. She didn't know how to do it, and even if she did, she wouldn't dare to do it in front of so many patriarchs. Her bewitching technique was completely harmless. At most, it would make it easier for Chu Tian to develop a good impression of her and love her. However, this was enough. Compared to the rude and inferior methods of a thought seed, this was more in line with her aesthetic standards. She knew that Chu Tian had something that he didn't reveal to others, not even to the two girls beside him. However, through her inquisition, she found out about the existence of that thing. Just what was it that made the arrogant and conceited Chu Tian act like this? No matter what it was, she would definitely obtain that thing. At the very least, she would have a powerful and easily manipulated fighter. At the very least, she would have a human-shaped medicinal pill. She was afraid that the 5 elemental true qi wouldn't be easy to digest. Chu Tian regained his fighting spirit and glared at Li Qingshan with eyes filled with hatred. "Li Qingshan, you were lucky this time. I won't let you go. I said that if I want to kill you, no one can stop me." Li Qingshan casually said. "I await your arrival." Chu Tian's mind relaxed and he fell into a deep slumber. Of the two girls beside him, the older one said to Qian Rongji, "I'm sorry, Sister Qian. We wronged you." Qian Rongji sighed softly. "I can understand your feelings. Take good care of him." Although Li Qingshan didn't understand the reason behind it, he still felt a wave of sorrow for Chu Tian. "Hopefully, you haven't been swallowed by this poisonous snake before you recover. I still want to earn some more spirit stones." Chu Tian was brought to Benevolence Island by the medicine family's patriarch for treatment. In the blink of an eye, all the patriarchs and chief disciples disappeared. Qingshan, you don't have to hold a grudge against the Confucian faction. This battle is not necessarily a bad thing for Chu Tianlai. It is a blessing for the 100 schools of thought to have a genius like you. In the future, there will be many sword competitions on the Virtuous Island. You can come and participate. That sword move of yours was very interesting. Lu Chongqing left behind these words. Just now he left, displaying his outstanding demeanor. At this time Hua Sengzan came to Li Qingshan and asked, "Where's your wolf token?" Li Qingshan was shocked. Could it be that Wang Puxi disliked him to this extent? If he really was going to be stripped of his position as a hawkwolf guard, he would not say much. He took out the black wolf tablet and passed it to Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan took it with one hand and returned a red copper wolf token to him. The glistening red wolf token had fine veins, and its fur was distinguishable. It felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan asked, "What's this?" Hua Sengzan said, "Congratulations. You've been promoted. Old Wang told me to give this to you. In the future, if you want to gather information or earn spiritual stones, you can pay a visit to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture." All right. Li Qingshan smiled. If a person wanted to gain the recognition of others, they would have to prove themselves. Wang Puxi and Li Qingshan did not have any grievances. It was just because of their poor first impression, coupled with the fact that they did not get along with each other afterwards. Until today, Li Qingshan had proven himself, but that did not mean Wang Puxi had become fond of Li Qingshan. Instead, regardless of whether he disliked him or liked him, this man had the right to obtain such a status and identity. This was the standard of conduct for disciples of the school of legalism. Now let's go celebrate. Hua Sengzan climbed onto Li Qingshan's shoulder and called out to Han Che from afar. "Tay, you're not allowed to leave. You come too. Do you have a cup for me?" The primary disciple of the school of Taoism, Zhuchenzi, went up with a smile. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He smiled. "As long as you're a friend, how can you not have a cup of alcohol?" During the banquet that day, Li Qingshan drank quite a lot of alcohol. Initially, Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan were facing off against each other. Hua Sengzan began to run out very soon. His face became bright red, and he tried to drive a wedge between them, praising Han Che's alcohol tolerance viciously. Before he knew it, it had become a drinking competition between Li Qingshan and Han Che. Jar after jar of fine spiritual alcohol was downed, but Han Che remained cold the entire time. Let alone being drunk, his expression did not even change at all, which made Li Qingshan's heart pound. After drinking over 30 jars, Han Che suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed like a log. He was completely drunk. "In the end I still won." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. When he heard that Hua Chenglu had run around for him, he even went out of his way to toast her, which made her blush. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Li Qingshan patted his chest and said, "Miss Hua, you're just like your elder brother. You're a good person. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me." Even if he had not drunk any alcohol, he would still have made that promise. Back in Lakeside City, it was all thanks to her assistance that he managed to escape. She even gave him a puppet for free as a birthday present for him. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Perhaps he could avoid revenge, but he had to repay the debt of a single meal. Really? Hua Chenglu blinked her eyes. Really? Li Qingshan had never been a man of his word, but he would never go back on a promise he had made to a friend. All right, it's a promise then. Hua Chenglu raised her cup and clinked it against Li Qingshan's gently as if she was considering something. Li Qingshan turned around and went to drink with Zhuchenzi again. Zhuchenzi had not come under the slovenly Taoist priest's orders. Instead, he had come out of his own accord to resolve the grudge between Li Qingshan and the school of Taoism. He was not afraid of Li Qingshan. With a cultivation close to golden core, the slovenly Taoist priest did not fear anyone. If this were a different time and place, the two of them might not have become master and disciple. However, due to a coincidence, they instead resented each other. Zhuchenzi wanted to share his master's burden, and he also felt that Li Qingshan was worth befriending. It had been less than a year since Li Qingshan and An entered the 100 schools of thought, but Juchenzi firmly believed that they would definitely become influential figures in the Clear River Prefecture in the future, or perhaps even more than that. Using the alcohol, Juchenzi said, "What happened back then was not what my master wanted either. He originally admired you very much. He often mentioned to me that it was a pity." Li Qingshan said, "Since it happened back then, there's no need to mention it now. There's nothing wrong with the family. At the very least, we stand on equal footing. We're both primary disciples." Although the slovenly Taoist priest had screwed him over in the past, he was not trying to harm him. At most, he just wanted to vent his anger. Li Qingshan did not let him vent his anger either, cursing him a little instead. With the slovenly Taoist priest's cultivation and status, if he was slightly narrow-minded, it might lead to endless trouble for Li Qingshan. It was evident that he was quite broad-minded. Why would Li Qingshan be obsessed with this? Zhang Lanqing stood to one side with a smile. His face was also slightly flushed. He discovered that if he counted carefully, there were actually 5 primary disciples present. Apart from Li Qingshan's school of Buddhism, Taoism, and the art of war, all of them were renowned major schools. Such a person, no matter where he went, would emit a dazzling light. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island alone, while An went to Ansrava Island. As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, she had not even spent as much time on Ansrava Island as an acolyte. No matter how ignorant she was about the ways of the world, she knew this was not particularly appropriate. Moreover, she shouldered another important mission, which was to help Li Qingshan gather pills to complete the final step. The One Thought Master's feelings were mixed, but he still felt happy when he saw his primary disciple return. Before An had even said anything, he offered up many pills for her to cultivate with. No matter how he felt, it would be a complete waste if he allowed a supreme genius like her to suffer on his Ansrava Island or waste her time because of a lack of pills. If he knew the reason behind this, he might have felt like slamming his head against the ground. Fortunately, he probably would never know. He could still roughly calculate how many pills other disciples had consumed and how much cultivation they had completed, but who could calculate her cultivation? And did not need these pills either. The true qi she had condensed in her body right now was nothing more than an illusion. Practicing the path of white bone and great beauty still required refining flesh and blood as a foundation. Li Qingshan had already agreed to take her out to uphold justice in the near future. Yep, that was how he described it. In her second secondary school, it was gourmet. And said, "Master, I want to listen to you expound on the scriptures." All right. Which one do you want to listen to? I'll tell you right now. The One Thought Master was overjoyed. Expounding on the scriptures was an extremely important part of cultivation for Buddhist disciples, but it was also extremely easy for it to be overlooked, especially to genius disciples. If she were a regular disciple, the One Thought Master would tell them earnestly, "Only by comprehending the essence of Buddhism can you achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing Buddhism." However, with Anne's cultivation speed, what other method did she need to achieve twice the results with half the effort? Now that Anne had taken the initiative to request to listen to the scriptures without boasting about her talent, he obviously felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Little did he know that Anne understood this better than anyone else as she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty. Although she had read through the jade slip called the Scripture Depository, Buddhist scriptures were different from the path of the sword. No matter how clever she was, she could not simply comprehend the essence within. From a certain perspective, scriptures that were purely ideological were much more profound and complicated than most cultivation methods. And said, all of them. The One Thought Master could only smile bitterly. There were as many Buddhist scriptures as the ocean. Although he had read through them all, he had only specialized in a portion of them, but that was already extremely impressive. And would have been fine if she had not asked. But she had thrown a problem the moment she did. The One Thought Master scratched his bald head and finally made up his mind. He wanted to hold a Dharma assembly and invite all the eminent Buddhist monks he knew in the Clear River Prefecture, no, the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery, to come to the Clear River Prefecture to recite for her. He could not just let him bear this punishment alone. When he imagined how his seniors and juniors would be shocked speechless by her, he actually felt rather eager inside. Amiba. I have sinned. Seeing Li Qingshan return through the snow, Lu Chuanfeng suddenly raised his head and straightened his neck. He asked Yuan. Due to his experience last time, he did not dare to watch the battle this time. I won. Chapter 316. Li Qingshan really wanted to say, hey, you don't seem to have anything to do with this. He had not used any of the techniques of the school of novels from the beginning to the end. Regardless, this battle had greatly boosted the reputation of the school of novels, which had been in decline for a long time. At the very least, no one dared to mock Li Qingshan, the top disciple of the school of novels, anymore. After his joy, Lu Chuanfeng brought up the past again. Qingshan, thanks to Senior Apprentice Brothers' efforts, the Cloud Wisp Club you mentioned has basically been established. The process of gathering credibility has indeed become much faster. At this rate, there's great hope for me to reach foundation establishment. This was all your idea. You should quickly condense the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. That's right, Qingshan, you're the only one left. A clear voice rang out from outside the door. Sun Fubai rode the white crane, spiraling down from the sky and landing in the courtyard. Li Qingshan glanced over and almost failed to recognize him. All he saw was that Sun Fubai was still the same Sun Fubai, but he had lost a lot of his white hair. Moreover, his face was ruddy, and there was a slight breeze when he walked. He gave off a joyous feeling like he was in high spirits. The leisure that originally belonged to an old man had faded away, replaced by a desire to forge ahead like a man in his prime. Senior Apprentice Brother, your cultivation. Lu Chuanfeng blurted out. The original Sun Fubai had been at the 8th layer of Qi practitioner due to his talent. At this age, it was basically impossible for him to advance any further. However, after not seeing him for more than half a year, Sun Fubai was already at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner. Once his cultivation improved, his true Qi increased greatly, and his 8 extraordinary meridians were all unobstructed. He naturally looked younger. However, the most fundamental thing was still the influence of one's mentality. Compared to staying in the bookstore and waiting for the arrival of destiny, compared to staying in a bookstore and waiting for destiny to arrive, it was undoubtedly more energizing to establish the foundation of the school of novels and restore the school to its former glory. Sun Fubai smiled and said, I haven't been idle during this period of time. I've been writing a few things. As large as the Cloud Wisp Club was, it was impossible for Lu Chuanfeng's novels to survive alone. As the boss behind the scenes of the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai naturally had to make use of the medium he had established. Over the past few days, whenever he was done with his tasks, he would have nothing to do. Then he picked up his brush and started writing again. He had read more than 10,000 books in his life and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His knowledge and experience were naturally not something that Lu Chuanfeng could compare with. Following the path pointed out by Li Qingshan, he changed his writing style slightly. He wrote about things that the common people liked to hear and see, and the effect was excellent. Now the popularity of Old Man Songbai was even higher than that of Master of Wind and Moon, Lu Chuanfeng. He gathered a large amount of power of belief. He had been stuck at the 8th layer of Qi training for many years, and with the help of this power, he forcefully crossed the threshold, allowing his cultivation to advance further. Li Qingshan said, Fubo, why did you come back? Sun Fubai said, I heard that you were going to duel with someone, so I came back to take a look. It looks like you won. Now, the remaining 3 members of the School of Novels were gathered together once again. Happy events had happened again. Their hearts were filled with joy. Sun Fubai said, I also brought something back for you. Oh, what's this? Lu Chuanfeng took an ordinary white cloth bag from Sun Fubai's hands. Aside from the red silk binding the bag, there was nothing special about it. There was no sign of spiritual energy either. Li Qingshan also became curious. For cultivators, anything without spiritual energy was not considered a good thing. This gift from Sun Fubai was a little strange. Lu Chuanfeng opened it and saw that it was filled with papers and letters. In order to get feedback from his subordinates in time so that Lu Chuanfeng could change his approach, Sun Fubai had the members of the Cloud Wisp Society ask for their opinions after their storytelling performances in various places. Later on, many listeners would send messages to the Master of Wind and Moon. Even if they were illiterate, there would still be people who would write and record the messages. All of them would be collected and sent to Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly opened it and started reading. Naturally, most of the messages were praises, but there were also quite a few suggestions and expectations. He sat there smiling foolishly. He was the head of the family who had the least dignity in the 100 schools of thought, and was often mocked and looked down upon by others. He had finally found the respect that he hadn't felt in a long time, and he truly understood the beauty of writing novels. This gift was indeed much more valuable than any spiritual pill or spiritual stone. Then Sun Fubai said to Li Qingshan, "Qingshan, you like to drink, so I've brought back fine alcohol from various places for you. Although it can't compare to spiritual alcohol, which can assist with cultivation, they all have their own tastes." The territory of the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture produced several dozen types of famous fine alcohol. The ingredients and brewing methods all differed. Sun Fubai then selected the aged high-grade alcohol from them and brought it back for Li Qingshan. Let alone everything else, just the thought alone was enough to touch people's hearts. Being able to taste fine alcohol from various places while sitting at home was even more delightful. Li Qingshan accepted the several dozen jars of fine alcohol and bowed. "Thank you, Fubai." Sun Fubai smiled. "This is all a small matter. Compared to your idea, it's nothing at all. Now that I've borrowed your idea, I've already planted the seeds. If you don't enjoy the shade below, then you'll be letting down my kind intentions." Having reached this point, just who could still turn him down? Li Qingshan said, "I want to learn how to condense a divine talisman of great creation. Please teach me, Fubai." The power of faith could take on many forms. Although it was very ordinary in Lu Chuanfeng's hands, he didn't know how to fight. For example, he could summon a chain out of thin air. Even if it couldn't trap an enemy, as long as it could be used at a critical moment to disturb an enemy's thoughts, it could turn the tide of a battle. Taking care of a one-track-minded fool like Chu Tian would be even easier. If he took a step further and condensed enough power of faith, even if he could trap the enemy for a second, who knew how many times he could strike? Sun Fubai smiled. The school of novels finally had a legacy. Lu Chuanfeng turned a deaf ear to all of this. He only smiled foolishly at the letters, lying down, squatting and reading them. Sun Fubai and Li Qingshan looked at each other and smiled. A sea with azure waves surging endlessly. Countless rivers flowed into it. The seawater evaporated, turning into clouds that filled up the rivers. At this time, a mysterious energy suddenly smoothed out all the ripples on the surface of the sea. A deep blue rune rose up from the calm sea. Countless water dragons rose up and gathered on it. The rune became clearer and stronger, emitting a restrained light. Finally, it floated on the sea. Only then did the waves return to the sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be a spirit turtle swimming past. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a divine talisman flashing in the depths of his eyes. The process of condensing a divine talisman of great creation was much simpler than he had expected. Perhaps because his true qi was pure, he completed it in less than 3 days. However, the Tao of divine talismans was different from ordinary cultivation. Unlike ordinary cultivation, condensing a divine talisman was just the beginning. Sun Fubai had already returned to the prefectural city to deal with the affairs of the Cloud Wisp Society. Li Qingshan gave him a few more suggestions. He hurried back, wanting to make the Cloud Wisp Society even stronger. After Lu Chuanfeng finished reading the letters, he left the 100 schools of thought. He wanted to follow the example of the novelists of ancient times and go out for a gathering. Thus, Li Qingshan, the chief disciple, was the only one left on the vast Cloud Wisp Island. But before he left something for Li Qingshan, an exquisite desk. Brush, ink, paper and inkstone were already arranged. The pure white paper unfolded, appearing even whiter under the illumination of the snow outside the window. There was a row of weasel bristles of different sizes on the brush rack. Even a crude person like Li Qingshan could not help but want to write something. Several days later, Lu Chuanfeng returned from his gathering. In reality, He had gone to the various branches of the Cloud Wisp Society and heard that the writers had written his novels. He was secretly enjoying it. Riding on the White Crane, he had gone to many places in 7 or 8 days. He thought, I wonder how Li Qingshan is doing. Writing novels is not that easy. He must have written some rubbish. I'll teach him a good lesson later and restore my dignity as the head of the family. Lu Chuanfeng arrived at the bamboo loft and saw Li Qingshan sitting at the desk with a brush in hand. Little N was sprawled on the floor, reading the annotations of a Buddhist scripture. When he saw Lu Chuanfeng, he glanced at him but did not say anything. Li Qingshan did not even turn his head. Lu Chuanfeng thought, he's quite serious. He walked over to take a look. The white paper was blank except for a drop of black ink on the tip of the nose. Where's the one you've written? Lu Chuanfeng asked. Li Qingshan slowly turned his head. What's the one you've written? Novels. Lu Chuanfeng said matter-of-factly. However, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was a little messy. Li Qingshan, who was always in high spirits, actually looked a little dispirited. He. Little N laughed. Li Qingshan immediately glared at him. He stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. Li Qingshan finally understood what it meant to write 6 words in 3 days. He wanted to write them himself, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Although he had forgotten most of his memories from his previous life, he still remembered some classic stories. However, when he tried to convert these memories into words and write them on the tip of his brush, he immediately felt that he was not cut out for this. He forced himself to write some, but the words were so clumsy that he could not bear to read them. He suddenly realized that the classic stories in his memories were so boring. He tried drinking tea to calm his mind, tried drinking wine to liven things up, but it did not work at all. He could not write at all. He even began to admire Lu Chuanfeng. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least he could write a book. Lu Chuanfeng tried his best to suppress his smile, but it still leaked out from every smile line, saying, "Ha, to think you'd have such a day." He said in a sincere and heartfelt manner, "I told you it's not that easy. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Come, let the famous novelist Lady Breeze teach you how to write." Li Qingshan threw his brush aside and stood up. "I'm not writing anymore. What's so fun about writing novels? It's a waste of time. I'm going to exercise." He took Little N and walked out of the door. They rode on the clouds and disappeared into the darkness before dawn. From afar, his reprimanding voice could be heard. "Don't laugh." Lu Chuanfeng was speechless. He sighed and shook his head. It seemed that it would not be easy for the school of novels to pass down its legacy. In the evening, Lu Chuanfeng was writing at his desk. Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. There were bruises on his face, but he smiled confidently. "I want to write novels." Chapter 317. Li Qingshan took Little N with him and left Cloud Wisp Island. He pinched Little N's cheeks, but she leaned into his arms and laughed even harder. Li Qingshan couldn't do anything about it. This article comes from the literature library. The sky was still dark, and the 100 schools of thought was quiet. Only the sound of the undulating waves under the layer of ice could be heard. Although Qi practitioners could stay awake for a few days and nights if there was no need to, they would still walk in the day and rest at night like normal people. This way, they could maintain their vigor, which was beneficial to their cultivation. Li Qingshan wanted to stretch his muscles, but he didn't know where to go. For the past 3 days, he had been suppressing this stuffiness in his chest and couldn't vent it. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Didn't he still have a grudge to settle? Hao Pingyang was hugging the quilt and sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He went to open it and saw Li Qingshan and Little N standing in front of the door. Li Qingshan mentioned how he Esher had purposefully framed him during the Hawk Wolf Guard's investigation. Hao Pingyang was furious when he heard this. Without another word, he put on his clothes. "Kill him." The two of them knocked on Zhang Lanqing's door. Zhang Lanqing thought for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." When he returned upstairs, he vaguely heard a woman's grumbling voice coming from upstairs, and Zhang Lanqing's gentle persuasion. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan thought that although Zhang Lanqing's cultivation was not high, His life was much more comfortable than theirs. He did not have to spend all day on Cloud Wisp Island, facing a wretched old man who wrote pornographic books. He could not help but think of finding a woman to warm his bed. The figures of a few women flashed past. Hua Chenglu was too young. Yu Zijian was not bad, but she still did not seem to have grown up. Han Chongji was pretty good, but it seemed like it had been a very long time since he last saw her. Speaking of which, Sect Master Begonia Chiu is the best. Although I shouldn't take advantage of a friend's wife, I'm just fantasizing about it. Xiaohua, don't blame me. Little and stared at Li Qingshan. He felt that Li Qingshan's expression was a bit strange. It was a bit like Lu Chuanfeng. He must have infected Li Qingshan with something bad. Should he kill him? While he was thinking, Zhang Lanqing came downstairs. Li Qingshan said, I'm sorry. Sorry for bothering you. Zhang Lanqing blushed. What? Let's go. The sky was still very dark, but there were rows of street lamps illuminating the road. All kinds of strange buildings stood in the darkness. At night, it looked like something out of a science fiction novel. Although Li Qingshan once compared the 100 schools of thought to universities, the status of the Qi trainers was certainly incomparable to that of the university students. It was impossible for them to live in the same dormitory and have a boss. All of them had their own residences, which could be adjusted through the use of building mechanisms. The quality of a Mahist disciple's residence was proof of his strength. He Isher's residence. In a corner on the west side of Divine Machine Island, he was also sleeping, but not peacefully. Li Qingshan became famous after the battle, but his fear increased day by day. He had asked around about Li Qingshan and knew that he was known as the Tiger Butcher in Jiaping City. His cruel and murderous nature made him wake up several times in his sleep. He had set up many traps outside his residence. He could not feel at ease at all. Seeing how close Hua Sengzan and Li Qingshan were, it was probably only a matter of time before the truth was revealed. The shadow of betrayal shrouded his heart constantly. He Isher sat up abruptly, covered in cold sweat. He dreamed that Li Qingshan turned into a ferocious tiger, opened his chest and dug out his organs. In his daze, he saw a few black figures standing at the head of his bed. He was immediately startled awake. Li Qingshan and He Isher met face to face. Their eyes met and they were both stunned. Although He Isher had set up many traps with Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing around, how could they be triggered? They opened all of them and went straight into He Isher's bedroom. Just as he was about to cover his head and vent his anger, he did not expect He Isher to wake up at this time. Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing looked at each other. Li Qingshan rushed over, picked up the blanket, and covered his head with it before punching him viciously. Since he was already here, could he still apologize and say that they had entered the wrong room? Under the blanket, Zhang Lanqing shouted, "Don't kill me, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." After witnessing the duel between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian, he did not have the slightest confidence to fight against Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to kill He Isher in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have dragged Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing along to kill people in the 100 schools of thought. Not to mention that he did not have such strong killing intent, He Isher was not worth the risk. Li Qingshan swung his iron fist of revenge and beat He Isher up. "Qingshan, that's enough. He doesn't deserve to die." Zhang Lanqing was afraid that Li Qingshan would really beat He Isher to death. He Isher's entire body was in pain. He was so touched that he was about to cry. Senior brother Zhang was really a kind person. "I know what I'm doing." Li Qingshan fiercely punched him 3 more times. He Isher, "Don't pretend that you didn't see it. Li Qingshan was the one who beat you up. I saved your life in the past, but you had evil thoughts in your heart. Today I will let you know how powerful I am. Li Qingshan will not be easily framed. If you have evil thoughts in the future, I will not forgive you. Let's go." Hearing the sound of footsteps going out and the door being slammed shut, He Isher slowly lifted the blanket. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely open his eyes. He had gotten rid of the fear of death, but he felt pain all over his body, as if a few of his bones were broken. He had never suffered like this before. He cried and scolded Li Qingshan, Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing. When he was tired of scolding, He fell onto the bed and felt his heart relax. He finally did not have to be on tenterhooks anymore and could sleep in peace. If Li Qingshan knew that his beating made He Isher feel as if he had been pardoned, how would he feel? Anyway, he felt good now, and the depression accumulated these days was slightly reduced. He was not afraid that He Isher would complain. Not to mention that He Isher had no evidence. Even if he had evidence to prove that they beat him, he would at most be punished a little. However, He Isher could not stay in the 100 schools of thought anymore. An ungrateful villain who returned kindness with enmity would not be welcomed anywhere. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to invite Hao Pingyang and the others to the 100 Flavors restaurant for breakfast, but Zhang Lanqing insisted on taking them home. Afterwards, he invited his partner of cultivation out. She was not some supreme beauty, but she was gentle and pleasant. When the female practitioner saw the two chief disciples, both of whom were influential figures in the 100 schools of thought, the little complaint in her heart disappeared. She was happy that Zhang Lanqing could make such friends, so she personally cooked a hearty breakfast for them. During that time, Zhang Lanqing assisted him from one side. The two of them seemed to be in perfect harmony, which made Li Qingshan sigh in amazement. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. The path of cultivation was vast, but it was not necessarily something that could only be achieved by a single person. And even if there were no results in the end, he would not feel any regret when he looked back on the past. A few bowls of porridge and a few plates of side dishes were served. Although the taste was average, Li Qingshan still praised Zhang Lanqing for his good fortune, which came from the bottom of his heart. The sky was bright, and it was time to start today's study in cultivation. Hao Pingyang said, "You have missed a lot of courses on refining weapons." Li Qingshan was in a dilemma about whether to continue writing novels, so he was not in the mood to learn to refine qi. He said, "I have something to do in the military school. As for refining weapons, let's put it off for now." Since the head of the military school, Han Anjuan, had personally invited him, it was reasonable for him to go. Han Anjuan's words also made him a little concerned. He had not gone through systematic combat training and was purely self-comprehending, so it was inevitable that his moves were a little rough. Although he could always display 120% of his strength in every battle by relying on his absolute combat talent, reaching the level of being able to hit someone is a good move. However, if he could get a few words of guidance from a combat master like Han Anjuan and hone himself, he would definitely gain a lot. Compared to spells, body techniques were his foundation, especially when he was transforming into a demon. Moreover, according to his experience, sweating a little and exercising for a while would also improve his mood. While the disciples of other schools were still lazily getting out of bed, all the disciples of the military school had begun their training. All of them stood bare-chested in the world of ice and snow. Everyone would first be splashed with a bucket of cold water, and then be chased into the frozen dragon snake lake to swim around Great War Island. It was completely military management, but no one even frowned. When they jumped into the frozen lake, if they flinched even a little, the instructor behind them, which was equivalent to a professor, would immediately give them a kick. There was no so-called respect for qi practitioners at all. However, it had already been more than half a year since the entrance exam. Even new disciples would not perform like this again. Those who could not endure this kind of life had already left the military school. Among the 100 schools of thought, the military school was the only school whose disciples would voluntarily leave, and it was also the only school that did not have female disciples. Body refinement was different from qi refinement. There was no lack of hardships in tempering the muscles and bones and tempering the physique. Only creatures like men would give up their good days and experience a certain sense of pride and passionate brotherhood through this kind of self-torturing training. Among the 100 schools of thought, the disciples of the military school were also the most united. Han Tie was swimming at the very front with his team when he suddenly heard a loud whistle above his head. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan sitting on a cloud. He said with a smile, "Your figure is not bad, although your alcohol tolerance is a little lacking. Ha ha ha." He then thought of the glorious achievement of getting Han Tie drunk. After hearing Li Qingshan's intentions, Han Tie immediately ordered the team to return to the shore. He then asked Li Qingshan to wait outside. Li Qingshan arrived at the core building of the military school. Outside the martial arts hall, There were hundreds of wide and tall steps. Hundreds of military school disciples stood on two sides, all of them naked and expressionless, looking straight ahead. Li Qingshan said, "You're too polite. There's no need to hold a welcoming ceremony." Han Tie appeared at the top of the steps. He was dressed in black and looked even more heroic. "If you want to receive pointers from the family head, we'll have to see if you're qualified," Li Qingshan said. "Then how do I qualify?" Han Tie seemed to smile, but because it was too fast, Li Qingshan also doubted his own eyes. "No spells, just fight your way up." Chapter 318. Li Qingshan had already expected Han Tie to say this. Looking up, there were at least 700 to 800 military disciples standing on the long flight of stairs. Their cultivations ranged from the lowest 2 or 3 layers to the highest 7 or 8 layers. This article came from the literature library. Each and every one of them had an aura of bravery and ferocity. If the ordinary Qi practitioners were like dogs, then they were like wild wolves. Although at first glance they seemed to be about the same size, but when it came to actual combat they were two completely different concepts. Han Tie said, "Today's training mission is actual combat. The goal is to defeat this person." "Yes, sir." Military orders were like mountains, and once spoken it was the law. Several hundred pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan at the same time, their gazes as sharp as knives. Every one of them had seen the battle that day with their own eyes. Towards this person who defeated the strong, defeated Chu Tian, and received Han Anjuan's praise, they felt admiration and praise in their hearts, but not fear. The so-called soldiers originally had to put aside life and death when facing enemies 10 times their size, and charge with all their might. Li Qingshan could truly sense the existence of the might of the army. When the wills of the people merged into one, it formed a monster called army. The huge momentum like an avalanche fell down like an army of 100,000. Yes, if it was an army formed by mortals, even 100,000 strong army could not stop them. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for a regular cultivator to use 30% of their strength. But what kind of person was Li Qingshan? He had never been intimidated by anyone's momentum in his life. Compared to writing, this kind of scene was what he was good at and even liked. Not only was he calm and unafraid, his fighting spirit was stimulated. He rubbed his palms together and laughed loudly. "Tai, we are friends who drank together. Although I was the one who knocked you out, ha ha ha, you used this formation to deal with me. When I go up, I will definitely give you 3 punches." These words, however, angered the military disciples. Although they admired Li Qingshan's strength, he was only a 7th-layer practitioner without using magic weapons. However, in a situation where he didn't use any magical weapons, he was only a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Even if he knew how to refine his body, who here didn't? Not to mention fighting, he would be exhausted to death. Han Tie snorted coldly and said, "Then come and try. Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a piece of trash." Li Qingshan turned to Little N and said, "You wait here, watch how I break his array." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto the steps. More than 10 figures leaped up. It immediately obscured Li Qingshan's vision, and he bellowed out as he attacked his entire body at the same time. Their coordination was flawless. It was as if one person had sealed off Li Qingshan's front, back, left, and right. There was no way to dodge. Bang! 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 Li Qingshan's entire body was hit almost at the same time. His fists, legs, palms, and knees were like the sudden thrust of a spear or the violent strike of a sledgehammer. Even though it was a huge boulder, it was still smashed into pieces. "We've won." This was the thought of all the military disciples who attacked. Without any protective magical techniques, and without any protective Qi, how could he block their punches and kicks with just his flesh and blood? "This is our military school's welcoming ceremony," a military disciple said in response to Li Qingshan's joke just now. Li Qingshan lowered his head. His hair was shaken loose and fell down to cover his face. "Is that so? Then this kind of weak and powerless punch seems too unenthusiastic." The military disciple who spoke was suddenly stunned. Under the messy hair, a pair of beast-like eyes flashed with red light. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing his snow-white fangs. Li Qingshan's body shook, and the qi gathered in his Dantian sea of qi surged out. All the military disciples who attacked were sent flying and fell on the ground far away. Their punches and kicks that landed on Li Qingshan's body were all in pain, but none of them groaned. Some of them even struggled and wanted to attack. It's best if you don't attack people of this level. It won't be interesting. As Li Qingshan spoke, he continued up the steps. With every step he took, more and more powerful military disciples attacked him. He still didn't attack, only using his body to endure their punches and kicks. He didn't even bother to shake them off. Even if he didn't use his qi to protect his body, the punches of 3rd or 4th layer qi practitioners wouldn't be able to injure him. On the steps, the military disciples surrounded Li Qingshan. They punched and kicked him, but they couldn't even slow down Li Qingshan's feet. Instead, they were shaken to the point where their hands and feet hurt. They were horrified. What kind of powerful defense was this? Li Qingshan could see that only when he reached the corresponding position would the stronger military disciples attack him. Han Tie looked down from above. Their gazes met. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His body suddenly leaned forward, his arms hanging down naturally. The stone steps under his feet, which had been strengthened by magic, also began to crack. Li Qingshan suddenly disappeared in front of the military disciples. Li Qingshan was like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed towards the military disciples in front of him, directly rushing to the top of the steps. The tiger demon climbs the mountain was unstoppable. No one expected Li Qingshan to be so fast when he wanted to. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the steps. He was only 10 steps away from Han Tie. The military disciples all shouted, "Stop him!" Not a single military disciple could stand still. Hundreds of people were alarmed at the same time. If Li Qingshan rushed to the top of the steps, they would really become a laughingstock. "Eat my fist." Li Qingshan grinned. All the bones in his body made a clanging sound. He mobilized all the qi in his dantian. It was fine if he didn't attack, but when he attacked he used all his strength. Suddenly, the scene before him darkened. It was like a wall had appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Han Tie. The giant lumberman Wuxia let out an angry roar. He clasped his hands above his head and smashed down like a battering ram. He was a mutant who had wrestled with Li Qingshan. He was born with divine strength and was unparalleled. After half a year of bitter training, his strength had increased by another level. This time, he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Bang! The high steps seemed to shake. The fist and the hammer collided. Wuxia's eyes were filled with shock. His huge body, under an unparalleled powerful force, was pushed back again and again. In the end, he sat on the high steps. Li Qingshan maintained the posture of swinging his fist. He did not take a step back. The ox demon gave him great strength, and the tiger demon gave him unparalleled explosive power. With the two combined, even the giant lumberman, who was born with divine strength, had to retreat. But with Wuxia blocking, it gave the military disciples a chance to block. Li Qingshan looked around. The strongest of them, an 8th-layer military disciple, was already in front of him. His fist was burning with raging flames. He had refined his body and qi into one. Even Li Qingshan could not underestimate him. Slightly further away were a dozen or so 7th-layer qi practitioners, each displaying their own skills. Their bodies shone with various colors of light. Even further away were several hundred men from the school of the military. They swarmed forward like a pack of wolves that had spotted their prey. On the way, Wuxia spread his arms wide again, assuming a stance that he would not back down. "That's more like it. Come at me together." Li Qingshan smiled. He turned around and charged into the crowd. He was like a ferocious tiger that had climbed to the top of the mountain. He turned around and counterattacked. Tiger demon descends the mountain. The first to bear the brunt was a 7th-layer qi practitioner. He waved his palm like a blade. His gunmetal true qi condensed into a blade. The blade was as fast as lightning, and it specialized in breaking through protective true qi. The path of the military was not as gorgeous as spells, but it condensed all of its power into a single point. It formed a simple and unadorned killing move that could subdue the enemy. He planned in his heart that as long as he could force Li Qingshan to stop, they would be able to form a formation and attack Li Qingshan together. At that time, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he would not be able to break free. He could only wait to be tied up. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend. He allowed the gunmetal long blade to slash at him. He laughed sinisterly and punched. At this time, whoever retreated would have their momentum greatly reduced. Since that was the case, then he would make you suffer. The military disciple clenched his teeth and swung his blade with all his might. Even an idiot would know which was more damaging, being hit by a blade or being punched by a fist. With a bang, that military disciple was like a kite with its string cut. He flew down the stairs and smashed into a group of his comrades behind him. His eyes widened. He saw that there was only a white mark on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of body refining technique did he cultivate? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. Li Qingshan's Gui water Qi was incomparably pure. Although it could not completely block the gunmetal blade Qi, it could still delay it for a moment. Before the blade Qi could fully display itself, it was interrupted by Li Qingshan's fist. The remaining power was enough to break his ox demon forges its hide. We are both in the 7th layer of Qi refining, but my strength is greater, my speed is faster, and even my Qi is purer than yours. How can you compete with me? Li Qingshan rushed left and right, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. What entered his eyes were human figures. He did not need to think about any moves at all. He only needed to throw punches and kicks. One by one, the military disciples were sent flying while screaming. On the high platform, other than Han Tie, there were also a few military instructors. They could see that Li Qingshan was not a reckless person who would barge around randomly. He did not give the strongest military disciples a chance to surround him. Their comrades had instead become their hindrance. In such a chaotic scene, he was still able to control the overall battle situation. It was really shocking. And what was even more shocking was that he seemed to really want to rely on his own strength to defeat all these hundreds of military disciples. An old instructor asserted, with his physical strength and Qi, it is impossible for him to last that long. A moment later, half of the military disciples had already fallen. They could no longer fight. Some had even fainted and directly rolled off the platform. This was only because Li Qingshan had held back. Otherwise, all those who had fallen would have been dead. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he was still full of energy and did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, he became more and more excited. He shouted "Awesome!" and grabbed a military disciple's leg. He used it as a weapon and swung it a few times before throwing it far away. The military instructors were all surprised. The old instructor who had spoken just now said, "This child is indeed unexpected. However, he will not be able to hold on for much longer." As expected, they saw that Li Qingshan's Qi was already somewhat lacking. He could only use his Qi to block when facing a more threatening attack. All the instructors nodded. However, after another moment, Li Qingshan could not even use his Qi to protect himself. His dantian was completely empty. He was only fighting with the tenacity of an ox and the bravery of a tiger. His body also started to be wounded. Not only did his momentum not weaken, it became even more ferocious and reached its peak state. Chapter 319. Li Qingshan swept away the military disciples like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Without the protection of true Qi, he was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. His chest, in particular, had an extremely obvious burnt black fist mark. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it belonging to others, and some of it his own. At his feet, there was a large number of military disciples lying on the ground. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled up and he laughed mischievously. This kind of battle was even more refreshing than drinking 50 jars of fine wine. He could cast aside all his worries and worries. The remaining dozens of military disciples looked at him, as if they were looking at a monster. If it wasn't for Han Tie and a few instructors watching from above, and the fact that their lives weren't in danger, they might have already collapsed. No matter how strong the willpower of the military disciples was, it wasn't endless. However, monsters also had times when they were weak. Don't let him recover his strength. Brothers attack. But this kind of faint hope was quickly extinguished by Li Qingshan. He used his arms to clamp down on 2 military disciples. With a bit of strength, the 2 of them immediately stopped breathing and were thrown at his feet. At this moment, a fist arrived in front of him. He used his head to meet it head-on, and with a crack his arm broke. Li Qingshan also shook his head. Although it looked like he would fall to the ground in the next moment, he stubbornly stood until the last military disciple fell. Just now he laughed loudly. It wasn't that Li Qingshan's strength exploded, but that all the 7th-layer disciples were defeated one by one in the chaotic battle. The strongest 8th-layer Qi practitioner Li Qingshan risked being injured, took a punch from him and killed him. The mutant Wu Kuei also took a kick from Li Qingshan and rolled down the stairs unconscious. Even an exhausted tiger wasn't something a wolf cub could threaten. At this moment, there was no one left standing on the several hundred steps other than him. Li Qingshan said to Little End, "Did you see that?" Unknowingly, it wasn't just Little End who was watching from below. There were also many people who had heard the news. Disciples of other clans who had rushed over from other islands. All of them looked at him in astonishment. They watched helplessly as he defeated 90% of the military school's disciples by himself. Was he still human? Li Qingshan looked down from above and saw a crowd of people moving about. The grandeur was no less than his duel with Chu Tian. Hua Sengzan, Hao Pingyang, and the others were among them. Vaguely, Han Qiongji seemed to be there as well. Li Qingshan, that coward? Has he entered secluded cultivation again to avoid battle? As soon as Han Qiongji returned from a mission, she heard about Li Qingshan's battle with Chu Tian. A few months had passed. That little bit of interest from that day had faded away. From the day she learned that Li Qingshan had entered the School of Novels, she knew that he had probably lost the right to pursue her forever. She felt a little regretful. Until I heard that he was going to duel with the genius Chu Tian. Just now I became interested and went to watch the battle, just based on my personal likes and dislikes. He had bet 500 spirit stones on him. In the end he didn't come. She was instantly disappointed. That little bit of interest turned into disdain. She blamed herself for being blind back then. Hua Sengzan leaned against the door. Of course he came. I told you last time you misunderstood him. He's not someone who would avoid a fight. Han Qiongji continued packing. If you were a girl, I would have suspected that you've fallen for this kid. Or that you're love-struck. So what? Was he beaten half to death by Chu Tian and caused you to lose another 1,000 spirit stones? Hua Sengzan said, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. But it's also extremely difficult for a woman to understand a man. This time I won. Han Qiongji stopped what she was doing. You mean? Of course. What I lost last time I've earned it all back this time. Chu Tian is still bedridden in the medicine family. Also, that brat you mentioned is already at the 7th layer of Qi refining. I think it's only a matter of time before he catches up to you. Of course, if we were to fight now, you probably wouldn't be his match. Han Qiongji said, what about him? How is he? He's practically unscathed. I heard that he's been writing a novel recently. Old Wang is going to go crazy when he hears about it. Han Qiongji frowned. Did I make a mistake? Tell me what's going on. Hua Sengzan told her the whole story. He was very articulate. If he was willing to tell a story, he would be the best storyteller. Han Qiongji was fascinated by the story. She hated that she couldn't be there to cheer for Li Qingshan. It turned out that she had really misunderstood him. She threw away the things in her hands. No, I have to go see him. But then she stopped. I didn't go see him when he first joined the School of Novels. If I go see him now, won't he think of me, Han Qiongji, as a snob? But he went into seclusion a few days after joining the School of Novels. She didn't go see him because she had something to do. Also, as a woman, it was really embarrassing to interact with people from the School of Novels. Just as she was feeling conflicted, a legalist disciple came to report, senior brothers and sisters, there's a show to watch again. Han Tie set up a formation and wants to challenge Li Qingshan. Let's go and see. Hua Sengzan said. Han Qiongji went with the flow. Her favorite thing in life was to watch a show. After arriving, Han Qiongji was glad that she didn't miss this battle. Looking at Li Qingshan running amok in the enemy's formation, She suddenly felt her heart beating fast. Her eyes were glued to him. Hua Sengzan smiled and said, "Who's the love-struck fool now?" Han Qiongji blushed, but she didn't show any weakness. "Do you have a problem with that? This is the type I like. He's so much better than a pretty boy like you." Hua Sengzan touched his nose. "A grown girl can't be kept at home. In the blink of an eye, your childhood sweetheart has become a pretty boy." They had known each other since they were young. Since young, he had been full of charm. As long as it was a girl, they would inevitably have some thoughts about him. She was the only one who maintained a pure friendship with him. It was because Han Qiongji came from a military family and didn't like dissolute men. No matter how strong Hua Sengzan's charm was, it didn't work on her. Han Qiongji chuckled. "This time Brother Che is going to lose face. The old man's face must be ugly." Before she finished, a cold snort pierced the ears. Han Qiongji trembled and her face turned pale. Hua Sengzan said, "What's wrong?" Han Qiongji gritted her teeth. "It's that old man. He's so cruel to his own daughter." Hua Sengzan said, "No daughter has such a wild mouth." As they spoke, the outcome of the battle was decided. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan, who was covered in wounds and was on the verge of collapse. She shouted, "You win. Come down." "Wait. I'm going to beat you up now." Li Qingshan turned around and walked towards the high platform. He said to Han Tie. Li Qingshan walked forward step by step until he was in front of Han Tie. A military disciple who was lying on the ground suddenly got up and hugged Li Qingshan's waist. "Brothers, stop him." One by one, the military disciples who had lost their ability to fight desperately hugged Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan raised his fist and smashed it towards the military disciple who was hugging his waist. That military disciple simply closed his eyes but didn't let go. He didn't feel any pain. That fist for some reason was retracted. Li Qingshan took heavy steps with difficulty, forcefully dragging so many people with him as he made his way towards Han Tie. He walked very slowly, but he was unwavering. With a bang, his feet finally stepped on the high platform and he punched at Han Tie. Han Tie raised his hand to stop the instructor who wanted to stop him. He didn't dodge or block and took the punch head-on. "Young general." The eyes of the military disciples all turned red. It was as if they were watching helplessly as the enemy general broke through their formation and killed their commander. Every single one of the military disciples who were still conscious felt humiliated. They clenched their teeth, and some of them even shed silent tears like children. "Let him go," Han Tie ordered. "There are still 2 punches left." Li Qingshan stretched his muscles and said, "Such weak punches, even I find it boring to hit myself. You can owe it to me first. Wait for me to recover my strength. Let's hit again." With that, Li Qingshan fell backwards. A golden light flashed and Little and transformed into the Vajra avatar, and held Li Qingshan in his arms. He snored and slept soundly. Even in his sleep, there was a satisfied smile on his face. "Leave him to me. He needs some treatment." A woman came to Little Anne's side. She had a picturesque appearance and a gentle voice. She was dressed in white and seemed to emit a gentle light at first glance. There was a white token on her waist with the word "1" engraved on it. On the platform, a medical disciple who was also dressed in white was working to diagnose the injuries of the military disciples and treat them. Han Tie said to the woman, "Ruexan, thank you. Normal injuries could be treated by the military disciples. They could even recover by themselves with their strong physique. However, if it was more serious, they would have to ask the medical disciples to treat them to ensure that there would be no future trouble. I took your money and helped you eliminate disasters. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Ruexan smiled gently and was very natural and unrestrained. As the biggest customer of the medical disciples, it was rare for the military to have so much business. "Senior Sister Ruexan, he seems to be fine," a muscular man said in a low voice. "I don't know if he suffered any internal injuries. It would be bad if there were any lingering injuries. Little sister, don't you think so?" Ruexan squatted down and said to Little Anne. Net. Although Little Anne felt that there would be no problems with Li Qingshan's body, she was still worried and nodded in agreement. A green leaf flew out of Ruexan's sleeve and expanded with the wind. It lifted Li Qingshan up and a green light rose up and enveloped his body. Some of the small injuries immediately began to heal. More green leaves flew out of his sleeve. There were more than 100 of them, and they lifted up all the military disciples who were more seriously injured. This was not a spell but a spiritual tool. A spiritual tool set. Although it was only a high-grade spiritual tool, its value was probably above that of a normal supreme-grade spiritual tool. Ruexian glanced at Li Qingshan on the green leaf and pursed her lips. Such a powerful physique was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. It was worth researching. Han Tie turned around and returned to the martial arts hall. Han Anjuan sat in the main seat, drinking wine with a three-legged bronze cup. There were 10 seats on either side of him, 9 of which were occupied by military disciples. Only the seat to Han Anjuan's right was empty. They were all 8th and 9th layer Qi practitioners. On the seat to Han Anjuan's left sat a bald-headed man with a fierce expression. He was also at the 10th layer Qi practitioner. The bald-headed man said, "General, why didn't you let us attack? Why did you let Li Qingshan be so arrogant?" The other 8 people were also filled with righteous indignation. They had watched their comrade be defeated by Li Qingshan in front of everyone. If it wasn't for Han Anjuan's overwhelming power, they would have been unable to hold it in and attacked long ago. In the 100 clans, other than the head disciple, there were a total of 10 disciples. They were the most respected and could be called core disciples. The 9 of them were the true arrogant soldiers and generals. They had the strongest battle power. If any of them participated in the battle just now, the outcome of the battle could be reversed. Han Anjuan said in a low voice, "Isn't it enough to bully the weak with numbers? Do you still want to bully the weak?" The bald-headed man was unconvinced. How can he unleash the power of the encirclement with his bare hands? If he used weapons and fought with real knives and spears, that kid would have died long ago. Han Anjuan slammed the three-legged bronze cup down. "I think the one who is truly arrogant is not him but you. If he had used all his means to fight, he would have killed his way here in less than half an hour. You have trained well every day. When it comes to actual combat, you show your true colors. What a mess. Shameful, really shameful. Go back and reflect for 3 days." The usually silent Han Anjuan suddenly opened his mouth and berated them fiercely. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. After receiving the order, only Han Tie was left. Han Anjuan's expression gradually calmed down. He revealed a rare smile. "Tai, you have done well. They need some motivation. Don't think that just because they suffer a little every day, they are much stronger than the disciples of other clans." As the head of the military school, his feelings towards certain things were much sharper. He was much sharper than Lu Chongqing. Under this peaceful scene, it seemed like another string was gradually being pulled taut. War was not far away. He wanted to borrow Li Qingshan's hand to fiercely temper the military disciples and prepare for the possible chaos. Losing face now was better than losing their lives in the future. He was not afraid of losing face for the military school. The dead had no face. I also did not expect him to be able to walk up like this. Han Tie frowned. He did not doubt that Li Qingshan had the ability to charge up the platform, but he had indeed taken him by surprise after defeating everyone and making his way up step by step. His body practitioner technique is very extraordinary. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of the school of the military, or will have an additional 30% chance of victory in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures at the very least. Han Anjuan let out a sigh similar to the slovenly Taoist priest. If he were to evaluate the geniuses that had emerged from the entrance examination this time, Li Qingshan would definitely rank first. Chu Tian and Yu Zijian both paled in comparison. Although Little An's talent was monstrously great, he might not necessarily be suited for the path of the military. As for Li Qingshan, he was basically born to be a soldier. He liked to fight and kill, but he was also born with the courage of the sword and the heart of the zither. Han Tie said, "He might not be a disciple of the school of the military, but you can still give him some guidance, General." Han Anjuan said, "I have the same thoughts. I'll leave this to you for now." Only when the big fish was fierce enough could the small fish be stirred up, unleashing their unprecedented potential and becoming even more united. Even without this reason, he could not bear to see such a great piece of material go to waste in a place like the School of Novels. "Yes, sir." Li Qingshan woke up from his dream. He was covered in a white bedsheet with white walls and chairs. The curtains drifted gently in the wind, and sunlight poured in through the window. A bunch of pure white lilies sat at the head of the bed, giving off a faint fragrance. The sky had cleared up before he knew it, and warm sunlight shone in. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. He could feel that various parts of his body still ached slightly, but his mind was extremely at ease. Sure enough, compared to writing novels, this kind of life suited him better. I better give up on these unrealistic thoughts. He closed his eyes and sensed his body. There were no major issues. His dried-up dantian began to accumulate true qi bit by bit. True qi was a circulatory process. After such extreme usage, the recovery speed was extremely slow, but the quality had also increased. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. Although he did not receive a single word of advice from Han Anjuan, he had comprehended quite a lot. He was a combat genius. He could display his charm in battle, and in battle he could unleash his potential. Although none of the military disciples were a match for him, the techniques they used, and even the feeling of being hit on his body had benefited him greatly. Ruexine walked in from outside the door. "You're awake." Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. Another beauty, and a 10th-layer qi refinement beauty at that. As expected, there were plenty of fish in the sea. He really could not understand Wasungzan's thoughts. However, if he really had to compare, the person in front of him was indeed slightly inferior to Gu Yenying. He had no idea whether this feeling was real, or if it was because he had suddenly seen a supreme beauty after being trapped in the desolate village for over a decade, which was why she had left such a deep impression in his heart. Wasn't there a story about a scholar who ate a bowl of lotus root starch in a farmer's house when he was in dire straits? He only found it to be extremely delicious. Afterwards, he became a high-ranking official and tasted the lotus root starch made by renowned chefs everywhere, but none of them tasted the same. In the end, he found the original farmer's house and tasted it again, but it no longer tasted the same. He was very interested in finding an opportunity to verify this story. "I am Li Qingshan. May I ask for your name, fellow?" How can Ruexine not know of fellow Li's great name? Was there anyone with the surname Ru? Li Qingshan was puzzled. He looked around. "Where's little Anne?" "He's been summoned back by the One Thought Master. It's not like you're too sick to get up, so there's no need for you to keep watch over him." As Ruexine said that, she sat down on the side of the bed and pressed her slender hand against Li Qingshan's chest. His green robes had been ripped to shreds during the battle. Her hand that was as soft as jade slid down from his chest to his abdomen. "Your wounds heal very quickly. The life force in your body is basically startling. I ate an unknown fruit when I was young, and afterwards I became so strong." Li Qingshan made up a lie casually. "Does that count as being interested in me?" Heh, she must have seen my might in the school of the military and been drawn in by my bearing. Whatever, I can't just let her take the initiative. Li Qingshan has always been a person who does what he wants. He grabbed Ruexine's hand. "I really have to thank you for your meticulous treatment, miss." Ruexine's eyes narrowed. She tried to pull her hand back, but it did not budge. Her face became slightly red, but it was from anger. She had no lack of admirers in the 100 schools of thought, but it was really rare to see such a shameless person. Li Qingshan thought that his charm had already reached the level of Wasungzan. Ruexine said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't let go, I'll call for help." Only then did Li Qingshan let go of her hand. He said in surprise, "Didn't you touch me first? I'm a doctor and you're a patient. This order can't be reversed." "What? Fellow Taoist, do you like to be massaged just like now? It's not impossible. This is also one of the services of our school of medicine, but it's charged." Ruexine lowered her head and smiled faintly. She looked extremely charming. Li Qingshan was both excited and disappointed. "All right. How many spirit stones?" "Lie down. I'll go and prepare." Ruexine smiled sweetly and turned around to leave. After a moment, a muscular man barged in and roared like thunder. "You want a massage?" Li Qingshan was stunned. No, how can senior sister Ruexine do this kind of rough work? Come on." The muscular man did not say anything else. He took a step forward and fiercely slapped Li Qingshan's back with a pair of iron palms that could split stone. Your skills are not bad. After a moment, Li Qingshan stood up and sincerely praised. This muscular man was indeed a disciple of the school of medicine. He looked rough, but his skills were extremely meticulous. Whether it was kneading, pinching, patting, or pressing, he completely stretched Li Qingshan's muscles and bones. At the same time, he injected a vigorous Imu True Qi into his body. Li Qingshan felt refreshed all over his body. The bruises on his body also disappeared. It was worth the spirit stones. The muscular man roared. Thank you for your patronage. Li Qingshan stood up and took out a green robe from his 100 treasures pouch. He put it on and walked out. Ruexian laughed. How was it? How was my junior's skill? Not bad. Li Qingshan laughed. The muscular man's ferocious slaps had indeed cut off Li Qingshan's thoughts. If others did not have any thoughts, he was too lazy to think about it. It was not like he could not live without a woman. In this world there were countless things to pursue. Ruexian was slightly surprised. She had thought that Li Qingshan would be embarrassed and displeased, or even angry. She had already prepared a set of words. But she did not expect him to be so calm. Furthermore, the way he looked at her had also returned to normal. It made her doubt her own charm. This is your first time coming to Benevolence Island, right? Let me show you around. When the chief disciple came, it was naturally the chief disciple who received him. Although it was a declining school of novels, Li Qingshan had already proven in front of everyone that he was worthy of such treatment. Strolling leisurely with a beauty as his companion, it was quite interesting. Li Qingshan casually asked about the school of medicine. Doctors pay particular attention to curing illnesses and saving lives. Saving lives is one thing, but can cultivators also get sick? Ruexian said, of course not, but we can help him. We can make him get whatever illness we want him to get. In the school of medicine, they were not some kind nanny character. Instead, they were good at using poisons and plagues. Poisons were naturally all kinds of poisons and plagues were plagues. They collected all kinds of diseases and killed their enemies without leaving a trace. Among the gods that the school of medicine worshipped, there was the god of plagues. It's not funny, Li Qingshan said. Is that so? That's strange. In the past, everyone laughed when I said it. Forget it. In life, it is inevitable to meet a few strange people. The illnesses of cultivators are usually not obvious, but they are hidden deep in the body. It may be damage to the meridians or imbalance of the 5 elements. It may not be life-threatening, but over time, it will affect cultivation. Besides these physical illnesses, there are also mental illnesses. I'm good at curing mental illnesses. Physical illnesses are fine, but once you get mental illnesses, it will be even more difficult to advance on the path of cultivation. For example, don't tell Commander Hua of the School of Legalism that I said it. Saving a cultivator's path of cultivation can also be considered saving a life. Li Qingshan grinned. Then why don't you save him? Ruexian said. He's already beyond cure. There's no cure for an illness that can't be cured. Buddha will save the fated. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Look at the two in front. They're also beyond cure. Even gods can't save them. Even gods can't save them. Li Qingshan looked up and saw Qian Rongji supporting Chu Tian as they strolled in the garden. Their faces were full of smiles. If it was not for the fact that he knew Qian Rongji's character and Chu Tian's temperament, he would really think that they were a match made in heaven. What illness are they suffering from? One is crazy and the other is crazy. They're a good match. Li Qingshan smiled and turned to avoid them. Chu Tian was immersed in happiness and did not notice at all. Qian Rongji immediately sensed something and glanced over. When she saw Ruexian's back, she frowned. That woman was also very troublesome. Li Qingshan mentioned that he once had the intention to study alchemy in the School of Medicine. Ruexian said, "You're right to choose the School of Medicine. The School of Taoism only alchemy, but we can also refine medicine." What's the difference? Alchemy is for cultivation, but refining medicine can cure illnesses. Ruexian brought Li Qingshan to the School of Medicine's pharmacy for a tour. Sure enough, other than a dazzling array of elixirs, there were also various colored potions and powders. Li Qingshan saw a small box with the words, "Jade Skin Powder," written on it. He asked, what illness is this used to cure? Wuxia said, it's used to cure the Black Plague. Black Plague? Wuxia looked at Li Qingshan and said, yes, it refers to people like you. If you use this medicine in 3 days, at most 7 days, you can become a pure pretty boy. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was already used to Wuxia's words, which did not match her appearance and temperament. However, the medicine refined by the school of medicine was indeed interesting. At least the school of Taoism's alchemy would not refine invisibility potions. There were even some that he had not even thought about. What illness is this used to cure? Li Qingshan pointed at a glass bottle filled with blue potions. You're talking about water of recollection. As the name suggests, it is naturally used to cure amnesia. If you accidentally forget your surname, drink it and you'll see the results. However, the side effect is that you'll easily lose your bearings. Wuxia casually said, but she saw Li Qingshan's expression suddenly change. Li Qingshan said, you can remember anything you say. What about your past life? Wuxia said, unfortunately, my strength is not enough to compete with Meng Pa. Li Qingshan was a little disappointed, but then he heard Wuxia say, however, as long as it's in your mind, you'll be able to remember it after drinking my medicine. Even if you want to know what you ate at noon 10 years ago, it won't be a problem. Can you give it a try? What's our relationship? Your surname is Li, I'm serious. 100 spirit stones per bottle. You don't have to give me that kind of expression. You're joking. Speechless, Li Qingshan drank a spoonful of water of recollection. Those dust-laden past events suddenly shook off the dust and rushed towards his face. They were clearly reflected in his mind. It was a page of a book, densely packed with small words. The first sentence was, Zhang Wuji, turn around. Li Qingshan shouted in his heart, my illness can be cured. Chapter 320. That's north. Wuxia raised her thumb and pointed behind her. Li Qingshan ignored her. How much is this water of recollection? I was just making it for fun. I didn't think I could actually sell it. Wuxia retracted her smile and extended her hand. 100 spirit stones for 1 bottle. Thank you for your patronage. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth. Weren't you just joking? Wuxia said, who told you not to laugh? This thing must be very important to you. I'm serious, you're going to make a scene. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. This water of recollection was indeed very important to him. Not only for writing novels, but also for little and 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones, 3 spirit stones. What are you doing? Charging. Wuxia glanced at her hand that was being held. Li Qingshan shook her hand off. Wuxia smiled, fine, a doctor should be like a parent. I can't bear to see you so anxious, so I'll give this water of recollection to you. Li Qingshan said, you're that kind. Wuxia said, but you have to promise me one thing. Li Qingshan said, what is it? Wuxia lowered her voice. If you fight with the military disciples in the future, use more force, it's best if you beat them to death. A good doctor should be like a parent. Children won't listen unless they're beaten. Okay, I'll go first, Li Qingshan casually agreed, picked up the water of recollection, put it in his interdimensional pouch and hurriedly went back to test it. Wait. 3 spirit stones. What 3 spirit stones aren't you giving? Li Qingshan said, only to see Wuxia smiling and patting his hand. You really want to charge? That's good. Give me 100 spirit stones. Li Qingshan grabbed Wuxia's hand and looked straight into her eyes. For spirit stones, 5 spirit stones. Wuxia's smile didn't change as she began to count. However, this place was not a deserted place, it was a place where people came and went. Many disciples of the 100 clans came here to get their medicine. Just now, Li Qingshan grabbing Wuxia's hand had already attracted some attention. Wuxia had been famous for a long time, and was a famous beauty in the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was an influential figure who was in the limelight. These two were both head disciples. Yet they were holding hands and looking at each other in public, drawing everyone's attention. They whispered into each other's ears and discussed animatedly. Hey, what do you think? Could it be that Li Qingshan has that kind of relationship with senior sister Wuxia? How dare you? 33. 34. Ru Xian's smile didn't change as she snorted. Are you for real? 100 spirit stones, I can afford it. Li Qingshan wanted to teach this unscrupulous woman a lesson. Then come and give it a try. It's rare that spirit stones are so easy to earn. Ru Xian said with a snort. Her face was slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from embarrassment or anger. Li Qingshan, what are you doing? 2 angry shouts came from outside the pharmacy at the same time. One was Chu Tian's 5-colored true energy, and the other was indeed Han Qiongji, who was also glaring at Li Qingshan. Chu Tian followed Qian Rongji's line of sight and immediately saw Li Qingshan. It could be said that when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When he saw him with Ru Xian, he couldn't help but follow them. Ever since he came to the School of Medicine and saw Ru Xian for the first time, he treated her as his woman. When he arrived, he saw Li Qingshan holding Ru Xian's hand. Furthermore, Ru Xian seemed to be doing it willingly, which made him feel betrayed. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Li Qingshan with a single palm strike. When Han Qiongji heard that Li Qingshan had woken up, she came to take a look at him. When she did, she was immediately filled with anger. Hua Sengzan, who was standing to the side, crossed his arms and smiled. This guy has some style. It seems that he can do whatever I can't. He couldn't help but think of Gu Yening and shook his head. It's impossible. Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. Ru Xian took the opportunity to withdraw her hand and said hatefully, 35 spirit stones. I'll pay you once you hand over the rest of the goods. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Without even glancing at Chu Tian, he directly made his way towards Hua Sengzan. Qingzan, what brings you here? Senior Sister Han, long time no see. What are you glaring at me for? Fuck you. A voice rang out clearly in his ears through true qi. Li Qingshan felt like he had been struck by lightning, as this did not come from Han Qiongji, nor was it from Chu Tian. Instead, it came from Ru Xian. He turned around and stared at Ru Xian in disbelief. What did you say? Nothing. Ru Xian continued to smile gently. Dressed in white, she stood gracefully, like a legendary angel in white. Han Qiongji said, Li Qingshan, I'm talking to you. I've specially come to see you. Oh, thank you. I'm fine. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Li Qingshan's head was currently completely occupied with the water of recollection. All he wanted to do was go back and test it out. Han Qiongji said, Oh, you. Li Qingshan had already left on a cloud. His voice rang out indistinctly. Oh right, Chu Tian, I wish you a speedy recovery. Chu Tian's face paled. He resisted the urge to strike out. The 100 strands of sword qi had caused extremely severe damage to his body. Even after so many days, he had yet to completely recover. He quickly arrived before Ru Xian and asked in concern, Senior Sister Ru Xian, are you fine? Junior Brother Chu, your body is fine, right? It's all thanks to the care of the 3 beauties. Those 2? Chu Tian said proudly. They've all gone into closed-door cultivation for me. Ever since Li Qingshan came out of closed-door cultivation and defeated the genius Chu Tian, there was a craze for closed-door cultivation in the 100 schools of thought. Everyone wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like Li Qingshan. Ru Xian was a little surprised. She glanced at Qian Rongji and said, This must be Junior Sister Qian's idea. It must have been hard on you. After a few months of closed-door cultivation, they came out to find that everything had changed. Even their man had been snatched away. Oh right, those 2 silly girls didn't care about sharing their man with others. However, they couldn't expect others to be as silly as them. It's all their own idea. They felt that they weren't strong enough, so they wholeheartedly wanted to help little Tian. I was very touched when I heard that, so I agreed to help them take care of little Tian for a few days. Senior Sister, please don't misunderstand. We're just friends. Qian Rongji smiled and said. It didn't take her much effort to send those 2 vases away. I've given them a lot of pills. After this closed-door cultivation, their cultivation will definitely improve greatly. You won't lose out if you become my woman. Chu Tian said as he looked at Ru Xian meaningfully. Qian Rongji smiled and said, Senior Sister Ru Xian, little Tian is indeed a good man who's worth entrusting your life to. Haha, that's right, that's right. Ruexian felt a little disgusted. There were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. She originally wanted to remind him that this kind of man was completely reckless and deserved to die. Good man, let this bad woman teach you a lesson. Qian Rongji relaxed. Alright, this woman won't come looking for trouble for the time being. If only all the men in the world were as good as Chu Tian, that would be great. I want to write novels, Li Qingshan said confidently as he returned to Cloud Wisp Island and pushed open the door. Under Lu Chuanfeng's astonished gaze, Li Qingshan returned to the house, took out the bottle of water of memory, and placed it on the table. The bottle was about 3 inches tall and filled with a deep blue viscous liquid. It seemed to be a frozen memory. Li Qingshan picked it up and took a small sip. A somewhat bitter taste spread on the tip of his tongue. He quickly closed his eyes and tried hard to recall that forgotten memory. Actually, everyone had a photographic memory and a photographic memory. It was just that the useless information would slowly sink into the depths of the mind. The water of recollection brought back the memories that had been sealed for a long time. Every scene, every sound, and every emotion was clearly displayed in front of him. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and began to write vigorously. That familiar story reappeared in his hands. Lu Chuanfeng stood at the door in a daze. He didn't know what his beloved disciple was, but he didn't dare to disturb him, so he quietly left. Li Qingshan's writing speed became faster and faster. His right hand gradually became a blur. He felt that the ink in the inkstone had been used up after writing a few words, so he ground a small jar and placed it beside him. It was getting late, and there was a thick stack of novels on his desk. They were filled with messy handwriting, and the fine weasel hair brush in his hand was almost bald. At this time, the words in his mind gradually became blurry. The effect of the water of memory was gradually wearing off. Li Qingshan put down the brush and rubbed his wrist. Let's call it a day. You wrote all this? Lu Chuanfeng, who had been patient for a long time, rushed out and grabbed the thick stack of papers on the table. Ah! Li Qingshan slapped his hand away. Don't move, I haven't finished writing yet. Saying it out loud made him feel heroic. The glory was no less than defeating 800 military disciples. Although it was just a copy, these were all small details. He had never written so many words in his entire life. Lu Chuanfeng said, how rare. What good things can you write like this? What I've written are all things that regular people would love to see and hear. I guarantee it'll be much more popular than your genteel stuff. Li Qingshan felt like he could already see the path of a successful novelist unfolding before him. As long as he had the water of memory, this path would definitely be easy and free with no cost and great benefits. Although the level of martial arts in Wuxia novels was a little low, he did not expect to rely on it to fight. In the Qi refinement realm, no matter how powerful the characters were described, no matter how abundant the power of faith was, under the restriction of the divine talisman of great creation, the power of the summoned objects would be limited. At most, they would be at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement. For ordinary Qi refinement cultivators, being able to summon 4 or 5 fighters of similar cultivation level was already a very good thing. However, with Li Qingshan's strength, this kind of help was not that important. Instead, it would be a waste of the power of faith. The power of faith was an important resource. Through the divine talisman of great creation, it could turn illusory into reality. Right now, the divine talisman of great creation was only at the initial stage. As long as he continued to strengthen it, its effects would not be limited to a few novels. At this time, Little An walked in. When he saw Li Qingshan, he revealed an innocent smile. Chapter 321. Little An could always feel the change in Li Qingshan's mood, and strangely tilted her head. Li Qingshan drove Lu Chuanfeng out, closed the door, and aimlessly asked Little An about her recent practice. Little An was even more puzzled. Did something happen? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. He had never believed himself to be an irresolute person, but he understood now that the reason why he was not irresolute was because he had never encountered something that was truly difficult for him to decide on. Letting her recover her memory and find her original name and identity was once a wish in his heart. Sending her back to her hometown was the first promise he made in this world. But if this old wish and promise came at the same time, he would definitely not be able to smile. I found a good thing that may help you. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and told the truth. He took out the remaining half of the water of memory and explained its function to little Anne. Then Li Qingshan found that little Anne's performance was not more calm than his. The hand holding the water of memory even trembled slightly, causing the blue liquid to tremble. There was no excitement and joy of being able to recover her memory. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her big eyes. I don't want to drink it. Why? Li Qingshan asked despite already knowing the answer. They were connected, so how could he not understand her worries? If it were possible, he would rather not know about the existence of this potion, even if he could not obtain the power of belief through writing novels. But as an adult, he could not let a child be willful, and he could not let himself be willful. He had to do what was good for her. Don't be willful. Try it. I just tried it and the effect is not bad. Maybe it really works. Of course it may not work, so don't expect too much. Little Anne raised her head. She looked straight into Li Qingshan's eyes and said with a heartbreaking expression, I'm not going anywhere. Okay? Li Qingshan's heart gradually became firm and returned to normal. He grinned and kissed her forehead heavily. Wherever you go, I'll go. Shaoan closed his eyes and gulped down the rest of the water of memory in the bottle. It was a slightly bitter liquid. Along the throat, it flowed into his stomach and turned into a mysterious energy that spread throughout his body. It soared straight into the sky. After a long time, Little Anne opened his eyes. Li Qingshan said, How is it? Little Anne shook his head. I don't feel anything. Ever since the day she started cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, her soul had been growing. After countless days and nights of cultivation, her bones had long since become as hard as diamond. Not only was it difficult for external forces to damage them, even foreign energies were unable to seep into them. Therefore, whether it was absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth or taking elixirs, to her it didn't have any effect. The only thing it strengthened was her body. Only by using flames to devour flesh and blood and refine white bones was her only path of cultivation. The effects of the water of memory were naturally ineffective against her. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. The effects of that woman's medicine aren't that good. Don't worry. You can slowly think about your memories. Little Anne grunted softly and asked curiously, That woman? She's a messy woman. Don't worry about her. Come, take a look at my novel. Li Qingshan carried her onto his lap and showed her the manuscript that he had painstakingly copied. Little Anne read very seriously and pointed out the strange parts of the book from time to time. The so-called strange parts referred to the fact that Wuxia novels were not acclimatized to this world. There were many problems with the usage of words and allusions. Li Qingshan felt his head swell again. As it turned out, copying novels was not that easy. What should I do? He had not read many novels. It had only been 1 or 2 years since he left Crouching Ox Village. His understanding of this world could not be considered deep. Little Anne smiled. I have an idea. Lu Chuanfeng bit the tip of his pen, trying to guess just what this disciple of his had written. Li Qingshan suddenly strode in. Do you have a novel to read? Lu Chuanfeng said, What do you want to read? Li Qingshan said, Not yours. It's best if it's some famous and popular ones. The more the better. What's wrong with mine? Lu Chuanfeng immediately refuted. He was no longer the master of Moonbreeze from before. He immediately took out a letter from his 100 treasures pouch. Take a look. How did they praise me? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him, and Lu Chuanfeng took out a great pile of books from his 100 treasures pouch obediently. There were several hundred of them. Li Qingshan picked them up and left. Lu Chuanfeng called out from behind, Be careful. These are all prized copies. His monk robes drifted about as the One Thought Master arrived on Cloud Wisp Island silently. He arrived outside the bamboo building where Li Qingshan resided. His gaze pierced through the layers of bamboo and saw 2 figures, one large and one small, illuminated by a lone lantern. Little Anne lay on the floor reading. He flipped through the pages quickly, and over a dozen books had already piled up beside him. Li Qingshan stood there as if he was thinking about something. He would twist his body from time to time and swing his fists and feet. He was currently summarizing and comprehending the gains and losses of the battle today. If he were to read a book, he would need to read 7 out of 10 pages. However, when he recalled the battle today, it was like a movie was playing through his head. He could clearly understand every single punch and kick. He could even clearly remember how he had defeated every single military disciple. Gradually, the figures in the surroundings dimmed, and the expressions and figures of every single military disciple blurred. All that remained was a group of military disciples that seemed like matchsticks on the long flight of stairs, all rushing up. He imitated their moves and how they exerted their strength. The lantern light projected his shadow onto the wall, moving quickly and forcefully in the narrow space. One of them moved while the other remained still, but it formed a wondrous warm atmosphere. The One Thought Master found it strangely familiar. Only after quite a while of thought did he remember that this was the feeling of home. In order to save some lamp oil, his mother would sew clothes under the moonlight, while he would sweat away the fireflies in the courtyard. The One Thought Master dismissed these thoughts in a hurry and sighed silently. How was it possible for a monk to constantly think about the word home? In the past few days, Li Qingshan's performance that completely exceeded regular cultivators had only made him worry more and more. They were not related by blood. She was still young right now, but once she grew a few years older and developed those feelings, it would probably be even more difficult to sever them. It would be even more messy, and it would be even more difficult to sever them. After hesitating for a moment, the One Thought Master turned around and left. He had to make his fellow disciples enlighten her with the supreme truths of Buddhism during this assembly of Dharma, so that she could sever her ties with the world. The rustling of pages and the sounds of punches and kicks stopped one after another. "I'm done." Li Qingshan sank his chi into his dantian and smiled. If the situation today repeated itself, he was confident he could achieve victory even more easily. Little and smiled. "Let's begin." Under the lantern light, Li Qingshan wrote while Little and spoke. The two of them modified the novel bit by bit to make it more suitable for this era. Before they knew it, time passed by bit by bit. Chapter 322. Did you really write this? Lu Chuanfeng held a thick stack of manuscripts and said in disbelief. There were several 100,000 words at the very least, yet Li Qingshan had only used a few days. "You didn't copy it, did you?" Li Qingshan said without any confidence. "Nonsense. Have you read the same novel before?" Lu Chuanfeng said. "You can't gather any power of belief from plagiarism at all, no matter how well you copy it. For example, the divine talisman of merit. No matter how far away the cultivator who did good was, even if there was someone with the exact same name and appearance as him, the merit would never go to the wrong person. This was the wonders of divine talismans." Li Qingshan's heart pounded. He had copied something from his past life, and it belonged to another world. Only in this world could he be considered an original work. "All right, let me take a look and see what you've written. I'll help you edit it." Lu Chuanfeng leaned over the table and read. Li Qingshan strode out. Over the past few days, he had been copying and editing. Even with Little Anne's assistance, it still left him dizzy. After editing his Virgo novel, the One Thought Master summoned Little and back to the Ansrava temple to listen to the scriptures. He said he had to make preparations for the upcoming assembly of Dharma. Little and only said he would find a way to get some more pills before leaving in a hurry. It made Li Qingshan rather apologetic. After dealing with the matter of the School of Novels, it was time for him to properly gather his resources and prepare for the final step. Although it was called the final step, Li Qingshan dared not underestimate it at all. It was very likely that the difficulty of this step would be greater than all the previous steps combined. There were many living examples around him, such as Lu Chuanfeng, Hua Sengzan, Ru Xian, and so on. They were all 10th layer Qi practitioners. There was also the dangerous heavenly tribulation that lay between them. He could not afford to be careless. Although he still had a lot of the resources he had collected from the massacre in the underground world, he still had a lot left. Spirit stones were still manageable, but spiritual tools and talismans. However, it was not that simple. After arriving at the 100 schools of thought, He had also asked Sun Fubai about it, and found out that the School of Miscellany, which specialized in this kind of business, rarely bought these things. Even if they did, the price was very low. The world had been peaceful for so long that there were very few fights and killings. Without demand, there was no market. On the contrary, the number of qi practitioners had increased exponentially. As the number of spirit grasses decreased, the price of high-grade medicinal pills continued to rise. Furthermore, Li Qingshan himself had a lot of concerns. The origins of these things could not be considered legitimate. If he were to sell these things on a large scale, it was hard to guarantee that it would not attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. After interacting with people like Qian Rongji and Hua Sengzan, Li Qingshan deeply understood that there were many smart people in the world. One small clue would reveal the general trend. For some people, it was an instinct. He admitted that he did not have the ability to do so, so all he could do was to be as cautious as possible and not leave any flaws. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingshan's gaze gradually became firm. I'll take it step by step. The first step was to issue missions in the mission hall of Contention Island. Li Qingshan's gaze constantly flickered across the notice board. Very soon he locked onto one of them. It was a mission issued by the Department of Agriculture, which was to water the wheat fields. It sounded simple, but it clearly stated that the disciple had to know the spiritual rain technique. The spiritual rain technique was a large-scale healing technique. Not only could it heal wounds, but it could also recover spiritual qi. If it were used in battle, it would be a decisive technique. Due to the difficulty of learning, it was very high. There obviously weren't many people interested in it in this day and age. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan possessed the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression, which allowed him to master any water element technique with ease, he would not have wasted time learning this technique either. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that the reward for this mission was rather generous. It was clearly winter on the Longevity Island of the Department of Agriculture, but the island was brimming with life. Earth Elemental Huang sat on the ridge of the fields and smoked. He drew a circle on the vast golden wheat field in front of him. Every inch and 3 centimeters of rain falls on this land. If you miss a centimeter, a spiritual stone will be deducted. Do you understand? He did not give Li Qingshan any special treatment because of his outstanding performance recently. Li Qingshan said politely, I understand. He closed his eyes and prepared for a while. A streak of light rose up from his hand and flew into the air. It turned into a large fine layer of spiritual rain and fell from the sky. The wheat sprouts that had originally been rather withered immediately straightened up, as if they were absorbing the spiritual rain. Earth Elder Huang was slightly surprised. Originally, he thought he would have to use the spiritual rain technique several times before he could finish watering such a large field of wheat, but Li Qingshan had only used it once. The area was startlingly large, and if he counted carefully, the amount of spiritual rain that fell was exactly 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters. Well done. Li Qingshan smiled and accepted the spiritual stones. These spiritual stones sure were easy to earn. He only needed to use the technique once. Apart from watering the wheat field, there seemed to be missions to water the medicinal garden for the School of Medicine in the mission hall. You want to learn alchemy from me? Ru Xian sized up Li Qingshan with a strange gaze. He had a sincere expression and was even holding a watermelon in his hand. This is just a gift for becoming my disciple. If you agree, I can pay you spiritual stones. Of course, the price can't be too excessive. This was Li Qingshan's second step, to master alchemy as soon as possible. And this watermelon was plucked by Earth Elder Huang from the melon field next to him for perfectly completing the mission. The School of Medicine has alchemy classes, and it doesn't cost a single spiritual stone. It's too much of a waste of time. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although the professor's lessons were not bad, they had to consider each disciple's comprehension ability and slow down the process. Although explaining the profound in simple terms was interesting, it would also waste a lot of time. Moreover, the level of those professors might not even be comparable to the one in front of him. Although Ru Xian had a rogue mouth, she was a good person. Later on, he asked her for water of recollection twice, but she did not accept spiritual stones. Moreover, as a great beauty, she did not put on any airs, so she naturally became his first choice. Ru Xian said, "Let me think about it." Let's eat the watermelon first. He cut open the watermelon, and the bright red flesh exuded a strange fragrance. Li Qingshan took a bite, and it melted in his mouth. It was as sweet and fragrant as honey, and it even contained a wave of spiritual energy that merged into his Dantian sea of qi. Li Qingshan pondered. The planting techniques of the School of Agriculture were indeed profound, and their effects were not inferior to ordinary pills. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the School of Agriculture. Compared to alchemy, he preferred planting. Ruexian was still looking at Li Qingshan. Her pearly white teeth bit into the watermelon, and her pink lips were dyed red. Then with a slurping sound, she interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts. "Can you be a little quieter?" Ruexian said, "Children don't know anything. To eat a watermelon you have to suck it." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and put down the watermelon skin. He saw that the large watermelon had entered her stomach in the blink of an eye. Ruexian wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "No." "What?" "I've thought about it." "No, send the guest away. Spit out my gift of becoming my disciple." Li Qingshan really wanted to strangle her. "Do you really want it?" Ruexian pretended to stick her finger into her mouth, as if saying, "If you want it, I'll spit it out." Although Li Qingshan felt a little disgusted, he gritted his teeth and said, "Spit it out." Ruexian spat out a seed. "Go back and plant it yourself, idiot." "Ha ha ha." Li Qingshan grabbed the seed and showed a regretful expression. He shook his head and sighed. "What a pity, what a pity." Ruexian said, "What's a pity?" Li Qingshan said, "Originally, I wanted to use the True Spirit pill as payment, but she didn't appreciate it. I'll go find Juchenzi. When it comes to alchemy, the school of Taoism is still the best." "Wait, you're talking about the True Spirit pill." Ruexian's expression changed. The True Spirit pill was a crucial pill for Qi practitioners to foundation establishment. She was currently at the 10th layer. She had reached this threshold, so she could not help but be interested. Li Qingshan said, "Yeah. You have True Spirit pills? I don't believe you." Ruexian recovered her composure and shook her head with a gentle smile. Right now, True Spirit pills were priceless in the cultivation world. One of the most important spirit herbs to refine True Spirit pills, the blue butterfly flower, was almost extinct. The blue butterfly flower only grew in spirit stone mines, and was not something that could be cultivated by spirit-gathering formations. Across the entire Clear River Prefecture, sects and clans that possess spiritual stone mines could be described as few and far between. After all these years of mining, the blue butterfly flowers they produced became even fewer. They did not even have enough to refine pills for themselves, much less sell them. She had been in the school of medicine for many years, but she only possessed 2 right now. With Li Qingshan's background, it was impossible for him to possess something like that. However, little did she know that not only did Li Qingshan possess True Spirit pills, but he also possessed more than one. He possessed a great pile of blue butterfly flowers as well, and he had once possessed a field of blue butterfly flowers. Li Qingshan said nothing. He casually fished out an embroidered box from his 100 treasures pouch and opened it with a smack, revealing the True Spirit pill inside. Ruexian held her cheek and sighed gently. "In order to pursue your senior sister, you've actually taken out True Spirit pills. Your senior sister is very touched," Li Qingshan said. "Stop flattering yourself. Are you going to teach me or not?" Ruexian extended her hand and grabbed the embroidered box, closing it gently. "I'll teach you, but it's best if you keep the True Spirit pill properly. With the speed at which you cultivate, you might be able to use it in just a few years. You can't go without this during your foundation establishment." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He never thought she would have a considerate side to her. Ruexian smiled. "Let's still count spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones a day. I'll teach you very seriously and carefully. You can just directly say that you're very good at stalling for time. I'm a man of my word. When I can refine True Spirit pills with my alchemy, this True Spirit pill will be yours. What do you think?" If he could refine all the blue butterfly flowers in his 100 treasures pouch into True Spirit pills, their value would far exceed those spiritual artifacts and talismans, and he definitely would not have to worry about a lack of demand. This would be the most important step for him to reach Demon General. Li Qingshan extended his right hand, and Ruxian patted it gently. She smiled and said, "Deal." Actually, this kind of agreement was the same as a duel. Originally, he should have gone to Contention Island, set up a written contract, and find a witness. However, Li Qingshan was not too sure about this, and Ruxian did not mention it either. At dusk, Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island. He exhaled softly, feeling rather tired. This was not only because he had been learning alchemy, but also because Ruxian would say some weird things from time to time, giving him a headache. However, under the stimulation of the True Spirit pill, she could be said to be teaching with all her might. Her teaching efficiency was extremely high, and there was no need for him to go to class on time. This resolved one of Li Qingshan's worries. Chapter 323. Did you really write this? Lu Chuanfeng's eyes were slightly red. He had originally read it with the intention of guiding Li Qingshan and restoring his dignity as a teacher. Well, martial arts. It seemed to be a world without cultivators. The setting was quite plausible, but this style of writing was a little too simple. There wasn't even an opening poem. Yes, Qingshan came from the mountains. It was too much of a stretch for him to write a poem. At a time like this, he would have to rely on his teacher. Lu Chuanfeng slowly read on with a stomach full of opinions. Then, he gradually forgot his original goal, and was captured by the interlocking plot of the book. He read page after page, and by the time he came back to his senses, he had already reached the end. The sky had already darkened. The writing style of the entire novel was completely different from those he had read before. It was grand in concept and detailed in description. Now that he thought about it, all the scenes were still vivid in his mind. Not only was this novel not bad, it was unbelievably good. His original intentions were completely wasted. Li Qingshan said, "Of course. Impossible, this is impossible," Lu Chuanfeng mumbled. He had been writing for so many years and knew the difficulty of it. "Ha, I'm a genius." Li Qingshan patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder. Indeed, a master's story was powerful. Of course, Little Anne's localized revision had also contributed greatly. What's this? Li Qingshan peered into himself and discovered that a speck of light was currently flickering in his originally dull divine talisman of merit. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Lu Chuanfeng. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He had been worried that it would be possible to collect wishes. Would it be possible to collect the power of will? Wouldn't this be the first reader? Lu Chuanfeng could not find a better answer, so he could only accept Li Qingshan's explanation. It was probably because he came from the pugilistic world that he could write about the matters of the pugilistic world so vividly and easily. "Qingshan, you'll definitely not regret it. I'll send you to the Cloudwisp Society right now. Have you thought of a pen name?" Li Qingshan was stumped. Frowning and thinking hard, an idea flashed in his mind. He raised his index finger and said, "How about Golden Dragon?" These were the two authors that he was most likely to plagiarize. Merging their names into one flawlessly, Lu Chuanfeng staggered. It wasn't easy to find a more lame name than this. He roared, "Do you think you're in a village giving names to children? We are novelists and our pen names are our second lives." It was Li Qingshan's first time facing Lu Chuanfeng. He felt a little helpless and mumbled, "The Golden Dragon is so domineering and auspicious." He racked his brains again. As a great author who had written millions of words, the difficulty of choosing a pen name with just a few words was indeed a little embarrassing. Wuji, not bad, right? As a novelist, how can I have the same name as a character in my book? What will they think if they find out? Qingshan, I just removed my surname. Beloved disciple, please be more serious. Li Qingshan said, "I understand. Then I'll call you Li Qingshan." "What, isn't that his real name?" "Yes, it's his real name." Li Qingshan smiled, his whole body brimming with the light of confidence. Recently, he had been too distracted by mundane matters, and had almost forgotten his long-cherished dream. One day, he would spread the name Li Qingshan throughout the 9 provinces, and let billions of people sing his praises. Although this was more like a child's fantasy towards the sky, which would only make people laugh out loud, even he found it amusing when he thought about it, But it was precisely because of this that it could be called a dream. Refining the true spirit pill was not a dream, and becoming a demon general was not a dream either. Because they were too serious, they would only make those who did it look solemn, and those who listened solemnly. Getting Gu Yanning could be considered half a dream. Although he was so serious, he almost made a certain fellow collapse from laughter. When a lowly person hears the truth, he will laugh aloud. If he doesn't laugh, he won't be able to reach the truth. Who the fuck cares what other people think? Li Qingshan will become the strongest, most famous person, or demon in the 9 provinces. All of his down-to-earth efforts were for the sake of reaching a dream. The so-called novel was only the first step in this colossal plan. Why did he have to go through all this trouble to come up with some fake name? Great novelist Li Qingshan. I like this name. I'll get Uncle Fu to help me advertise it properly. I'll pay 10 million taels of silver myself so that everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knows my great name. What great name? Just as Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his thoughts clear, Hua Sengzan arrived with the wind. Li Qingshan went up to receive him. Why have you come? When Hua Sengzan heard that Li Qingshan had actually written a novel, he hesitated again and again before asking, "It can't be like that, right? Old Wang hasn't been in a good mood recently." Li Qingshan said, "Am I that kind of person?" It made Lu Chuanfeng blush. He felt indignant. "Think so too. I heard you were on Benevolence Island this afternoon?" Hua Sengzan smiled meaningfully. Just like that, he had managed to hook up with the greatest female primary disciple of the 100 schools of thought, and he had even managed to seduce that tomboy Han Qiongji. His charm was so great that someone like Lu Chuanfeng could not rival him. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just learning alchemy," Li Qingshan explained in a hurry. Ru Xian was very nice, but she clearly did not have any feelings for him. He did not want to ruin her reputation, nor could he be bothered to use this opportunity to pursue her. When it came to pursuing, there was always the word beg, but he just happened to hate begging the most. He was not born in this world to be a servant for some woman. This was the same even for Gu Yanning. Whatever, let's not talk about that. Do you have time recently? Hua Sengzan did not believe him. He had experienced that woman's temperament quite a bit. It was impossible for her to spend time teaching Li Qingshan alchemy for no good reason. What for? A trial mission. This had always been a tradition of the Hawkwolf Guard. Whether it was a new Hawkwolf Guard or a new Hawkwolf Guard, they all had to complete a trial mission to prove that they had the right to take up the position. Although it was more symbolic than practical now, it was still necessary. As a new Scarlet Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan could not avoid it either. What mission is it? Li Qingshan felt even more convinced that having Ru Xian teach him alone was the correct choice. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to learn alchemy in its entirety and refine true spirit pills with the interference of so many other matters? One of our Nighthawks has been killed. It might be related to the White Lotus sect. Don't worry, it's just an investigation mission. If you find the culprit, you can take revenge for our people along the way. If you can't, you can just report back. Li Qingshan said, "My previous trial mission was also an investigation mission." In the end, not only did he have to kill the zombie Taoist, but he even had to deal with the entire Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Hua Sengzan said, "As long as altar lords don't appear, regular Qi practitioners probably won't be able to harm you at all. Commander Gu has surrounded and hunted down most of the altar lords of the White Lotus sect a long time ago. The remaining ones are too afraid to show themselves. There's another reward for completing the mission." "What reward?" Hua Sengzan smiled. "The one you've been looking forward to all this time. Go to the Rui Commandery and see Commander Gu." This had been a tradition of the Hawkwolf Guard for many years. New members had the right to see their superior commander. If they were lucky and caught his attention, there would be many benefits. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.